If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Oh, it is, because here you can make a living and a life. Because it's Road Gang Radio, live from the House of Degas, also known as Fastport Studios, because we're happy to be here. Ain't that right, Jimmy Mack?
I was happy to be here. You're happy to be here. We're all happy to be here. There was a dog over in Massachusetts not so happy.
Oh, God.
Traffic was brought to a halt in a Massachusetts Turnpike tunnel when an escaped dog found its way inside and was spotted wandering in the roadway. I love how they say an escaped dog, like somehow it had been imprisoned, like it was, doing hard time.
I'm free.
Massachusetts Department of Transportation, MDOT, surveillance footage shows the black and white dog weaving in and out of fast-moving traffic in the Ted Williams Tunnel. By the way, I love the fact that the tunnel is named after Ted Williams, the splendid Splinter Tunnel, as it were. The Massachusetts State Police were summoned to the scene. I like that, summoned. That was the word they used over in UPI. Summoned. We would like you to kind of come and attend.
Get off your couch and come do your job.
Come do your job. To the scene and block traffic so the dog could be coaxed into the back seat of a cruiser. Well, the dog, which had been earlier seen wandering near the economy parking lot at Boston Logan International Airport, had been seen earlier. By who?
He just wanted to play Frisbee,
No, but
man.
the thing is, how did they kind of verify that? The dog had been seen earlier. It's like, I saw that dog.
Yeah, he was making a drug deal in the park.
I don't know what's going on there. He was taken to Boston Animal Care and Control and was later returned to its owner, who, by the way, they've kept that person's name out of the story. I don't think that person's name should be in the story. I guess the dog just wanted to chase cars in both directions.
Nicely done.
You guys, by the way, should chase the dream.
Chase it.
And then you should lose your heart to iHeart.
Lose it.
You should have the audacity to listen on Odyssey.
Listen to it.
You should yak it up on the tube of you, as the Paranormal Pie Man first in the chat said, yo. You should make some FaceTime on Facebook. You should live your best life.
Live your best life.
On Live 365. Be a free floating radical at RadioNemo.com, or perhaps you're listening later on and pondering the possibilities of your favorite podcasting platform or stream. Because this, my friends, as Phone Master Dre so ably said, is Road Gang Radio. Yep. I want you to forget the lies that come from the satellite planet of Zebulon 5 with its bumbling, bloviator ruler, Dr. Philostratus, the proctologist of space trucking, and his inept banana-wearing minion, Grease Charlton, because this, my friends, is the greatest live transpo show in the known universe. And by the way, it's followed on many occasions, not today, but on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, by the greatest pre-produced transpo show in the known universe.
Well, what's that killer show we got today after?
Oh, yeah. Thanks for bringing that up.
Anytime.
After a replay of last week's We Should Write, there's a new version of We Should Write coming up. Brand new episode, by the way, guys. And speaking of We Should Write, don't ever forget that if there is a segment, episode, anything you dig, you can find us on your favorite podcast streaming platforms. You like Maintenance Matters Yesterday? It is up and percolating over on Spotify, Pandora, and every place else you get it. And by the way, all the We Should Writes are there. They're all terrific. If you've missed any of them, you don't have to listen to them in order. Maybe pick one or two that you really like, dig into that, and then check the rest of them out. It's a Larry Gatlin interview, really cool. We got a Larry Gatlin album, the Gatlin Brothers, up on the wall for Christmas. We got all the Christmas albums up. Look, dude, wouldn't you rather hear stories about Don Max Krause's truck? Made the news. Would you like to hear about an iconic Montana truck stop? Made the news. Or maybe the latest from senior editor of Landline, Mark Schwemmer. This is what he had to say. An emergency interim final rule to clean up the non-domiciled CDL system has been paused by the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit. On Monday the 10th, the court ordered that the rule, which was expected to remove about 195,000 current non-domiciled CDL holders out of the trucking industry, be administratively stayed pending further order of the court. This is what they wrote on November the 10th. The purpose of this administrative stay is to give the court sufficient opportunity to consider the emergency motions for the stay pending review and should not be construed in any way as ruling on the merits of the motion. Lots to talk about. So they put the hold on this attempt to get 194,000 non-domiciled off. The court is not saying we're against this. The court is saying we need to make sure. This is the thing. Sometimes you get the right idea going on, and the court's like, you didn't write it right.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, sometimes courts go, yeah, we're with you, but we're not going to tell you how to do it. You didn't write this right, and we're going to tell you why it's wrong, and so that maybe you'll fix it with what's right. What's going on?
Oh, no, I was going to say they didn't get the idea across as best as they could.
Yeah, didn't get. Yeah, got to sharpen this idea. Got to limit what you're doing. Got to make sure we understand how this isn't violating people's constitutional rights.
Yes.
At the end of the day, the court ain't against you. The court ain't for you. Although, I mean, that's what it's supposed to be. But yeah, okay. But by the way, that's the action of Road Gang Radio. That's Road Gang Radio, and you can be a part of the action. You can mix it up in the thick, and you can join our gang at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO. Give us a call, bro, or lady.
Or lady, or
Sister.
gal, or sister, or, who knows, or maybe, Wasabi Mister. All of that is possible, by the way. Tomorrow, by the way, I'm digging up something. I found an alarm clock from like the 19th century.
Ooh, tell me about it.
Well, basically, it drops something on your head. It wakes you up by basically clonking you on the head.
What is this, a Roadrunner cartoon?
It really, actually, when you hear it, it's like a Rube Goldberg device, which is straight out of a Roadrunner cartoon. You can almost hear the music of bum bum bum, ba dun 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 dun.
You know what my favorite alarm was? And I found it, oh my God, 5 years ago. I was going through my dad's storage. I found it. And I have a feeling they still make it, but it's probably hazardous. You ever saw those alarm clocks that literally rolls off your nightstand and you got to chase that some beat?
Oh, yeah, that's right up there with the bouncing ball inside of the Charles Chips can. Yeah, it's like just not a nice scene.
Yeah.
Not a nice scene.
Especially if you live on a second floor.
Not a nice scene. And by the way, all of this is being broadcast, as the phone mastering maestro of motoring mayhem said, at the Fastport Studios at the historic Edgar Degas House, which is only moments away from the birthplace of trucking radio. By the way, speaking of Fastport, they're solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges. They do it through research. They do it through technology. The most important thing, guys, they do it through people, especially Mr. Roll Tide himself, Brad Bentley, president of Fastport, and his good friends Dave and Gina, who do so much to keep us on the air. And by the way, we placed an order today for Fastport's neon sign.
Oh, I'm excited.
We have the neon sign up.
One thing, where's Brad Bentley in the chat? Is he just too busy this morning?
Well, I mean, the man's on the move. I mean, there are people out there making the moves, making the miracle happen. We stay here to make sure people get their info. We're gearing up for a lot of travel, though. In just over a month, by the way, if you head on over to fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org, you'll also see some redirected links that take you to Transition Trucking, Driving for Excellence. In just under a month now, well, I mean, we're getting really close because it's the 12th, and I leave on the 5th. We will be joining our friends at Fastport and a whole bunch of other folks at Rees Across America for their Vet Ready Summit. And we want to give a special congratulations. Yesterday was the final day of voting for the Fastport's Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence Awards. So Charles Jones, who like Dave did a bit in Korea, Macy Matisse, who hit the wrestling mats in high school, and Mark Scriven, whose family seems to have served in every branch, every member of his family, the Scriv, are all the finalists. The votes will be tallied, and we will know who the big winner is on December the 12th. We'll also be broadcasting, it looks like, from Radio Row that day. Dre and I still have to work out the details of how we're going to go about doing that in regards to timing, but we will keep you up to date on all the scheduling and all the possibilities. And all of that will be in the midst of the week-long journey to Arlington as Rees Across America continues its mission to remember, honor, and teach. I'll head over to the chat for a second before we get on those phones, by the way, to tell good morning to Bruce Almighty. Look at that. Double L herself says, love to you, love to all of you, Road Gang. Good morning, by the way, Touchdown. Good morning to you, Dave Nemo. Good morning to you, Joe J. Nice to see you in the chat. Where are you right now, by the way, Joe J? I'm going to go up and see if you said something earlier, by the way. And, of course, Radio Nemo says, yo. By the way, our National Day of, in case you didn't know, is actually perfect for our good friend Marshall Platter.
Tell me.
Perfect. No, I'm going to hold on to that.
Okay,
We'll get
good.
to the other side. Who do we got on the phone?
Well, can I wait real quick before we get to that? Because you brought his name up already. Can we talk about one of the other ones? National Day ofs? National Chicken Soup for the Soul Day.
I actually have that written down.
Boy, let me tell you something. That's my jam right there. That's
you.
my jam.
I actually have that included in the National Days of discussion, but it's only a brief mention of it, so we actually can unpack that in great detail. No, it's groovy, by the way. Chicken Soup for the Soul Day is a wonderful day, and we'll unpack that as well. But I'm holding off on telling people what the National Day for Marshall is until we get to the National Day of. Who we got on the phone?
Well, speaking of Chicken Soup for the Soul, what you got for us there, Bruce Almighty?
Bruce Almighty.
Hey, good morning. As you say, you were having jam today. What kind of jam do you like?
I like raspberry jam. What kind of jam do you like?
I like jamming with my friends.
I don't like being in a traffic jam.
Blueberry, raspberry is good.
Nice.
What do you
Hey,
like? What do you like it on? What do you like to put your jam on?
Oh. 1-800-NEMO. I guess just regular. You know, I could put it on some French toast.
There you go.
I like that.
You don't love a good biscuit, man?
A little bit. How about a Bisquick biscuit? Bisquick drop biscuit.
yeah.
How about a Bisquick drop biscuit, man? That's the truth, right? You've had Bisquick drop biscuits, haven't you, Dre?
You just like saying that, don't you?
Bisquick drop biscuit. Oh yeah, bloop, bloop. Just drop them in.
Yeah, I like biscuits.
Outstanding.
We have a little Bisquick at the house.
Oh.
Although they don't ever tell us, they say they want pancakes the next morning, and it's like, well, let me see what kind of crazy mix you got up there. Neither one of them have enough to make a pancake. I'm like, all right, I'll just make it homemade then.
There you go.
What is the deal,
And
by
I
the
did.
way, with Bisquick? What is the deal, by the way, of people treating Bisquick like milk too, where they leave the thinnest sliver of it, like in the pantry? It's like just
Dude.
drop it, get rid of it, get some more Bisquick.
It's like rice.
It's the best thing to fry chicken in. Bisquick is the best thing to fry chicken in,
Never
man.
knew that.
Well, you get a little Bisquick.
I've
and
never
then-
used that.
What
I
you
need
do?
to try that.
You don't batter it, man. What you do is you use Bisquick, and then so Bisquick, you aggressively salt and pepper the Bisquick, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Then you get a little bit of egg and a little bit of milk, and you dip the chicken, and then you roll it in the Bisquick and put it in the pan, man. Outstanding.
I know what I'm doing for dinner.
Outstanding, man. I'm sorry, I'm making everybody hungry.
Always double dip on the egg and the batter.
Always.
Do you
Gives it-
double dip
gives
your
a nice
chips and
crust.
salsa?
That's not the same thing, dude.
No. just my fried stuff.
That's fighting words.
I have a question about double dipping on chips and salsa. If you break the chip in half, that doesn't count, right? It becomes 2 chips, correct?
I would think that would be correct.
Bruce Almighty, why the hell did you call?
You had a reason.
Oh, hey, you know what? I caught your segment yesterday, and I guess I must have stopped and took a potty break or something, because I came back and I was listening to this segment. And I was like, oh, I really can't comment on that one, or I can't call in because, y'all are talking barbecue. I hope everybody had barbecue yesterday.
Good God Almighty. What a great segment that was, huh? What a great dude.
Yes. But the one thing I wanted to comment was we used to have a restaurant years ago, and on the side they served apricots.
Oh, that's my favorite
know
jam.
what?
Go
And you
on.
would put that on the Texas toast that it came with. Oh man.
I got one for you. A friend of mine took red pears. He took red pears and he smoked a ham and he put red pears all over the top of it, man. You want to talk about... by the way, Paranormal Pie Man literally just said, stop making me hungry. Sorry, not going to do that. But morning to you, Scat Pack. We love seeing you out there.
How do you think we feel? We can't leave the studio.
I mean, yeah, we have to basically tell Madison to bring us food and fetch our slippers. And you know what she tells us? Drop dead. What's going on today? What are you doing?
Well, I'm coming back up from the old Houston, going back to the March of Wall, D.C. to drop off some good import stuff. It was nice to see that our distribution down there in Baytown was very busy yesterday. With imports coming in and export, everything was. It was nice seeing it busy.
Yeah, and I have a feeling there are a couple of things that are going to break the administration's way and a couple of things that aren't going to break the administration's way, and I think that combination is going to make for more of a pickup too. There's a lot of stuff that's kind of going back and forth, but it does seem like we're on the precipice of maybe getting a little bump. Maybe get a little something, and that's a really groovy thing.
Yeah.
It's a really groovy thing for everybody. For everybody.
But I'll get over there to the DC, get the next load out, see where I'm headed.
All right, my friend. Well,
I'll be listening.
if we happen to hook up in DC, I will let you know when we're going to be there in case you're actually swinging there as opposed to swinging away. Thank you, Bruce Almighty. Good God Almighty, It's Bruce Almighty. Thank you, sir.
Have a good one.
All right. Dre, let us take a deep breath. We'll take a moment to ponder the possibilities of our country, get a little bit of affirmation, a bracing cup of coffee for the soul from our good friend Pastor John, and then we'll come back, talk about the days of, talk about this great lineup, both from a news aspect and from a getting a life aspect, as Road Gang Radio continues even during this moment of reflection.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Wednesday. Hey, we made it to the middle of the week. I don't care what nobody says. We're here, and we're enjoying it. Why? Because it is the middle of the week. Hey, John chapter 4, verse 34 says a great word for us this morning, and I want you to think about it as you're driving along. Jesus said to them in verse 34, and John 4:34 says, "My food is to do the will of him who sent me and to accomplish his work." Now notice what Jesus said. He says that his work is to do that doing what God wants you to do work-wise to him is like food. You know, the late Truett Cathy told me this many, many years ago, and we sat and talked, and he shared this with me, and it really, really got more intimate with me when I got involved in ministry to the full degree. He says, John, he says, if you're doing something that you enjoy doing and you're getting paid to do it, he says, you'll never work a day in your life. Now let that sink in. If you're getting paid to do something that you enjoy doing, then you don't look at it as work. Why? Because you enjoy it too much. That's a word for somebody right there. God bless you, and be safe in these streets.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Woo, amen, Pastor, because that word was for me and many more.
I will say this, though, and by the way, I completely agree with the pastor. I want to remind you, though, if you love what you do for a living, it doesn't seem like work. Don't forget that it is, and don't forget to make a little downtime available, a little space available for that, too. Because you may love your job, and I know people who actually have burned out on jobs they've loved because they loved them so much they never stopped doing them. And the burnout happened because they stepped away from family and friends and threw themselves so deep into it that they never took a flight back to Santa Clarita, California to see their wife.
Get on the road. Go to the airport.
Get on the road. I will tell you, as soon as we get the final tweaks of the format down on Nemo Nation, as soon as we get those final little bits and pieces where we need them to be, and I can take actually a longer weekend. I mean, jumping in and out for a day and change, it isn't healthy. It's not productive. I've got to be able to get that lock in. Because at some point, guys, I will step out of Nemo Nation and only come in from time to time. But for the time being, as we kind of still kind of on board, potential sponsors, as we're still kind of working out new programming things and all that kind of stuff, I just got to kind of do it. But I do remind myself every once in a while I love this job and I love our listeners and I love our friends, I love you, Phone Master Dre, I do got to find time for a little bit of what I would call my own personal loves in life as well, too. And you all should do that. No matter how much you love the gig, don't ever forget you've got to make time for the things that the gig pays for.
We got nothing but love for you there, Claire.
We got nothing but love for Claire, by the way. This awareness celebration of National Days is brought to you by Truckdown, because the quickest way back on the path is truckdown.com. They've been doing that gig since 97. Truckers with maintenance issues have found service providers through Truckdown, and these days they're serving 50 states and 8 provinces. 50. I want you to go to truckdown.com and then turn your attention to a national day designed for Marshall Platter, if there ever was a day designed for Marshall Platter. If you're sitting down at your favorite watering hole with a group of buddies, your pals, your chums, making a little free time for yourself, creating a little space, chowing down on free or reduced price buffalo wings, chips and salsa, fries, and maybe some coconut shrimp with cocktails, or beer between 5 and 7 p.m. on November the 12th, then you're right on time for National Happy Hour Day. Life would be dull without it. Actually, in regards to your senses, life is kind of dull with it. I mean, and it's to dull your nervous system by having a couple of cocktails. My dad likes to call, or used to call it when he was a hoister, as I used to be, no longer a hoister. I'm no longer a hoister either. He used to call it unlaxing. Not relax, unlax. I got to unlax. Is how he would put it. By the way, you know when happy hour starts? How it becomes a thing? It's the U.S. Navy. 1914. During the occupation of the Veracruz Harbor in 1914, American sailors aboard the USS Arkansas were the subject of desperate reporters looking to fill out mundane stories after earlier fighting had been used up. Had used up all the exciting copy. The game was over out in the Pacific, and so essentially what it came down to was, looking for stories.
Dude, let me tell you something. I made myself sick in eating too many wings on wing night, a.k.a. happy hour, at a certain place in Ocean Springs, Mississippi, that I went about, I think, a year ago after doing it for so long, and I had to take a couple year break that I finally was like, oh, it's good to taste these and not want to vomit.
Oh, I know. And the other thing is, too, is that, we've been told we can't talk about food. Well, screw you. We're talking about alcohol now. By the end of World War II, the unlaxing practice had spread beyond U.S. naval fleets. On April the 25th of 1959, the first time that we really can track the term happy hour, a Saturday Evening Post article popularized happy hour for everybody outside the Navy. According to, and this is a column inside of the Saturday Evening Post, Bustle, an article entitled "The Men Who Chase Missiles" described the hazards for people who lived and worked on remote island outposts tracking Cape Canaveral's missile launches, except for those who spend too much time during, here it is, happy hour at the bar. And there are a few of these. The money mounts up fast. That's your story. That's how it happens. I mean, it's one of those, who knows when they called it happy hour. One of my favorite Far Sides, by the way, is the guy accidentally looking into a beehive, and it's angry hour for the bees. They're all sitting around the bar drinking, and they don't look happy at all. By the way, they should really call it, a lot of it is angry hour, isn't it?
Yeah.
Although I will tell you, it has gotten much, I think with the addition of food, and I think with people drinking less and kind of socializing more, it really has kind of become work's over. Let's have a couple of moments.
Oh my God, especially if a place has a nice patio and there's live music. Oh, dude, I'm the happiest guy to be me around.
Yeah, and it's not full of a bunch of businessmen who really don't want to go home until they're blitzed. You know,
The
what I'm
wife's
saying?
there.
The wife's there. Oh my God! Imagine having that kind of marriage where it's like, where going to work is the place that you escape from your wife. Maybe you ought to think about, or your husband. Maybe you ought to think about doing something else with the rest of your life.
Listen, we're not judging you. We're just saying make better decisions.
You can also enjoy on this wonderful day Chicken Soup for the Soul Day, and it matches up very, very nicely. How about a lot of chicken soup for the soul and a little pizza with everything but anchovies day? Those are actual things.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm ignoring anchovy. Well, all right, listen. I went on
pizza with everything but anchovies.
Yeah, but I want to bring it up now. So I looked on the Talk of Ocean Springs on a Facebook thing, and I saw where someone was like, "Listen, I'm trying to up my protein take. I got these anchovies. I'm gonna try them." But then she said that I looked on the front of it, and I saw where it's literally. She didn't even open it yet, and she said all she saw was a literal whole anchovy where it's like the tail on top of a cracker. I'm scared. I don't know how to do it. I don't want to do it. Help.
I've only enjoyed anchovies once, and they were literally from a fish market. They were so fresh. They didn't have, I don't know what it is, dude. People, I'm not a fan of sardines. I am not a fan of anchovies. There's so much stuff that I like. I mean, I would eat either one if I was starving, of course, but they're not my first through 1,000th and 11th choice when it comes to food.
So are they just cut off and it's like a fillet of a fish, or is like there's not bones?
No, there's no bones.
Okay, all right.
That's
See,
not-
I don't
that's not
know.
what that's not what an anchovy is.
Okay.
It's just not. It's just I don't. Let's. You know what? We succeeded after all that wonderful food talk we had earlier. I brought up the word anchovy. It was moving on. He said, "I want to talk about this," and here we are.
Well, listen, we'll talk about this and then we'll get to our the rest of our show. Listen, I know it's about stories, but do you have someone in your life that makes the best chicken noodle soup?
Yeah, she made it last night.
Who? Your mama?
Yeah, KK. KK made chicken soup. Chicken soup for the soul. Made it for the soul.
Dude.
Fricasseed chicken. You know what she does? She fricassees the chicken, Dre, and then lets it fall off the chicken into the stock.
Oh man.
So you know what? We've come back. We've come back to the land of the living. By the way, you should head over to CDL Life, guys. I told you about what Mark Schwemmer's got cooking over at Landline. CDL Life's got a beautiful link to a story about Don Max Krause and his wonderful veterans truck. And there's also an iconic Montana truck stop that's actually going to be closing while it regroups. It's having staffing problems. Pretty good story over there. Lots of great stuff on all the kind of trade journals and all the kind of trucking-centric stuff as well. Hope you guys are having the best of mornings. We're going to open up with Truckers Against Trafficking. Of course, at 8 o'clock, the Brass is going to be here. The Jazzrawi is coming on the scene for Edumacation Station. And then our good friend Lindsay Lawler arrives. It's a great show. A discussion about Martin Scorsese. All kinds of groovy stuff headed your way. I'm most excited about Lindsay, though.
Whew, I can't wait for her. We should ride with Chris Blair.
It's going to be fun. Hold on tight, guys. Don't get thrown to the wolves. Road Gang Radio continues.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just competitive. incompatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Come on, be in our Road Gang and give that thing a like. Give it a subscribe. Share it.
Do something, man.
Do
Trucker
something.
Bosun's all over it. Marshall Platter's all over it. Jerry Bowers is all over it. So many of you guys. By the way, most of the people over there in that YouTube chat, I have no complaints. From the special shout-outs you give us while you're out there chatting to all the content that you are sharing. There are moments when I want to say, hey, do these guys work for us? Man, they don't. They're members of the gang, the Road Gang. I'm really going to, as we head towards the holiday season, a lot of big things are going to be happening. I hope you guys will continue to promote the big things when we post about them, when we get those little promo posts. Continue to put them up, continue to direct people towards us so that more people can figure out that this is the best live transpo show in the known universe that happens to also exist everywhere as well. A lot of our partners in regards to content providers made the trip, took the risk with us, came to spread the good word, came to spread the news, came to talk about case studies as well. In case you guys don't know what a case study is, it's a deep dive look into a particular subject through the lens of one individual moment in time. And often what people do is they assemble a series of case studies that then create a mosaic of information. So rather than looking at, one particular piece of information, you'll take one case study, which looks at a particular thing, and then uses that to draw larger conclusions. What people then do is assemble a number of case studies and then kind of do comparisons and contrast to kind of put it together. That's kind of Micah Larson's game today. You guys know him, of course. He is with Truckers Against Trafficking, TAT nonprofit. TAT is what we're talking about, and this is the traffic stop with TAT. And we're going to be talking about human trafficking in the news. I want you guys to go to tatnonprofit.org. You can find them on the Book of Face at TAT Nonprofit, Instagram, same old deal, and then once again on the linked of in. You can find them everywhere. Please follow them. Please subscribe to anything they got cooking or going on. It's a great way to kind of be, and by the way, the techniques they teach are in many ways part of the culture of safety for yourself as well. All of that being unpacked, Mike has got a lot on his plate today, and he is a dear friend of this show. So, Micah, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I don't have any complaints. It's actually a little bit warmer than it's been the last couple of days, which means it's perfect, here. We're going to have a beautiful afternoon, and we're looking forward to that. And, we're still talking about a whole bunch of fun stuff like it's Chicken Soup for the Soul Day. And, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Have you had any soup since the winter has begun? Well, since, it's gotten cold.
Yeah, I have soup all the time. All the time.
Yes, but did you have chicken fricassee dripped into a chicken stock?
Oh, no.
I had that last night.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and
I don't think I can get that over where I'm at.
Yeah. we had Leidenheimer French bread along with that, and French bread's got that hard outside shell and that soft inside middle. It's great for dipping. Sorry, I'm deliberately now... aggravating the heck out of our chat people who beg me to stop talking about food. Maybe I'll get some bacon sandwiches later on. Okay, Micah, let's kind of talk about how you're doing. Is everything good in your neck of the woods?
Yeah, everything's great. We're now later into the quarter four of the year. End of the year's coming up, so we're just on the grind. We're busy getting all of our reports done and everything like that. But things have been good over in my neck of the woods in Phoenix, Arizona. It's finally starting to get cooler over here, which we love. I agree. It's a beautiful day, my friend.
The other thing is, too, this is really important quarter for you guys as well, and then we'll kind of get to the case studies, is that often runaways, often people who are susceptible to have their lives turned upside down are particularly vulnerable this time of year as the holidays come. People who are lonely, often looking for any sense of family, people who are unemployed, looking for jobs desperately, sometimes to kind of make ends meet during the holiday season. This is a time when people really have to be on their guard about what is going on out there, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll talk about this a little bit later on, but like, as I always say, even when you're not out on the road, if you're at a gas station, at a, you're at a hotel, a motel, a shopping center, right? A hotel, just pay attention to what's happening around you, and I couldn't agree more. This is a time of year that a lot of people do find themselves a bit more vulnerable than in other moments. So I agree.
So we're going to be looking at two cases today, and we're going to be discussing in those stories people who saw the signs, saw the red flags, and we can and those case studies actually allow us, by specific example as opposed to general bullet points, allow us a deeper understanding of what this stuff looks like and how we can actually behave in our own world when we encounter this kind of stuff. Can you kind of talk about the case study? Can you kind of unpack this case study for us, or at least one of the two?
Yeah. So one of the, it's important to break down case studies. One of the most common things I get asked when I'm at events with the Freedom Drivers Project, which for those listening, I know I'm on the show a lot, but if you're unfamiliar, I'm our mobile exhibit specialist. I travel with our mobile exhibit, the Freedom Drivers Project, around to different events around North America, such as, headquarters events, or like we'll go to truck shows like like MATS. We go to MATS every single year. I was at the National Tank Truck Carrier Conference in Kansas City this year, just working to bring a little bit more education and awareness surrounding human trafficking. And when I'm with the trailer, one of the common questions that I get asked from people is, hey, do you know how many people have been recovered from the life of human trafficking? How many people have been saved since you guys started doing what you've been doing? And while I explain the complexities of human trafficking as a crime and discuss how difficult it is to track, I let people know that the way that we can track human trafficking as a crime is not just through our numbers, our total numbers of FDP tours, our total amount of TAT trained, which we've just hit 2.3 million people trained with our industry-specific training materials, or like the number of states that have implemented laws regarding human trafficking prevention, et cetera, that kind of stuff. But a big way to let people know about the work that we are doing and the impact that we have on the crime of human trafficking is to discuss examples and stories of real-life instances that involve human trafficking. We at TAT and in law enforcement, we call these examples case studies. And this is why, stories from our annual Harriet Tubman Award that we gift out is very important to us. Because it's not just something we get to tell to honor that person who made that call that they made. Not just because it's an example of how our training has been impact on the industry, but also because it lets people know that it's happening around us all the time, and that anybody can be perceptive enough in their day-to-day lives to make truly a big difference in someone's life. Which is why today on your show, I wanted to discuss these case studies that I saw, just examples of in our database, and then just break them down for, what those involved did really well and how anyone listening can apply it themselves if the situation presents itself to them.
Well, and the other thing is, too, is that what case studies give us an opportunity, and you've already alluded to this, is a thick description. So what we're getting is, like I said, rather than bullet points, rather than actionable items, what we get is, oh, no, this is what this looks like in real time and in the real world.
Yeah.
And can provide us a great example for what is right, what is wrong, and how to do this kind of moving forward, sometimes through the eyes of incredibly professional and heroic people in very quiet ways. So why don't you just dig in on the case studies?
Yeah, sounds good. So this first story, it happened in June of 2020. An 18-wheeler rolled over the scale in front of Colorado State Patrol Port of Entry. The Port of Entry officer, Angel, she noticed that the passenger in the truck looked significantly younger than the driver. And while having recently completed the Truckers Against Trafficking in-depth law enforcement human trafficking training, Angel took this as a suspicious sign and pulled the truck in to verify passenger authorization required by the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration. And she wanted to talk to both the passenger and the driver. The driver who came into the office had the necessary authorization and stated that the girl that was with him, who was almost 30 years younger, was his girlfriend of just a few months. Angel asked if she could talk to the girl and was given permission. The girl, who was covered in tattoos, stated that she was an out-of-work model. She was broke and had cut all of her own hair off because she was depressed following her dog's death. Angel asked her several times if she was okay, if she felt safe and wanted help, and the girl declined to give a clear answer. The IDs of both the driver and the passenger were clean in Colorado's law enforcement database, so Angel told them that they could go. The driver brought up human trafficking and said that he thought it was a theory and a scam, that he had been an owner-operator of a party bus in Oklahoma and had never been in trouble with anything human trafficking related. And after they left, Angel still felt that none of it really felt or sounded right. And so she ran their IDs through a national database and found an outstanding arrest warrant from Oklahoma on the driver for child sex abuse. So she called Wyoming troopers, since that's where the truck was headed, and then alerted TAT, actually. TAT confirmed the arrest warrant in Oklahoma and also spoke with Wyoming Highway Patrol, who stopped the truck, arrested the driver, and worked with Oklahoma to extradite him. Using a victim-centered approach, the girl was given services by Wyoming State Patrol. And while she said the driver hadn't harmed her, both TAT Deputy Director Kyla Lanier, who provides the law enforcement training for us, as well as members of law enforcement involved in the case, they both believed that the girl was being groomed for trafficking. Lanier ended up counseling the girl regarding warning signs and future involvement with her boyfriend. And POE officer Angel credits TAT training for knowing what she was looking at and what to do.
Let me ask you a couple of quick questions here about this, because the arrest warrant really kind of turns the tide here. That really turns the tide. What happens if everything comes up clean for him? That's just one of those things you just got to kind of keep an eye on. Is that how it kind of plays out? And by the way, like I said, we're not going to get into particulars here, but that's really the crucial thing. It's because she just did diligence. I mean, maybe they roll on, but the fact that she had suspicions is what allows you guys to figure out that this guy has an arrest warrant. And like I said, if in fact the arrest warrant doesn't come up, it all rolls on. And sometimes that's the best you can do. But that simple follow-up, is what opens the door on who he is. That's really kind of at the heart of this, the real kind of, she recognized the signs. And, sometimes you can't step into an unhealthy situation. There's not much you can do. But you can do diligence, right? I mean, that's it.
And you put the nail on the head there, really, truly. I mean, like, not every story is this like, and then this happened, and this person, they swooped in and they were able to arrest him, but you should still make the call anyway, right? I've made the call before and noticed some of the signs, and nothing ended up happening from that call as far as I know, right? But I know that I can at least feel better about, hey, you know what? I decided that I was going to make that call anyway, give the descriptions, and leave it in the hands of people who are capable enough to determine for themselves whether this was a real situation or not. So I couldn't agree more. I want to shout you out for pointing out, hey, the arrest warrant really made the difference here. Sometimes it doesn't end up that way. But there were, and I agree, there were lots of things in this story that are great to point out about what that officer did really well. And so I want to point out some of those things. So if we go back to the beginning of the story, one of the first things that she did that we want to take a look at is that she noticed that the passenger in the truck looked significantly younger than the driver, right? She saw that. She made note of it. She recently had our training and noticed that was a red flag and took it as a suspicious sign. That's number one, right? And as she's stopping them, she made the decision to pull them, which is the next really good thing. Okay, hey, I have this suspicion. I'm going to trust my gut. I'm going to trust the training that I just took, and I'm going to pull them to the side, and I'm going to check their information. Not only that, she also knew from her training not just to talk to the driver, but to also talk to the passenger. One of the things that we train law enforcement on is, hey, yeah, talk to the driver all day long. Also talk to the passenger, to the person that you think is in trouble. Specifically, seeing if you can talk to them separately so that they aren't answering questions in front of their potential trafficker, their potential victimizer, because at that point, pressure's on for that individual, right? And they may not want to answer truthfully for fear that, they're going to be hurt or that somebody in their life is going to be hurt. That's that force, fraud, and coercion part of it, right? So isolating both the driver and the passenger is really smart. And then also noticing the age difference when they check their information. 30 years younger, that's another red flag to take a look at, and just say, hey, again, this suspicion is still now my red flag indicate, like, my alarms are going off in my head, right? As she's talking to her, she asks her several times if she was okay, if she felt safe, or if she wanted any help. That's another really great thing that she did, was she made her feel comfortable. Hey, like, any help you need, we can give it to you. Do you feel safe? And then the girl declined to give a really clear answer. And that also is another red flag of, like, she's not directly answering these questions. The driver then, he brings up human trafficking and said that he thought it was a theory and a scam, right? And especially after having just gone through the training, Angel knows that is deflection at its finest, right?
Ooh.
But the really big one is that even after they came through clean and they let him go, Angel still felt that none of it felt or sounded right, and asked herself, is there anything that I can do now that the situation is over in my due diligence as an officer to still be checking these red flag indicators, right? So she decided to run their IDs through a national database, which is smart because sometimes the state database doesn't give you all of the information you need. So she went back and she did that. And then when she saw that he had an outstanding arrest warrant, she called Wyoming troopers, which was good. She called where the truck was headed towards to continue and further that investigation. And then the officers used a victim-centered approach, which is another really important thing. I think the stigma for years and years and years, and this is a part of our law enforcement training, is that we treat prostituted people or individuals or victims of human trafficking like they are the problem, right? We don't approach them as if they are a victim. We approach them as if they are a criminal. And so having a victim-centered approach and approaching them with, all those same questions. Are you okay? Do you feel safe? Is there anything that you want to talk about with your boyfriend? Have you had anything to eat, right? Making sure that they're comfortable. That kind of thing is really important when conducting these interviews or interrogating the potential trafficker, but then also talking to the victim like a real person, right? A person who needs help. So all of these things in this story, those were what I was pointed out by, and it's like that's 10 things right there in this story that both Angel and the officers did super, super well in regards to how to approach a situation like that.
Yeah, and I like I said, I want to kind of repeat something that you just said. It's kind of a reminder that they presented themselves as an exit ramp, not a trap, to the girl. That's such a big thing. That is such a big thing, that when you present yourself as, I'm not looking to do anything to you. I am just here if you need me. And if you create an atmosphere where the person feels like, oh, the only option I have is to race back to my actual my actual attacker, my actual captor, that's a nightmare, because you could actually end up. And here's the other thing too, is the fact that she did just enough to kind of get all the signs together without setting off so many suspicions in him that he didn't do something like disappear. She just said, okay, you're good to go. And then she made her phone call so that he didn't expect it coming. He thought he had gotten through in one piece, and therefore his suspicions were probably down. The deflection is just the most insane thing. Why would you bring it up unless, of course, you knew exactly what you were doing? And it's almost like, hey, I'm guilty, come and get me. But at the same time, she still had to do the diligence as well. And that played a really large, important part. It's a remarkable story. Yeah. And it's almost textbook. Actually, it is. It is textbook, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean that's exactly why it's such a great example, because like even I just noticed that was 10 things right there. And you're right, it is textbook. They did everything they possibly could out of their training to make sure that situation went exactly how it was supposed to. And you're right, you don't want to make the victim feel like that this is their fault, or that you are approaching them with like we're gonna rip you away from your situation or anything like that. You have to let them know that you care about them and that you're concerned about them, and just let them know, hey, can I get you anything? When's the last time you had anything to eat, right? That's a much better question to start off with than, hey, are you a victim of human trafficking, right? Because if you're a victim of human trafficking, you're being manipulated through the use of force, fraud, and coercion, right? Your vulnerabilities are being exploited against you. In the moment in time, they aren't going to recognize themselves as I've heard a number of survivors say, if you had asked me if I was a victim of human trafficking when I was in the life, I probably might not have even known exactly what that meant. And so there is often times where the victim does not see themselves as a victim in the moment. So you have to be really careful about how you approach that situation.
This doesn't apply here. It just made me think of something. I had a guy I worked with for a long time who, working with sometimes kids who were in custody disputes. One of the things he would do to figure out if people ate well, he'd always be like, "Hey, I got a power bar. I'm going to have one. You want one?" And he would see how they would eat it. He would actually see how they would eat it and be like, "Man, you wolf that down. We got a problem here." He'd look at kids and kind of make that determination. But there's a lot of that same thinking, too. I mean, you're making a custody evaluation is what you're doing. When you see somebody that young with somebody that much older, you're actually evaluating the custody of the situation. Mike, I want to make sure we get to the other case study before we run out of time. Because the clock is now working against us. Because it's fascinating, by the way. Michael Larson's joins us this morning, and great to have him here. Go on, please.
Yeah, I appreciate it, and great to be on the show as always. I like that story because it's a great, like you said, it's a textbook example. But one of the other reasons that I wanted to tell this other case study is because, that was a law enforcement situation and specifics. But what if you're just a regular person out there, right? Does this this training apply to you? Absolutely. I get asked all the time if what we do applies to just to the transportation industry, or if it applies to other people. I myself, while I work within the transportation industry, I don't drive a truck, a bus, or I work in a man camp. But I do go to airports, hotels, travel centers, public places. I attend sporting events. I get gas for my car. I go on road trips. I eat at restaurants. I go to bars. And while our training absolutely targets members of the transportation industry due to their unique positions, it's also just as valuable to anybody who may watch it. I use our training all the time, and as I mentioned, I've even made a call myself before. So in this example, this is a story of just a resident of society, right? So her name was Tracy Mullins. She's a resident of Spokane, Washington, and a veteran of the transportation industry. She credits the TAT training required of all employees, managers of Travel Centers of America, or TA, as is commonly referred to, with playing a pivotal role in her awareness of, hey, something that could be wrong, right? Tracy was walking into a restaurant near her travel plaza to talk to her manager, and she noticed two young girls sitting with an older man. And she quoted, "Not that the situation was odd, but the man looked as if something could be wrong." And so she positioned herself close enough to the table to hear the young girls ask for a ride to Seattle. And at this point, she said that the images of all the young girls from the training video were going through her mind. She approached the table and asked the girls if everything was okay. And then one of the girls told her that the man was her uncle. And the man seems pretty uncomfortable with this, and so he removed himself from the situation. The young girls then went and asked other drivers for a ride. And that's when Tracy realized that there was a problem. This man was probably not their uncle and was probably just a stranger. And so she notified law enforcement, and the girls ended up, they turned out to be runaways from a neighboring state with only $5 between them. And she was quoted with saying, "Hey, as a mother, I know we helped two young girls not become a statistic that day." This is a great story, right? Because it wasn't a situation necessarily where they were victims of human trafficking, but they were approaching a scenario in which they were about to be even more vulnerable to potentially becoming a victim of human trafficking. And so she called law enforcement, and they found out that, hey, they're runaways. And, when I give a presentation and I talk about vulnerabilities, or being a runaway is one of those vulnerabilities that I give that can lead individuals into becoming a victim of human trafficking easily or more susceptible than to other people not in that situation.
To me, it's one of those things, too, that you point out, is the fact that we're not yet at human trafficking in that situation, but we're on the cusp. And I'm just going to, like I said, I'm going to speculate here a little bit. Let's just say he's just a creeper. Let's just say he's, a guy who's just a creeper. If that ends up in an abusive situation, it means the first person they encounter as runaways basically shatters their trust, and shattered trust makes them more vulnerable and all that kind of stuff. In this case study, what we're really looking at is we're getting it from the get-go. We're actually taking one more potential target, one more potential prey all out of this wilderness. We are saying you shouldn't be out here. This is big boy country, big girl country. People with $5 in their pocket between them should not be out here under any circumstances. And we're not going to, as she said, not going to make you be a statistic. So much right there. So much right in that story. Especially when the guy walks away and kind of disappears into the ether. I'm their uncle. Goodbye. That's just,
people start to ask questions, and then it's, hey, I'm visibly uncomfortable, I'm going to go, type of situation. So I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, and the other thing is too is that I don't know if I wanted to ask you this too. People who often, where there is on those occasions there is a misunderstanding, people just happen to look a little different, and it's one of those things is that there's certain behaviors, sometimes enraged, that can then be calmed down when they realize the best interest of the child is at heart, and sometimes like, okay, we'll sit here until we figure this all out. Is that what they don't do is they don't disappear. They don't drift out of the scene. No one who actually is in charge of a teenager or a kid on the road is ever just going to kind of walk away and leave the kid to the wolves, if in fact they're being preyed upon. It's just a great sign. Micah, we're out of time. Is there anything else you want to add to that? And we really are out of time. I want to make sure that you get some upcoming events or anything else that you got on the docket that you want to kind of mention to our friends out there.
Yeah, my only thing to say would be that is if you're listening and you're interested in Truckers Against Trafficking's training, industry-specific training that we provide, go to our website at www.tatnonprofit.org or download our free app on the App Store to learn more.
Guys, tatnonprofit.org, Tat Nonprofit on Facebook, Tat Nonprofit on the Gram of Instant, and of course on LinkedIn as well, Tat Nonprofit. You can save a life, you can change a life, you can join Micah and all of the groovy people that he works with, making the road a safer and more decent place as well. It's good to have you. I hope you get some soup sooner rather than later. And by the way, at the end of the day, don't forget that it's National Happy Hour Day. So if you happen to have a couple of wings or chips and salsa with a beverage of your choice, then it's going to be a great day. Thank you, Micah.
Thanks, Jimmy.
You got it, man. Oh, that's a good dude, Dre. That's a good dude right there. And you guys really need to get on over to TAT Nonprofit, TAT Nonprofit, and check out what's going on over there. Don't forget, in just a little bit, Jane Jazrawi, about a half an hour from now, is going to show up here for Edumacation Station, do her famous recap and analysis. But speaking of recap and analysis, look busy. The Braz is coming.
Oh.
Big Robert Braswell, of course. It's Tech Talk with TMC. That dude's got it going on. He's got some championships in his mind. We'll be right back after this with the Braz.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
The copy has been approved. Sooner rather than later, the Braz will get his own opening for Tech Talk with TMC. Robert Braswell, of course, is the host of the longest-running segment of RadioNemo.com. He's the executive director of the ATA's Technology and Maintenance Council, and TMC SuperTech 2025 Grand Champion is who's on his mind here. I will turn it over to him, though, and let him unpack the standard stuff before getting to a great guest. Good morning to you, Robert.
Yeah, good morning to you, Jimmy Mack. Great to be back here for Tech Talk with TMC once again. And as you mentioned, this week we're very pleased to welcome to the show Matthew Sloan, who's a senior technician with FedEx Freight. Matthew is this year's grand champion of TMC's National Technician Skills Competitions, TMC SuperTech 2025. Today, Matthew is going to share with us some of his experiences in competing and winning TMC SuperTech back in September. But before we bring Matthew on, as you know, each week we like to make a special offer available to our listeners. And this week it's our TMC Radial Tire and Disc Wheel Conditions Digest. We're offering it for the special price of just $25 plus shipping and handling. To order, you can call our customer service line toll free at 1-866-821-3468. Just mention Radio Nemo. You can get it for that special price. Also, if you're an owner-operator or a small fleet, and you've got 100 or fewer power units, you can join the Technology and Maintenance Council for the discounted annual dues of just $150. And when you do that today, you're going to receive our 2-volume Recommended Practices Manual, along with many other good benefits that come with TMC membership. So do call our same toll-free number if you're interested in signing up. And if you're on the web, you can just go ahead and go to our public-facing website, tmc.trucking.org. You can get to us that way, too. And of course, as always, we remind our listeners up front that any recommended practices we discuss reflect the consensus of our members. We offer them as recommendations only, and everyone must first determine for themselves if they are safe and appropriate for their operation. Please remember that TMC doesn't endorse any product, person, or service, and the opinions expressed in the show are those of the individual and not necessarily the opinion of his or her company, nor TMC, unless stated otherwise. And with all that out of the way, please welcome to the program this morning this year's TMC SuperTech Grand Champion, Matthew Sloan. Good morning, Matthew.
Morning.
So, Matthew, how does it feel to perform so well at TMC SuperTech this year? We just had our event in Raleigh, North Carolina, September 14th through the 16th, or something like 30, 38, 39 stations that you had to go through. It's quite an experience, isn't it?
Yes, sir. It feels good to finally achieved it after trying for so many years and coming up short in the points section.
The competition is based on different skill stations, just for the listening audience. They're on 2 days worth of competitions. We have this year was a Sunday and a Monday segment to the competition. On Sunday we had 15 stations. Just to give a little bit of a rundown of some of the topics that the technicians all have to go through and encounter as they're going through the competition. We have one on our RP manual itself. We have a section on lubricants and fuels, Then we do one on coolants and diesel exhaust fluid, electronic engine diagnostics, electrical circuits, fasteners, service information, cybersecurity. That's one of the more challenging ones, I think. Tire and wheel. A new one this year, advanced driver assistance systems, or ADAS, central tire inflation, wheel end, and trailer alignment. And then at the end of that, there was a ASE written test, which the folks say that on a scale of 1 to 10, it's an 11. So it's a pretty tough test. The second day is more of a hands-on grouping of skills challenges, and they cover topics such as brakes, trailer electrical corrosion, lift gates, automated manual transmissions, HVAC, remote diagnostics, starting and charging, steering and suspension, emissions and after treatment, roll-up doors, wiring diagrams, electric vehicle safety, and fifth wheels. So that's kind of the pantheon of stations that all the technicians have to encounter. We had about 95 professional technicians, something like 20 or 21 student technicians that went through the same array of challenges during the event. Each of the stations, for background, takes about 22 minutes. And then there's something like an 8-minute reset and rotation. So they go from place to place during the course of the day. And Matthew was one of the 95 that competed on the professional side. Matthew, was there a particular station, as you recall, that you thought was particularly difficult?
I was initially worried with the ADAS booth, but after going through the station, it was pretty fluid. The software was different than what I've seen because it's brand new for this year, and I needed to play around with it when I got to the station to figure out where I needed to get the information that they were asking. But other than that, that was the one I was stressing the most whenever we went through the rotation. I don't think any of them really stood out as being particularly difficult, but
sometimes a station can be not necessarily difficult, but the pressure of the competition can be a lot, particularly when you have to go through, let's say, 15 different disciplines, 22 minutes at a time over an 8-hour period. So a lot of times we hear from competitors that, it's not something they weren't aware of, but the pressure of the competition maybe makes them rush, or maybe they just get nervous or forget about some stuff. But it sounds like you were cool as a cucumber going through all of those stations, right?
I wouldn't say cool as a cucumber. I mean, it is pressure when you're there for 22 minutes, and if you miss, one step in that, you could lose points, or you could lose all your points if you go down the wrong path to find the solution to the problem that they're asking you.
Let's ask you the converse question. Was there a station amongst all the ones that I listed that you thought at the time, that you did really well on?
Yeah, I actually thought I did. I came out of electronic engine diagnostics feeling really good that day, and then, when they called me up for winning the station, that solidified that.
The stations like electronic engine diagnostics, depending on your fleet, for example, some companies don't have mixed fleets, others do. And we try to rotate the vendors that are involved in the different stations each year. So maybe one year it's for engines, maybe one year it's Cummins, one year it's PACCAR, one year it's International. It's kind of and the competitors don't really know ahead of time which ones we're going to be using until the rule books come out. So, sometimes it's luck of the draw. If you just happen to be working on equipment that you work with every day, that's great. If it isn't, then you just have to kind of go with it. But pretty much a lot of the different vehicle engine systems are very similar, even though the software might differ. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, sir.
So you were mentioning, a little bit, how did you do this year as opposed to previous years? How many years had you competed in TMC SuperTech before?
It's somewhere 10, 11, or 12. I can't really remember the number. It's been a while.
But it's been a number of different years. Let's say several years you've been competing.
Yes, sir.
So how did this year compare to previous years in which you competed in the competition? Did you find it like you were right on your game, or you were comfortable with the process, and so that made it a little easier? Sometimes, like you had mentioned earlier, you kind of intimated this. It's just a matter of a few points that separates the different tiers of winners versus non-winners, I guess. So it can be really, really close amongst you and your colleagues.
Yeah. This year, I kind of approached it differently than I usually would in years past. Usually I'll come out with station rotation, and I would try to look into everything and study as much as I could and prepare for it in the short amount of time that we had. But just this year, I honestly kind of went with what I knew and didn't get all worked up when I went into the stations. And that's how I approached every booth this year. And apparently it worked out to my benefit.
Yeah, that's great. And, obviously you did really, really, really well. And only a few points separated the first three positions, if I remember correctly. I think there was just 1 point that separated first and second.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
So talk about, if you would, a little bit of the preparation that goes into doing this. You guys at FedEx Freight have your own competition internally that you go through, which is pretty extensive. It has a feeder system in from all over the North American area, right, where you have facilities. And then you have to compete at like a local and a mid and a national level internally before you get to an event like TMC SuperTech. Could you maybe explain about what that process is like, maybe how it's different, how it's similar?
So we initially take a ASC style exam to get to the competition that we have internally. So they take the top 16 from the company who does the best on the ASC. And then we go to our competition, and out of the 16, it varies, but they take a certain number of people from that, and it's similar to TMC SuperTech, but more FedEx based on the equipment that we have at FedEx. And from there we go to SuperTech.
So of course, that makes sense. You would be more familiar with the equipment that you work on within your own company. When you come to TMC, that may be a little bit more broad in terms of the types of equipment, the tooling, the software, and so forth. But not so much that it is an impediment, would you say, to competing in the competition. If you work on the kind of equipment you have at your company, you probably would have similar diagnostic processes and so forth, no matter what the equipment would be. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes. Just about every station, they're going to give you the required materials to complete the station. So if you can master reading manuals and not try to memorize specs in the manual, just memorize where information is in the manual, it'll put you in the right area you need to be in 9 out of 10 times.
You raised an interesting point about talking about reading manuals. So a lot of folks say in the industry that things are changing in terms of how the technicians will absorb information, that it's much more visual based than it was, let's say, years ago, where you would mainly read a printed manual. Now there's so many more different ways you can absorb information, either through videos or computer-based learning. Have you seen in your time as being a technician this change in the industry, and how has that affected you personally in terms of your learning style?
So back when I first started doing this, we basically just had all manuals. There was really no videos or YouTube, any of that nature. So I still go back and read manuals. We have newer guys in the shop that'll, find videos on, whatever subsystem they're working on, not necessarily YouTube, but maybe a manufacturer website.
Right.
And they're both good. I just retain knowledge better out of a manual because I'll go through and write stuff down, or I'll read the manual as I'm doing the job. It's easier for me to read something or put the book in front of me than watch a video while I'm trying to do it.
And that's a good point, too. A lot of people will learn by writing things down. So if they're reading a manual and they're writing that material down, it helps impress on their mind the steps of what to do when it comes time to do it when the manual's not there. So that sounds like that's a learning style that works for you pretty well.
Yes.
What interested you into becoming a technician to begin with? In particular, did you have an interest in trucks to begin with, or maybe you came from the automotive side and decided you might want to work on trucks? Just a little bit of the background there, if you would.
When I was growing up, my dad and we always had tractors and lawn equipment stuff at the house, and we would do our own maintenance on the tractors and the trucks and the trailers and the lawnmowers, what have you not. Whatever we had going on, we worked on it. And my dad was in the jet industry for 35 years, so I went to high school for diesel mechanics and automotive. Ended up I went into automotive first for a year, and then I've been in the diesel side ever since.
That's a pretty common story that we hear, that folks enter into the industry through the automotive side, originally maybe having an interest in agriculture. A lot of young students will come up from farm country, so to speak. They'll come up through a 4-H program or Future Farmers of America, and then go into automotive because, especially in recent years, there just isn't as many diesel programs at various trade schools or community colleges or high schools. There's just not as many VOTEC programs out there. And so they go into automotive because that's what's available. Was that somewhat of your experience, or it was just automotive was the one that was the one you were most familiar with when you decided to enter the industry?
When I entered the industry, we had a program at school that we work release basically, and the only things we could get into in my town was automotive side stuff because none of the diesel shops will hire anybody under the age of 18 at the time. So
Right.
That's kind of what pushed me towards the automotive side at the time.
So you've heard the story before that we have a technician shortage, much like we have a driver shortage. There is an anticipated shortfall of technicians over the next 5 to 10 years of maybe 10, 20, some even say as many as 30,000 technicians in the diesel or commercial vehicle industry. But it's been improving of late. We have more and more students that are entering trade schools, either for-profit or the community colleges or the VOTEC programs at high schools that have those kind of things. So it's encouraging that it's getting better, but there's still the shortfall. What would you say to a young person who might be a tactile learner, maybe discouraged from pursuing a career where they work with their hands, and might be interested in becoming a commercial vehicle technician?
Tactical learning, in my opinion, is the best approach to this industry, and working with your hands is, I guess you'd say there's a stigma around it from the years past. I actually like working with my hands. It's very rewarding. You go home, you get full of energy. You don't feel tired because you've been sitting behind a desk all day. But I've been doing this for 22 years, and I still love coming to work every day and doing it. But
it seems like a lot of young students now are interested in things like robotics and drones. And I know we visited these competitions in the scholastic world before, and you see all these young folks working with wrenches. It's just they're working with little wrenches. They're fixing drones or getting the robots ready for competition, and it's really not that much different than TMC SuperTech in that sense. It's just it's not trucks. It's not on the full size scale. And it just seems to me that so many of these kids that are interested at that level at high school or middle school, where they're working on drones or they're working on, the robotics like Vex Robotics or First Robotics, things like that, these would all be potential candidates for working in the commercial vehicle industry if they just had the right encouragement. And as you said, there's a little bit of a stigma historically for students to not go in these industries. They're always pushing a 4-year college program. We're seeing now 4-year college enrollments at a low point because of the concerns of not being able to get a job. But if you're working in the industry such as the commercial vehicle industry, in trucking in particular, there's no shortage of opportunities out there, is there?
no, not at all.
So you would encourage a young person who might be a tactile learner to say, hey, this is something you might want to try. And would you have any advice to them on how to get started along that path?
Yeah, I mean, just go back to what you said. If they're out there working and tinkering on drones and, that nature, that's involved in small bolts and nuts. And, I mean, the truck's just a bigger version of that. And then the computer side of everything, these trucks are more computerized than they ever have been since I've been doing this. I mean, some of them got 21 computers on them. But if you like doing software and programming and turning wrenches, truck side would be for you.
And you mentioned the computers on board the vehicle too. I mean, it probably when you started out 22 years ago, you may not have imagined that they would have 22 computers on board the current models. Can you imagine what it might be like 20 years from now?
I have a hard time wrapping my head around it because it's challenging nowadays.
Yeah, you almost have to be a computer programmer to work on trucks as it is. You have to know JavaScript just as much as you do electrical diagnostics, it seems.
Yes, 100%.
Well, Matthew Sloan, congratulations on being this year's grand champion. Congratulations on doing so well at your own company competition. Do you think you'll compete next year?
My wife tells me I have to, so yes, I'll be back if I make it. If I make it through the FedEx part side of it.
Well, the best of luck to you in next year, and I hope your wife is right and she does convince you to come back, and we will look forward to seeing you in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Next year's competition will be in September, the 21st to the 24th, 2026, at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and we will be looking forward to seeing you and many, many other competitors at that event. With that, we're going to go ahead and say goodbye to Matthew. We appreciate you joining us on the program today. And we're going to go ahead and switch gears a little bit and talk a little bit about a preview of what's to come for our 2026 annual meeting. That's coming up in March 2026. That's going to be in Nashville, Tennessee at the Music City Center. And there is just a whole plethora of educational sessions that are in the forefront of our members' minds when it comes to hot button topics that they would like to see addressed. And one of the main things I think a lot of people are looking at now is the value of certifications in vehicle maintenance. You know, there's all sorts of different opportunities out there for technicians to do voluntary industry certification. I think ASE is probably one of the most popular or well-known from the National Institute of Automotive Service Excellence. Those are the Blue Gear people. But there are other types of certification. For example, the Technology Maintenance Council has ways of getting certified in knowledge of recommended practices and the vehicle maintenance reporting systems. And there's also things like the North American Transportation Management Institute, or NATME, where there's certification for fleet managers, and a number of other things like MAX for air conditioning, or you name it. And these certifications can be valuable because, one, it helps demonstrate from a technician or a manager's perspective the knowledge that you've accumulated to your supervisors, so that your company knows you are well qualified to be in the position that you're in. And but a lot of times people are not aware of these opportunities. So we're looking forward to sharing information on the value of certification of vehicle maintenance. That'll be one of our main technical sessions at our annual meeting. Another one that's a hot button topic is leveraging the power of artificial intelligence in vehicle maintenance. Boy, everybody seems to be talking about AI. And there's a lot of different interest in AI, but I'm not too sure everybody knows what AI means exactly, particularly when it comes to trucks and truck maintenance. You know, a lot of times people make comparisons to like sci-fi movies such as The Terminator and things like that. But really, when it comes to artificial intelligence, it's not just about, you know, the machines becoming self-aware and taking over. It's more about machine learning and ways of taking data that humans otherwise would have access to. They just can't process it as fast. And that's going to be our main technical session of interest for our annual meeting. You know, it's just all these different algorithms that have come up in the last few years when it comes to what we call AI. It's truly revolutionizing many aspects of fleet management. Here's an example of repair technicians and fleet and service provider environments now can diagnose hard to identify and intermittent failures much more quickly. They can improve parts identification and procurement, and they can reduce downtime for their own company or their customers using this nascent technology. In addition, you know, equipment owners can gather highly tailored data about unit performance and do a better job of predicting failures and service needs before they're required. And when it comes to the vehicle manufacturers themselves, they could interface with their service networks and customers much more efficiently using AI technology to improve designs, minimize recalls, and reduce downtime. So this session, we're going to hear from a panel of experts about what AI can do for fleet managers and service providers and manufacturers, and really improve operations on raising the heights of efficiency and performance. Jimmy Mack, what do you think about all of this? Do you think artificial intelligence is going to be a boon or maybe an impediment to our future technicians and fleet managers as we go down the road, maybe 5, 10, 15 years from now?
I think it's actually a really kind of mixed bag. I think, in regards to, the creation of what I call genuinely original content, and in that way, it's problematic because we know that there are some problems with what they call hallucinations and maintaining long form kind of stuff in any situation, whether it's project management or the like. But I did hear something the other morning that I thought was really interesting. One guy actually remarked, he said, you're not going to lose your job to AI, you're going to lose your job to some guy or gal who uses AI. And I think a lot of that is really, we're in such a nascent phase, Robert, with all of this stuff, is that people are actually still trying to figure out what it can do for them. And there are people for whom it can actually jumpstart their process. They're not going to rely on the AI to do the job for them, but they are going to use it to help organize their thoughts a lot quicker and jump into the project itself. And I think that's where the real possibilities of AI really, the idea that we were talking about this the other day, that if, let's say we had 20 sponsors on this show, that's a lot of commercials to plan out in a way that actually gives them the proper rhythm, that nobody becomes noise rather than being part of the signal. An AI can actually figure that out in an awful hurry and allow you to kind of move forward rapidly. Like I said, we are in such an exciting and it's maximum opportunity, maximum danger kind of place where we are with AI. So I think you guys having a deep, in-depth conversation about it is exactly what you guys should be doing. But there's some groovy stuff going on, don't you think?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's a digital divide between what some of our members call the doctors of iron and the doctors of data. It used to be you would manage a fleet, if you're a fleet manager, based on what it was in the best interest of keeping the maintenance operation with a minimal cost, but maximizing safety. And you would have that viewpoint exclusively. But if you rely on the computer, so to speak, and the artificial intelligence, it's garbage in, garbage out. Whatever your priorities are that you put into the system, the AI learns from people to begin with, right? It doesn't invent this stuff. And if you're basically managing your fleet based on the bottom line or quarterly earnings or bonus programs or things like that, you may get a different set of outputs than maybe the doctors of iron used to, because number one, they know about equipment. They know the different nuances of how trucks work and don't work. It's kind of like Scotty on Star Trek, right? He knew how the Enterprise was running by the deck plates in their feel. When it comes to the data folks, they know the numbers, but they don't necessarily know the technology behind the equipment. And you really need to have a synergy, a merging of those two worlds to really get the most out of this new technology, I think.
Yeah, and that's such a great point, too, because, Kevin Lindsay yesterday talked about the natural harmonics of an engine, that, the idea that there is a hum that when everything is going right, and you're going to need people who can actually tell you, the kind of numbers, when you should look, when you should listen and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, we're still going to need people who can be like, that doesn't feel right. And it's the one thing AI, at least at this point, can't do. It can't feel. It can't feel what's going on.
We just have another minute or two left in the segment. And one other session I'd like to highlight is we have a session on something called The Future is Closer Than We Think, and it's the fleet needs for future trucks. We have a future trucks program at TMC. Artificial intelligence is really in the here and now, but it's going to be a big part of the future. But there's so many other aspects of what fleets think they're going to need and the equipment that they'll be using 10, 15, 20, 50 years down the road. And we'll be having a session that's going to focus on that, where we have the leaders in all of our different study groups letting our attendees, and we have about 5,500 people that will be coming to join us in Nashville, what things that fleets expect out of equipment in terms of the performance, the durability, the maintainability, the efficiency and the safety. And, we don't tell you how you're going to do all that because we don't have the answers, but we know what it is we expect the equipment to be able to do from a performance side. And that's a really exciting session. We do that every so many years, and 2026, it's due again.
And by the way, I think that's really cool, too, because I know a lot of those folks are going to be able to say, I recognize the child of what that is going to become, and that's a really kind of great place to start. It's always great to start and finish with you, Robert. Can't appreciate you enough for making the time. What's on tap for next week?
Well, next week, we're going to be talking about the latest in parts and labor trends with our very own Jack Poster, TMC's VMware Services Manager, on Wednesday's Tech Talk with TMC.
Always good to have our good friend Robert Braswell. Thank you for making the time, Robert. Have the best of days.
Thank you much. See you next week.
You got it, my brother. Speaking of people we love, Jane Jazrawi's coming up next. Got Michael Larson, the Braz, and now Jane Jazrawi. Look busy. Ooh, and then Lindsay. We love you, and you can't do nothing about it.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
Woo, so nice we get to hear her voice twice. This is Road Gang Radio, and we are live with Jimmy Mack from the House of Dega, Passport Studios.
Hey guys, an emergency interim final rule to clean up the non-domiciled CDL system has been paused by the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit. That's according to Mark Schwemmer over in Lamline. On Monday, November the 10th, the court ordered that the rule, which was expected to remove about 194,000 current non-domiciled CDL holders out of the trucking industry. I'm not sure if that number is actually correct, but that's what they were saying. Not Landline, that's what the administration was saying, is administratively stayed pending further order of the court. Here's what the court had to say in its own ruling. The purpose of this administrative stay is to give the court sufficient opportunity to consider the emergency motions for stay pending review and should not be construed in any way as ruling on the merits of those motions. By the way, as I said before, don't read into it. Don't get up in arms. Don't breathe a sigh of relief, no matter where you fall on the issue. They mean it when they say it. They're saying we just need some time to read it, and if there's anything really wrong with the way this thing is written, we want to make sure we stay it now, because if there is something seriously wrong, it has to stop. But if there's not, we just want just a moment to kind of take the time to review this, to kind of figure out where to go next. I bring this story up at the top of the show like I did and then brought it back here for Education Station because it's one of the many things that is percolating through the brain of the sponsor of this particular segment. Education Station is brought to you by our friends over at Carrier's Edge. Jane Jazrawi, the CEO, the head honcho, and the lady who actually knows of what she speaks, joins us this morning. How are you, Jane?
I'm very well, Jimmy. I'm doing good. Ready to go.
I'm kind
talk about this ad nauseum.
I'm kind of fired up about this too because we have a lot of notes, a lot of thoughts on this, and like us, over the past couple of weeks, you've been digging through a lot of transportation news. I would tell somebody that the list you sent me, most of which I'd already read, it was kind of like, oh, great, lots of stuff that's spot on what we're talking about. No, I was excited about it because I would tell anybody, like if Dre came to me and said, can you explain to me non-domiciled and what's going on with that right now? I would simply say, hey, Jane's got a reading list. Here you go, and hand it to him. You know what I'm saying? If Claire came to me and said, I'm not really clear on this non-domiciled stuff, I'd be like, no, Claire, here you go. Here's a reading list from Jane. Get busy. Where would you like to begin? Because there is so much here that actually I think if any good comes out of this, and there's a lot of possibilities of good coming out of this, is that we've been talking with Andy Polikoff and Martin Garci and Jeff Burkhardt, a lot of people in the training sector. This really has an opportunity for them who have been ahead of this. The first person on this show to talk about the accident in Florida and its impact on non-domiciled CDLs was Andy Polikoff that morning. Talk about what that school that gave him that CDL was all about. But where do you want to begin, Jane Jezraoui?
Well, I think one of the things that, and I want to take it way, way, way back into not even the rules and who's allowed to do what, but just about that in trucking, and this is not necessarily the case everywhere, but definitely in trucking. Like it's not just trucking. Let me just clarify this. But in trucking, there's no real shared definition of what good training is or what good education is. You talk to 15 different people, and they will probably have 15 different opinions on it. And this is something that you've been asking since the beginning of Education Station that I've listened to, which is, what do you think makes a good trainer? How do you choose a trainer? How do you find good trainers? What is that? And I think that there isn't a shared definition of what good training, a good instructor, like there's no accepted qualifications for instructors across, especially in Canada and the United States. There's just no shared definition. And I think that's one of the biggest problems, because what people do when there's no requirements is they find loopholes. And this is what I think we're seeing now, is the effect of a lot of loopholes and people taking advantage of loopholes.
I actually, because, and you're right, by the way, and there is like I said, anybody, and by the way, all this stuff exists on Spotify, on Pandora, all of this. Every episode that we've done since we've been here is there for the taking, and we do have backlogs that we will eventually get around to kind of loading in there. You're right. I constantly ask that question because in my mind, and I wanted to throw this against you, Jane, in my mind, a good trainer is a great student of trucking who knows how to communicate what they've learned.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think that I totally agree with you. I think that there is, I think people intrinsically know when they have been trained well, when they understand something, and when you have quality instructors at a school or at a carrier who's doing entry level programs. The problem is that because it's not, like, and I know what a good trainer is, but the industry doesn't know. And new drivers don't know. Like, people who go to a CDL school to get to get a CDL are sometimes constrained by a bunch of other things. Like, sometimes they are an immigrant. Sometimes they don't know the area where they are now living. They don't know what a good school is. They don't know how to look for it. And, there's all kinds of fly-by-night operations that are saying, hey, I'll take your money and I'll guarantee your CDL. And then you have all of the other, things that are more shady. Like, there's just like different shades of shady that you can get down.
Oh, I mean, like, here's a piece of paper, right down to here's a piece of paper. Yeah, you look good enough. Here you go.
Yeah.
I mean, right
Yeah.
down the booth.
Give me this amount of money and I will, and I will sort it out for you. And unfortunately, because there aren't a lot of really high standards, this is what's happening. And it's just kind of getting worse and worse and worse, especially since COVID. I really noticed that a lot of this, has happened, and we've been talking about it in Canada for a while as well, where the entry level program in Canada is called MELT, which is mandatory entry level, and it's the same thing. Is that people are trying to skirt the actual rules. Like they're trying to. There's a number of hours that you have to do a certain amount of training, and people are trying to lower that amount with a whole bunch of like, oh, you have this amount of experience, you only have to do this many hours. And so putting people on the road that are not necessarily safe, or sending people to carriers, and then carriers have to do all the training to get them up to actual speed. So that was the first thing that I wanted to bring up, is that there's no standard. You don't necessarily know, which is why carriers do road tests and carriers have their own finishing programs, because it's all over the place. And people who I remember, like 15 years ago, companies that would say to me during Best Fleets, yeah, we only accept a certain level of expertise. Like, we do a road test, and if you don't pass the road test, you're not working for us. Now they have changed to, yeah, we need a finishing program because the skills just aren't there. And we're not getting anybody who has the skills, so we have to put something in place. So that's kind of where it's moved to, is that you have to have a finishing program because you're not getting a full-fledged driver coming in the door, and that's fine. But we still are not at the level where we can actually produce drivers who have similar qualifications/skills. So then that kind of brings me to my next thing that I was thinking about, was self-certifying. The idea that you can self-certify, which happened with ELDs, the self-certification of ELD devices, which has led to kind of chaos a little bit, because there's all of these people who are like, yeah, I'm going to self-certify my ELD. It doesn't meet the requirements, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. And it's the same thing with CDL schools, because they're self-certifying. They say, okay, I meet these criteria. And, when you come and catch me and tell me I'm not, then
whoopsie.
Then I'll do something about it. Yeah.
Whoopsie.
Well, they're absolutely not doing the things they know they're supposed to do, because they're just trying to 80% will do. And that is causing another problem, is that there's nobody. And I know tons of people hate regulation and hate oversight, but this is what oversight does, is it makes sure that quality is the same. You want your foods regulated. You want rules about your food and water. You also want rules about who is allowed to go on the road.
It is it's just one of those things too, where there's a great joke about there are a couple of professions where I don't know what one is, except when I get it, I understand that completely. The other problem with great trainers, to kind of go back to that just for a second here, the problem is that they come in all forms and fashions, in the sense that there are quiet teachers who have just enough pressure in their voice to get you to do the things that you need to do. There are gregarious people who work really hands-on. There are people who use a great deal of technology and kind of are able to kind of seamlessly move between the tech and the human factor, and that becomes kind of a hard thing to kind of determine based on that. The one thing that, and you've been talking about this too, about the idea that I've always said my problem with good enough is if you're aiming for good enough and you miss, you're not. And it's one of those things, and the thing about standards that people don't really understand is that standards have to be high, because if you miss them, then it's okay. That's the thing, is the fact that if you set incredibly high standards, then the B+ means something in the curve of the world. But the problem is the fact that an A no longer represents an A. I'm not sure it has for 50 years. So anybody saying, that's the problem with this whole place. No, this has always been an ongoing problem. But the idea is that, and the bigger question we have to ask ourselves, Jane, the elephant in the room is as long as people continue to want cheap labor, this will go on. Because if you properly train a driver in everything that he or she needs to know, and by the way, learning is a lifelong experience. You're not going to learn everything, even if you get a remarkable, time, an actual semester in a tech vocational program, and then you on board with a remarkable fleet, and they get you out there on the road, and you have the best of people who do the ride along with you. You still got 20 years of information to kind of accumulate before you can even remotely think that you're ready for it. The thing is, though, and I wanted to bounce this off you because I've been dying to get this one to you as well, and you've opened the door on it. My thought is the better trained they are, the quicker they understand their value, and at that point, the reason why cheap training happens is to get cheap labor. And when you train people properly, they want to get their money's worth. That's kind of my take. That's my TED Talk. Welcome to it.
No, I understand. You get what you pay for. Exactly. And people have not wanted to put money into training drivers. I don't think ever. And I'm not saying that there are great CDL schools and that kind of thing, but in general, the industry does not want that cheap labor. Yes, I totally agree with you. There has been, and this is the premise of Best Fleets, is like, stop doing that, please. And I think one of the best fleets, Boyle Transportation, the president of the original president of Boyle Transportation said that, trucking it's an incredible opportunity to give people really good blue collar jobs that pay well, and that's partly why the Boyle is a best fleet currently, is because that was kind of their mindset. But if you have the mindset of, okay, this is something I do not want to spend money on, and there's tons of labor out there, and if we can just get more and more people kind of cycling through, then we don't really need to treat them well, because we can just get more where that came from. And what that is a race to the bottom. And that we are at the bottom now, where people are on the roads through the idea that we want more and more cheap labor. People are on the roads who are unsafe, because it's much cheaper to skip things and do things half-assed and put people on the road who aren't very safe, or put people on the road who are tired. Put people on the road who don't really understand, or who have ulterior motives, or doing other things to supplement their income. I totally agree with you, because it really is. It's a short-term gain. And we're seeing the effects of that.
So we had one of your friends on the show, not on Education Station, although he'd be great. Tim Krolsky came on, and he brought Jacob Szabo with him.
Garner.
Yeah, he brought Jacob Szabo with him, who's a 20-year-old regional dry van driver and graduate of the Safe Driving Apprenticeship pilot program. And there were a number of people who, I have very, very mixed feelings about under 21 drivers, and that's an editorial unto itself. But there are lots of people saying, see, it works. I'm like, yeah, dude, it completely works, because it was literally through one of the most rigorous apprentice programs that we've got going on, and through one of the most responsible trucking companies. I ain't got to tell you. I ain't got to tell you about Garner. And it's like this. It's like, guys, if you want to do exactly what these folks do, if you want to target somebody who's actually married his high school sweetheart, has a work ethic off the chart, and is willing to go through all the hoops that these apprentice programs have set up, rightfully so, and get them to on board with a company like Garner, it works. But this is one of the things we're talking about here, is you can produce more and more drivers like him and not so much a slower pace, but at a more steady, regulated pace. Yeah, that's all terrific. But it's like, he is not the thing that proves we should just kind of open the floodgates for anybody that wants a CDL. I'm sorry, I'm getting off here, but I'm telling you, man, there were people who were like, you see, the program works. I'm like, no, Tim Krolsky works, and Jacob Szabo works, and the work ethic of all those people involved who actually set all that up. That's what works there. It's a rigorous program that boy went through. Sorry, I'm calling him a boy. That's a full-grown man. My apologies to him. I'm sorry, Jane. It's your segment.
Yeah,
not mine.
when you're old.
Yeah.
But I agree with. But the thing is, it works because there's rigor to it, and I will say that it works in a way. It worked because it produced a good driver. it was slow, and it was like a lot of red tape, and there was too much process. And I think that's why it didn't work out as well. It was a really good idea. And I will say that don't, just try good ideas, even if they fail, because you learn from them, right? One of the things that trucking is missing is any kind of certification, like national certification, that says this person, and it doesn't matter what kind of trainer you are, because when you're a teacher, you go through your Bachelor of Education and you learn the basics. So it doesn't matter what your personality is. Being a good instructor is you have to have a basis of knowledge. And that knowledge is about how people tick, how people learn, the types of, and don't get me started on my rant about, short training, short online courses that need to be 5 minutes because drivers can't manage any more than 5 minutes. That drives me like supremely up the wall, because it's not true, and it's only true in trucking. It's like, well, it's not even true, but it's only said in trucking. It's not even a thing, but it's a thing I keep hearing over and over and over again. But when you do a degree, and I'm not saying you need to have a degree to do this job, but when you have a degree, there's a certain amount of things, standards that you have to meet. And when you have an education degree, it doesn't really matter where you got it from. There may be better schools than others, but there's a basis of what you've learned.
Accreditation.
So you have that's exactly it. There's really not a lot of accreditation, and there's always been stuff with apprenticeship and different programs through colleges about what you can learn, and you've covered tons of them in Education Station. It has been really cool to hear about things that are happening in high schools. And, those programs for the entire supply chain, not just driving, but driving is part of it, heavy equipment is part of it, and I love that. But that is, that's not the get your CDL fast. And that's what we're trying to deal with all of these other rules that are coming down from the government that are not, like, basically they're just taking a blowtorch and kind of, swiping it across a whole swath of people
Well, it's
who
interesting.
may not actually. No, go ahead.
No, I'm really quickly about it. It brings us back to the non-domicile thing, because I've always said that the problem with zombie ideas is they always end up crawling up out of the ground. And I swear to good God Almighty, I thought we had finally put a stake in the heart of the under 21 driving racket. Now, look, why not? Let's go here. I have no problem.
Okay.
I have no problem with 18 to 21-year-olds driving even interstate, provided there is an immensely rigorous program that onboards them. And I'm not just talking about because it's not a random number. I got to tell you, man, 17-year-olds are not completely formed human beings, and a lot of 19-year-olds aren't completely formed human beings. There's a lot of other stuff in play with this. But what drives me crazy is the moment they took the blowtorch with the non-domiciled CDL drivers, and there was a problem, and a lot of our friends out there on the road were screaming to the high heavens about this. I'm telling you, this goes back 3-4 years, where I had people calling me and being like, you have no idea what's going on out here. I get all of that. So we take a blowtorch to that, and rather than beginning to say, okay, so how do we shore up the training programs? How do we recruit a better class of person into the thing, which of course involves more pay? What has popped up again? We've got to revisit the idea of maybe making this a little bit easier to put 21 years and younger on the highways. And I just feel like, here's an idea. Why don't you slow down for a second, make a really good pipeline that has an accredited training across the board standard. And it might give us a little bit of bump early on, but it should set up a pipeline that sets us up for more success if only a few people who collect very big paychecks would realize that if they want quality workers, they're going to have to actually maybe come out of their own salaries for it. That's my editorial. Sorry.
That is, and I totally agree. If you want a quality workforce, then give up a couple of boats.
Yeah.
You can do with one less boat, or your membership at a golf club or whatever it is. But there's a lot of luxury in trucking, and there's also a lot of
not.
A lot of not, and it's really hard to watch sometimes. It's really hard to watch people be very upset about all of these all of these people who are coming in and doing this. And I'm thinking, yeah, but they're doing it because you set things in motion up at the top. And now we're all kind of trying to deal with what's going, with the after effects. And I think that, one of the things, and I sent you this story as well. One of the unfortunate things that has happened is that people are getting swept up in this blowtorch who, are fine, who are non-domiciled, but they're fine. Like they've been non-domiciled. They've had a CDL, but they've been here since they were 2, and it has all been fine. Or the Ukrainians who are fleeing the war, who came over, and now they're getting swept up in it because their work permits aren't one of the ones that are included. And I think that's a really sad thing. And that's why I mean by a blowtorch, because they're throwing out the good and the bad, and everything goes down the tubes. And you can't make super sweeping rules without really hurting people.
The other problem is and by the way, Marshall says, I don't think age is the answer. You can't fix stupid with age. And I'm gonna deal with what Marshall has said here in a second. I don't disagree with that, by the way. And Trucker Boson says, not only do you get what you pay for, you get what you don't pay for as well, too. Well said. I'm addressing Marshall here because it's a valid point. What I'm talking about, Marshall, and this is what's so hard to kind of parse out here, to kind of really get into this. What I'm talking about here is, I don't have a problem with age, Marshall. I have a problem with thinking that age is going to provide you a cheaper workforce. And so I don't think Marshall and I disagree. I don't think you can fix stupid with age. At the same time, I don't act like we're giving people an opportunity. We're setting up the next generation. I wish people would just say, we don't like paying high rates. We're going to get a bunch of kids, because that's what a lot of these people mean. They need to just openly admit it, and then we can actually have a negotiation about that, because then we can say, well, you're not going to do that. It's like you're going to give all these people the training they deserve so they know their value and worth, and then you're going to have to negotiate with them. And it's like, you can't have it both ways. Jane, I'm telling you.
Okay, I will just say one line, because I know that we're running out of time. The other thing is everybody else's expectations of cheap deliveries. That's the other thing that I think that society as a whole has to come to terms with, is that part of the race to the bottom is so that we don't have to pay.
The millennial discount is over.
Yeah. And, people are now wanting to recoup. They did it people always do something for free for a while until you get hooked. And then they're like, well, now I'm going to raise your prices. And so, Netflix has gone up, and Disney has gone up, and Uber has gone up, and all of these things have gone up because they got you in. And it's really difficult to maintain that free. It's free, but somebody's labor is actually being used.
Well, here's the punchline for it all, too. When people tell me, I hate commercials, I hate hearing commercials. It's like, by the way, you can get rid of commercials tomorrow. Pay for it. I mean, that's the thing. That's how HBO Max, by the way, at least Netflix had the courage of its convictions. Across the board, the price is going up. Game, set, match. Like HBO Max and other streaming services, like going, oh yeah, we just dropped these commercials. Where do these commercials come from? You can get rid of them if you spend $5 more a month. Yeah, I mean, it's and by the way, this is why Silicon Valley, since Jim is editorializing this morning, why not go a little bit further? This is why Silicon Valley.
I'm pushing you, Jimmy.
Yeah, it's why their business model sucks. It's like they used a drug dealer business strategy. Give it to them for free, hook them in, and then literally now it's time to pay. And people say, that's capitalism. You're right, it is capitalism. You know what else is part of capitalism? Counterparties that tell people to go pound sand. That's what capitalism also is. So that's it. There you go.
Well, capitalism is profit at all costs, right? So when people are the cost, then it's unfortunate.
It's why we have regulations. That's what regulations actually in their best version are for. It's like, I'm going to profit off of clean water by bottling it, making your water dirty. No, you're not. That's what's going on here. Jane, final thought. You get the final word here before Lindsay arrives on the scene. I get her fired up too.
I would say that good education has a value. And when the industry starts really looking at what that value is and putting a number on it, and maybe taking a step back and saying, okay, how are we actually going to move things? How are we going to get people into the industry? We're going to have, this is a terrible last thought, but what I think is going to happen is, what people are predicting is that we're going to have a shortage. We're going to have a true shortage, but we're only going to have it short term. And then hopefully with whatever regulations come up, we'll be able to kind of right size it to fix it. But I think it's going to be nasty for a little while, unfortunately. But I think that doesn't mean that there's no hope. I think it just means that we have to all sort of think about what's fair and think about what the actual value of the job is. And drivers are valuable, and trying to make them into a commodity is unfair, for sure.
It's grotesque. I will go a little further than that, as I get to hear my voice in the background. That was kind of really awesome, by the way. Jane Jezraoui has joined us this morning, one of our favorite people in the whole widest world. Education Station is brought to you by Carrier's Edge, by the way. Jane, I love you. As I've been telling everybody all morning, nothing you can do about it. Thank you, my friend.
Bye.
Look busy. Speaking of bye, how about hello? Lindsay Lawler's on the way here, guys. Look busy. I'm serious, man. It's National Happy Hour Day. What's up with you?
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
It's Wednesday.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home. The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Hi.
That's a great way to start.
Hello.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
Hello.
Well, I was in a good mood.
What's happened?
Guys, right before I walked out here to do this beautiful show on this glorious morning with you two fabulous people, I turned right back in to grab something, and I heard a thunk, real big thunk on my door, and I was like, please don't let that be something that just died. A bird hit my door window, so I was walking out, and I turned around, it was laying there flopping around, and I ran in to get Todd, who's staying with us, and said, please come out. By the time we came out, it had died. And it just, listen, I understand this kind of thing happens, but it's ruined my entire day. Somebody mute your Google Meet. That's ruined my entire day. Matthew ruined my entire day. It's like everything just kind of sucks today, you know? Good morning. Whatever.
So the bird hit the door on National Chicken Soup for the Soul Day.
God,
what?
You got a story for yourself.
I did not even put two and two together.
What's your door look like that it's hitting it?
Well, I mean, it's glass, so he thought he was going to fly into the abyss, and he did forever.
Like a Windex commercial.
It's exact. Well, yeah. I guess I'm just too clean, guys. I guess I'm just too clean. It wasn't. And listen, guys, too. It hit the door, and when I turned and looked, I said, don't let it be a bird, and there were feathers stuck to my door window. God. And then I'm like, maybe he flew away. No, he's just flopping on the ground, and I won't be able to get the image out of my head. I clearly could never be a good hunter. I hit a squirrel one time, ruined 2020 for me, outside of everything else. Anyway, good morning.
Things get dead.
Oh, great.
That's my advice to everybody here. What do you got, Trace? Have been more uplifting?
No, yeah, I was gonna say. I was gonna say I was trying to get the window to open because I let my hair down for you and everything.
I was about to say you look hot today.
Thank you very much. But
everybody, we're the guys in black today. I mean,
you ain't lying. I got a little brown, we got a little white. But you right.
We're the bad guys. We're like the cool bad guys.
First
all
of all,
of us.
can you hear you just said? You said we're the guys in black today, and Dre goes, "You're not wrong. I've got brown. I've got white." Dre's not wearing black.
I know, but it looks like that.
Darker colors. Darker colors.
Dumb.
Besides the point, I open up the windows because I'm saying with my hair down, all is good, my child. All will get better.
Thank you, sexy Jesus. Say it again.
You're welcome.
Say it
By the power of me compel you.
Thank you.
All right. Sorry about anybody that hates that I said that. Good morning.
Good morning. All right, it's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Good morning. How are you guys?
We're not sacrificing birds, but we're doing pretty good.
Well, I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to listen to your show today. Afterwards.
Well, let me tell you, you can listen on iHeart, RadioNemo.com, Facebook, YouTube, Odyssey, Audacity. I can mix that up. Which is
Odyssey. Audacity is a sound program. Odyssey is a listening platform.
Thank you. I never can remember. You can listen anywhere, including the Truck On app. Let's go. So you won't have access to any of these options, or will you be doing something different? Did you schedule something during my show?
I had to, and I think
this day just keeps getting worse.
I think you know what it is, though. I think you know what I'm up to, what I'm sneaking and peeking, in the rapid fire kind of hurtle through time and space world that is Road Gang Radio. I'm trying to multitask. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to make the miracle happen. I'm trying, Lindsay. I'm trying. It will be the first one I didn't listen to live from beginning to end. I'm trying.
Well,
I'm
it'll
trying.
probably be the best one then.
It probably will, actually. Oh, my God, you won't believe what you missed. By the way, I do want to say this really quickly before we talk about We Should Write, that today, as I said at the top of the show, and I wanted to talk to you about this because it seems to be a world that was invented for you, or it's morphed into a world invented for you. Our National Days of, which are brought to you by truckdown.com. They serve 50 states and 8 provinces, been doing it since 97. Go to truckdown.com. But we want you to turn your attention to a day designed for you and our good friend Marshall Platter. If you are, in fact, sitting down with a platter of free chow, reduced price buffalo rings, an unending stream of chips and salsa, fries, maybe some coconut shrimp with cocktails, maybe some queso.
Thank you.
Or just a couple of beers and a couple of glasses of wine and maybe a little bit of a richer libation between 5 and 7 on this day, November the 12th, then you're right on time for National Happy Hour Day.
Yeah.
And as I said, life would be dull without it, or maybe dull with it, because after all, you are neutralizing your central nervous system. It's what my dad calls unlaxing, Lindsay. You strike me as the new happy hour, as opposed the old happy hour is a bunch of guys in suits with their ties pulled down, dreading going home. The new happy
getting
hour,
wasted and then making bad decisions.
Yeah,
that's not my kind of happy hour.
No, the new happy hour, you represent what we call the neo happy hour. Like Megan Kate Nelson talks about neo westerns.
Is that like Drinks in the Matrix with Keanu Reeves?
Yeah, it's like Drinks in the Matrix with Keanu Reeves. The new happy hour is people who are actually happy, people who are glad to be in the company of friends, people who are, chillaxing, unlaxing.
Is that what the kids say?
That's what the newfangled technologies are pointing us towards, by the way.
Huh.
And it's a tradition we have the Navy to thank for, by the way. But are you the kind of person that likes to go someplace and have a couple of margaritas between 5 and 7 while feasting on some chips, salsa, and queso? Is that your bag?
I mean, it's totally my bag. I pick my kid up now these days at 4:30, so like happy hour really.
So you push her out the car? When you...
Yeah, so I take her. So I'm like, you better learn to drive sooner than later. Mama needs a ride home.
We can't do Uber right now.
Yeah, I keep trying to find the Uber that will let me put my kid anyway.
That'd be great. Are you Freya? Yeah, I'm Miguel. Get in.
Yeah. Well, I need him sometimes to be like, can I just Uber my kid home or Uber my kid to me? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's good parenting. But I love, here's the thing. I'm a happy hour in my mind kind of person. So, and I do like the idea of happy hour. I need the time frame to be a little different, but I like drinking earlier in the day. If I'm going to drink, I want to do it earlier because I need to be, if I'm going to have a drink or two, I got to go to bed even earlier. So I got to start earlier so that I don't feel like crap the next morning.
So you mean like the cocktail on your desk right now is what we're talking about?
Right. Yeah. My Irish coffee here is like I said yesterday talking about Ernest Tubbs opening. We need more midnight jams at 11 a.m. I can totally. That's why We Should Write's at 12 p.m. And I hope that show eventually evolves into a jam, which I'm working toward it.
We're all working towards a lot of things these days.
We're working towards a lot of things. But yeah, I'm a happy hour in my mind kind of person. And as my friend to me said once, as far as it goes for drinking, at least for me, 1 is not enough and 3 is too many. So happy hour is perfect. And I literally, that runs in my mind whenever I decide to imbibe. 1 is not enough and 3 is too many. That's my party line.
I had a really kind of
for me. I'm not telling anybody else how to live their life. That is for me.
And by the way,
because I know my body.
I want to make this really clear for those who know the other axiom. What is 1 is 1 is not enough and 10 is too many. We're talking about. What we're
that
talking.
was the old me. That's when I used to play Broadway.
What we're talking about here, of course, is the fact that it's like if you're halfway through your second cocktail and you kind of go, you know what, I'm gonna wrap this up. Then you're probably right on schedule. If you get to if you decide after you finish your first cocktail to say that was terrific, I'm gonna have a couple more chips and hit the road. Yeah. That's the kind of thing that you're talking about these days. You know what would be the absolute imp of the perverse for a whole bunch of reasons? If just once a month, Lindsay, you and I just had a happy hour show live from the studio on Fridays.
Love it.
From 5 to 7. I mean, just came in from 5 to 7 and would invite people to your house and I would invite people here. And once a month, Dre might spend a night over at Brad.
Dre's like, what?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Bring in the lady. Bring in the lady for the weekend. Yeah. We set up some cocktails here. You set up some cocktails there. We tell all of our friends to tune in between like 3 and 6 in the afternoon.
4 and 6.
4 and 6, between like
4 and 6.
4 and 6, between right around 4 to 6. We do that. And by the way, I'm asking right now, everybody out there, would you guys like a once a month happy hour show? Our good friend Marshall had queso with chili con carne and chips and fully dressed beer. And it made me think of you, Lindsay.
Oh, that makes me happy. You know how many people think of me when they think of queso? And I had a friend send me a shirt the other day that says Queso Queen. I'm thrilled. I'm happy. But it's also like, God, people must think that I am just the most unhealthy human. I just have like fat and oil running through my veins. But I take it as a total compliment. I love the idea of a happy hour show.
Yes.
They used to do it over on this other place, and it wasn't as good as what we could do.
I think it'd be.
I do know that for a fact, by the way, that we could do it better.
We could do it better because, I mean, and you know some of my friends. Dre's got a thought he wants to jump in here within a second, but you know some of my friends. I know lots of your friends, many of whom we could actually do a thing where we could even set it up that, like, if music happened to play and it happened to be live music, there's a lot easier ways to kind of achieve that on live radio.
Oh, there'd definitely be live music.
Oh,
Music and cocktails and queso? Duh.
Yeah, I mean... Oh, by the way, just make you laugh. Forrod pointed out that he's correct. It wasn't until 1915 it became illegal to mail children in the U.S. By the way, he's got a great
Uber
idea.
kids.
Uber kids. That's terrific, man. That's terrific. And
It is. Listen, I'm aware that there's probably a few technicalities to get around.
Hire women over 55 only.
To drive it? Yeah.
Hire women over 55 only.
Well, listen here. I'm sort of kidding, but now think about it. I don't know if this, from a parent, from a like just ethical standpoint, if this would make people be better or worse about things. Because think of it. I'm going to be real serious right now.
Lindsay is really serious right now.
For like 10 seconds, and then we're done. I've been over like at friends' house, like you get together. Once you have kids, you try to get together with other people that you like that have kids. And so I've been over at people's houses and like, there'll be cocktails. But then you have to drive home with those kids in the car. So one of two things, which is not okay. It's terrible to drink and drive, period. And now put kids in the back. And not only is it terrible, but you could lose your kids. So if there was a way then to get in to Uber home, I mean, I guess you can just Uber with your kids. I don't know if they'd have to like carry car seats with them. And I think some of the Ubers actually do, or like send your kids, or like there's okay, I've never done this, but I know there are people that go out and will go drinking or do something and then go pick up their kids, say from school or whatever. Like, if you could send an Uber for your kid to pick you up, I'm just trying to eliminate people drinking with kids in their cars, what I'm getting at. But the dilemma is, does that make people lean in and drink more because there's less responsibility? Or does it eliminate the fact that people just in general, you just cannot drink and have kids in your car, period?
Let me air somebody's dirty laundry without giving away any names or saying what famous,
you know who you are, Mark.
What famous restaurant this human being owned in this story.
I'm looking at you.
This is a crazy story. This husband and wife owned a restaurant, that is a tourist trap in New Orleans, and they both were drinking too much. I mean, way too much. And he quit. This is what the outside world saw. He quits drinking. She doesn't, and then he leaves her, and everybody kind of took her side at first. Everybody was kind of like on her side. It was crazy. This is back when we haven't reached the point of what I call peak I'm out, which began to happen a lot in the mid to late 90s. We began to see this kind of mad stampede for I can't do this anymore from a drinking standpoint. And my brother and I, both of whom were sober, you know that. Ryan is sober for a very long time as well. We ran into this guy when he was in the middle of, going through this divorce and being the quote-unquote bad guy for his poor put-upon wife. And we knew that he had quit drinking, and we knew that she hadn't. And we saw him on the golf course. I was playing golf with Ryan one day. I'm not a big golfer, but it was just a fun way to kind of spend a day because it's no judgment. He's good, I'm not. And we ran into the guy on the links, and he had that moment of hesitation of like, not so much are you on my side, but do you hate me? And my brother, of course, reached out his hand. He said, I don't know what's going on in your private life. You've always been great to us. I think you're terrific, and I hope your sobriety journey is going as well as you want it to go. And he goes, oh, thank God. Well, we got to talking, Lindsay. One of the tipping points for him leaving was that she had gone to pick up the kids from school and passed out in her car in the waiting line.
Oh, my God. Wow.
And that one of the teachers had to get in the car with her. She was drunk and literally help her pull the car over to an actual parking
position. Oh, my God.
Position.
I have such anxiety right now.
Well, because at the time it all got covered up, our friend, who I have managed not to name, showed up, brought the kids home, and then one of her friends came, put her in the passenger seat, and drove her home. Here's the worst part. He sat down with her.
It gets worse?
Well, the worst part in regards to him not being not the bad guy at all.
Yeah.
He sits down and he goes, I love you. The woman I loved, I'm deeply in love with. I'm not in love with this person right now because you are not yourself. I'm quitting drinking. Remember, he was still drinking at that moment. This is what causes him to quit,
Yeah,
even though
gotcha.
he handled his alcohol a lot better. He said, I'm out, and I want you to take this adventure with me. I don't have a problem. Game, set, match, done. Because he had to engage in that level of self-preservation. But, Lindsay, I think about those two little kids waiting at school for Mom, and she's passed out in the car.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that's heartbreaking.
But I have to tell you, we've all been through this in our life when we have been the scapegoat or have been blamed for something we are not guilty of, and it's been a community-wide thing, and people think you're the bad guy. I can tell you, I recognized it instantly, having been through that. There is a moment, everything does work itself out eventually. There is a moment when the community realizes they made the wrong call. Everybody gets that phone call. I am so sorry, I should have trusted you. Or somebody literally comes across the room and says, I don't care what's going on. I love you and you're my friend. I don't pick sides here. And I remember I was so proud of my brother. I didn't know him as well as Ryan did. I knew him, but I didn't know him to take a side anyway. But watching my brother just extend that hand and walk across that green and watching that guy light up, because he'd been cut off from his social circles. And he didn't want to go around calling his wife a drunk with his children involved and all that kind of stuff. Lindsay, I'm telling you, it was one of the most moving things watching somebody, being told by somebody, you're the good guy here.
But even like my heart goes out to him, but my heart also goes out to her because a lot of people could look at her and just like judge, like, oh, what a drunk. But like, we're all doing the best we can with whatever our scenario is. Like, she's not just a drunk to be a drunk. There's something going on under the scenes that could make you not only be a drunk, but be drunk at school with your children's lives at hand. And so there's something so much deeper going on. And so the only reason I say that, like, obviously, duh, but remember that, because I feel we're so quick to dismiss people and be like, oh my God, how could they do that? But like, nobody does anything, including, I'm talking, cut someone off on the street and flip them off up to murdering. Whatever you're doing, it's coming from something broken, from something, hurt people, but it's coming from somewhere. And I'm speaking as a person who covered up, who did personally drink way more than I needed to for a while when I had some dark, heavy stuff that I just wasn't addressing, And so I can say that. And I was like, I would think the drinking made me happy and fun and social, but I was like, oh man, I was trying to avoid being alone in my thoughts and present to deal with what was underneath. So like, bless her heart. I hope somebody has helped her. I hope through that at some point somebody put an arm around her, because
a lot of people did. I will tell you this. This is what I would tell anybody that you love who is struggling with addiction, whether it is alcohol or even things that are illegal and can get you into even deeper trouble just by simply purchasing them. Addiction, alcoholism, is an insidious negotiator, because it pretends it only wants one thing at a time, Lindsay, and what it really is, it is a slow, methodical negotiator of everything you love. And people figure out, well, the one thing I won't give up is this. And there was a woman I knew, she was a wonderful model, and she made a living as a are for a long time. Are
you telling my story again?
Actually, please don't give away things we talk about in private.
Go on.
But what happened with this person, I'll use her as an example, because she was a tattoo model, and she was in amazing shape. And by the way, if you know anything about models, like influencers, you don't know, guys. You have no idea. Some of those people work very, very hard to maintain their instrument, to make appearances, to make sure they understand how to work with people, to be incredibly patient for long hours. And I watched her slowly get negotiated down by the alcohol to her looks. I can give this up. I can give that up. I can give this up, but I'll never give up my looks. And eventually what it does is it slowly knocks everything important to you out of the game and then goes, now I need that last thing. And then you can't do anything about it. It comes for the thing that's most important to you in the end, but it does it gradually. You know why I quit? I couldn't write anymore.
Yeah.
I couldn't write anymore, and my future got darker and darker. And I was given a gift by the universe, by the cosmic woo, by God, whatever you want to call the governing force in the universe. I've been given a gift that I can see about 15 steps ahead. And man, Lindsay, I looked down and I saw my ability to write going away. I saw my ability to enjoy reading going away. I saw bitterness drifting in, and I saw a very dark end of that tunnel. And at that point, I said, "That's it. I'm done." And it's you have to ask yourself a question. Hollywood Henderson, when he quit drugs, my dad, when he quit alcohol, they said almost the same thing. The only way you get out of that nightmare is when you figure out what you love more than the addiction. And if you can't, in doing any sort of inventory, figure out what it is, you got to go get help. You got to get help anyway. But if you can't figure out that you love something more than the booze or the drugs, you got a problem. That's a problem. That you love nothing more. I don't have a problem. I don't have an issue. I'm fine. And I
think it's powerful admitting you have a problem.
I think it's awesome.
I think it's because as soon as I admit it, or whatever it may be, I notice I've said some things sometimes, and then all of a sudden, some of my best friends are like, "Oh my gosh, I'm dealing with that too." I'm like, "Why are we not talking about this?" And Jim, I have a song called I think I told you this before. I wrote this song ages ago. I've never released it. I think I'm going to release it in this live album we're going to do soon, this spring. But anyway, it's called Whiskey Creek. And I think I told you, I thought my friend had said Krispy Kreme one day. I was trying to say Whiskey Creek, and she goes, Krispy Kreme? And then that became a joke. Anyway, but it's called Whiskey Creek. And let's see. Wait, I'm missing a piece of it. Because the idea, it's really, and what's funny about it, Jim, is the whole song and lyric came to me in an instant. And I have not gone to AA. I have not killed anybody drunk driving. I've not had my child taken away from me from drunk driving. But that's what this song is about. And if I'm being real honest, I think in hindsight, if I would have, and by me, I mean the universe, anybody would have kept drinking the way I was in entertainment and then moving further out of town, could have gotten to a place where any of those things could happen. It's crazy that some people that have, it's like living a great life, had too many drinks one night, one terrible thing happened and my whole life was over, And so that's what the song, and it's, but it's the idea of one person says it and then it gives everyone else courage around them. She said, "I'm Amy and I'm sitting here today to come clean about the night I lost my way. Through blurry eyes, I never saw those double lines. And now I'm left to live knowing I took those lives. That long bar crawl wasn't worth the fall. That's left me lost and looking back." I'm going to keep going. "Back to Whiskey Creek, where I saw my dreams. Back to Dad and me, skipping rocks over that stream. How can one time seem so pure, and this not even have a cure? Keeps me drowning in the current that it leaves. Lord, I pray I'll find my strength out of Whiskey Creek." I can't believe I remembered that. I wrote it 10 years ago. And then the next verse is, "So Amy gave me courage to stand up and say my name and how they took my kids and I'll never be the same, blah, blah, blah." But I love the idea of I say something and then you say something and now we've leveled the playing field.
If you record that and you overproduce it, I'll kill you.
I know I won't. Don't worry. I think guitar and fiddle.
Yeah, I think if you don't just have, and by the way, I know you know a really good guitarist and a really good fiddle player.
I do.
I think you might be able to take care of that. It might make you actually for a really good visual image as well too. But if you overproduce that, I will kill you where you stand. That's
Thank you.
it.
I appreciate it. Noted. Threat accepted.
Threat accepted. Just it's there. It's there for the taking. I realize.
So you like it?
I've just told you what's at stake. Okay. Your very life. Your very life. This is what is really interesting to me. I've been talking about courage a lot recently. I've been talking to a lot of people, told Dre about it this morning, talked about it this morning. I made the comment to somebody that the key to comedy, people always say, is timing. I don't think it is. It's courage.
That landed when you said that to me last night. I'm like, oh, I get that.
Yeah,
anyway, go on.
But that's it. And it's. I will tell you something. You will never be great. You will never be good in what we do. Now, look, it's different for what you do as a truck driver. If you were worried about embarrassing yourself, then you're already doomed as an entertainer.
Oh, yeah.
Because I want you to think about the fact that what Lindsay just said. By the way, that could have been a disaster.
could have been.
I mean, that could have been like an ugly scene of I could have been doing what I call the painful glaze smile as opposed to leaning forward and actually enjoying myself. But it's the truth. You got to get it done, as our good friend Trucker Bosun says. You got to get stuff done. You got to get that stuff done, because if you don't, man, you know who's got courage? You know who's got lots of courage? Martin Scorsese.
Good Lord, nice pivot.
I mean, let me tell you something. Martin Scorsese's got courage, and Ian Nathan actually does a fantastic job in the book we're going to be talking about over the next half hour. Guys, I'm telling you, man, it's a new book on Martin Scorsese's films. It's a beautiful book. You have to get the hardbound edition. Did Dave give you a hardbound copy? Did he put it in your hands?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
No. Are you serious?
I
Was he supposed to give me something?
I literally got 2 copies of it. Somehow I got 2 copies of it, Lindsay, and I literally Dre and I watched him put it in his bag. Dre, back me up here. We're calling you out, Nemo. Lindsay, it's got a case.
I know, it looks beautiful. I never get anything.
But the thing is, it's not just the book. It slips into a case.
Let me see. Oh, that goes into a case.
Yeah, this slips in.
Not the same on a PDF, guys. You're going to want to buy this book. Ian Nathan is joining us next. Cannot wait to dive in to the Martin Scorsese, the madness and the brilliance and the beauty and the courage. That is Martin Scorsese. Don't go anywhere.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
We're going where you want to go so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
Hey, really quickly, we're trying to get Ian Nathan on the line.
What about if we get the other one and see if they can swap?
Martin Scorsese makes the best movie. We get the other guy on and then see if we can do kind of a strike that, reverse it.
See if maybe Matthew's available to talk mining now. Let's give that a shot.
Oh, I thought you meant Matthew Sloan there for a second.
Who's that?
The guy from Robert Braswell's interview.
Oh, that Matt. Oh,
hello. Oh,
Yeah, no.
What? Yeah, nope. Nope. I'm never going to forget that. Triple heart, by the way, from our friend the Touchdown, the Turtle. Our dear friend is over there in the chat, as many of you are as well. Trucker Bosun and Lindsay have me laughing a lot over there in the chat. No, you cannot mail Freya to 4-aught, Lindsay.
Okay, noted.
And yes, it just got really weird by you doing that, by the way. I know you've seen a lot of
I'm leaning into my crazy these days. I'm in my crazy era, Jim. Go on.
That's right. I'm in my mean era, by the way.
I like it. It. Oddly enough, the mean era looks good on you because I know what your intention is behind the mean. It's good intent. If it was mean with ill intention, it wouldn't work. But yours is mean with good intentions, so it works. You feel me?
I think I'm suspending habeas corpus next. I think that's my next big move is the new mean Jim. I don't know. You probably heard a little bit of it in the interviews this morning when I was talking. There was a little flint.
Zero Fs.
Zero Fs. Because after all, when your back's against the wall, you redneck mother, I got to tell you, there's not much more you can do to kind of do that. Good morning, Trucker Boaston, from our good friend Touchdown Turtle. All kinds of great stuff. Before we try to figure out this programming logjam that we're having right now, do you have a favorite Martin Scorsese film? I mean, I feel comfortable asking you that because he's made a lot of movies, and maybe you've seen a couple.
Yeah, of course I've seen a couple. I get probably The Irishman.
You like The Irishman?
I do.
That wasn't a judgment question.
No. Yeah, I do. I don't know if I would call it my favorite. It's the first one that comes to mind that left a mark. You know what I mean?
I understand.
Maybe it's not my favorite, but I mean, Taxi Driver probably. I would.
Oh, it's so good. So good. And Jodie Foster's what, 13, 14 years old? So good.
Yeah, probably I mean, of course, Goodfellas, but.
Goodfellas. Remember Billy Crystal at the Oscars doing the Goodfella routine, which was really hysterical. So I'm going to
go with Taxi Driver. What about you?
I have three to recommend to you, and then I'll tell you my favorite one. The three that I'd recommend that you watch that I think you would love is you would love After Hours with Griffin Dunn. You would love it. It's about a guy that basically gets lost in Soho and has to find his way back home in New York City. I've not seen it. It is terrific. You would love After Hours. Right up your alley. Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore, which is...
that I just love. I just noticed, by the way, I looked back and the three I said are actually the three, and that's not... I just realized they're the three in the notes. That's not why I said it. Those actually are the three biggest ones I've seen. Alice Doesn't Live Here, I've been told to watch as well.
Oh my God, Ellen Burstyn wins Best Actress for it, and there's a lot of people who actually would agree, Lindsay, that the best performance ever by Chris Christopherson is in Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore. And we are playing some real fun games here, rumbling, bumbling, stumbling, figuring out some programming situations, Lindsay.
I think we pivot.
Pivot?
I think we pivot and we go mining. What say you, Jimmy Mack?
I would love to do that since I've been prepped up for all. I'm so excited about this. I don't know, how do you feel about this, by the way?
I'm terrible. I feel terrible. I feel claustrophobic. Matthew, I'm going to tell him that the idea of this maybe he can help ease my anxiety around caves and mining and tight dark spaces, etc. I'm hoping Matthew seems like a guy who's going to maybe get me over the hump, Jim. I don't know.
I got to tell you, if anybody's going to get you over the hump, it's going to be Matthew Portfleet. He is the Director of Mine Safety and Health at Michigan Technological University in Houghton, Michigan, USA. He owns and operates the Adventure Mining Company, which is located in Greenland, Michigan, on the historic site of the 1850s Adventure copper mine. He also teaches university classes in drilling and blasting, mine safety. Along with that, what have you done with your life? Designs and constructs bat habitat-friendly abandoned mine enclosures. There you go, Lindsay. You get to enjoy the bats in there as well, too. In cooperation with the U.S. Forest Service and Department of Natural Resources. We are thrilled to welcome him here this morning. He is actually dropping in earlier than we originally had told him to. He's being a tremendously good sport. Guys, I want you to go to Instagram and go to Adventure Mining Co., AdventureMineTours.com. Matthew, good morning. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you much. Yes.
Okay, Matthew, I talk about this a lot. Like I'm the spelunking, cave diving, mining, whatever. There's actually even a really cool venue.
Elevator riding,
the sheet over my head in bed. Any of it stresses me out. But I'm also equally as fascinated with it. And I wanted just to let's start sort of basic here and have you paint a picture for us, what it's like to go 300 feet underground, because, I don't know if there was a moment where you're like, hey, let's invite people to go into a giant hole in the earth. What could that be? Outside of people who are there's experts, and then there's dum-dums like me taking them down there. So I want to know, what is the vibe down there, from spooky to peaceful to Indiana Jones? What is the vibe that keeps you coming back and made you say, I would like other people to be able to experience this?
I think it's a good question, actually. And I gotta apologize. I had a cold this past week, and my voice is a little bit weak or odd here. So if I sound odd sometimes, that's the reason. I'm doing the best I can
Phoebe on Friends calls that her sexy phlegm. So just lean into your sexy phone voice, Matthew. Work it.
It's better than it was a couple of days ago. I couldn't talk at all. I'm doing a lot better now. But as far as the underground, I think it is just, and to me, it's just fascinating. You're going in, inside basically part of the world that nobody else ever sees. People either love it or hate it. I don't think there's much in between. People love going underground. Even miners love working there, love the experience, or they just, maybe like yourself, don't want to deal with it. This is scary, run away. But for me, it's just fascinating. Every time, if you actually are doing drilling, blasting, every time you do that, you're seeing things that nobody else has ever in the world ever seen. It's like a new area you're creating. And then the history too. Up in this area, you're going in areas that were mined out back in the 1850s. A lot of those, guys working by hand, by candlelight. And it's just, to me, it's fascinating, visiting in places where they worked and trying to experience that firsthand.
I wanted to kind of ask you about adventure mine tours, because here we go. We can rappel down a mine shaft. We can actually drill or blast, or we can just take it easy and just take a little walking tour. Can you kind of tell us about where the idea comes from to actually turn what used to be a profession and is not the same as cave diving or spelunking? There's something very different going on here. It's more of a controlled environment. But tell us how you got the idea and how you kind of landed under the earth.
Actually, I went to Michigan Tech University up here in Houghton, Michigan. Went there without any knowledge of mining, had no idea there was mining in the area. Started mechanical engineering, found out that lots and lots of computer work and that type of engineering was not really my forte. And actually got, as I was up here at university, kind of learned about the mining area. A few of my friends and myself, to be honest, we almost got kicked out of college or flunked out the first year because we were spending too much time exploring old mine sites and, doing a lot of things maybe we shouldn't have been doing. But just really got into the history and appreciated it, and actually switched to mining engineering, graduated with a degree in that. And basically, after a little bit of time downstate, saving some money up, I came back up here. Just really loved the area, loved the history, ended up purchasing property and then expanding it tours. And this, if we enjoy this and everybody else, enjoys this, my friends at least, for maybe the crazy ones, but if we find this fascinating, there's got to be a lot of other people that are going to find it fascinating also. And just started expanding from that. And our goal is kind of to keep it as much as it was when they mined here. If you go to most mine tours or cave tours, you have a lot of electric lights, you have, handrails, warning signs, whatever you want to call it, all these modern conveniences to make it more appealing to the general public. We kind of went the opposite way, where we keep the group size small. We have always a tour guide with them, but can maintain safety and kind of that by just being in a small group, basically telling people, don't go here, that's dangerous, stay on this trail here. Everybody gets hard hats, headlamps, there's no other lights on the ground, and just really let people experience that. And people seem to love it. They do enjoy it. I shouldn't say they all love it, but whether they love it or aren't too sure about it, when they come out with a unique experience that they look back on and say, that was really cool, that was really fascinating. I'm glad I did that. Visited that site.
Let me show you something really fun here really quickly before we let you go on. To kind of explain to you the difference between Lindsay and myself, by the way, you'll love this, is the fact that she is slowly creeping away from the microphone and crawling inside of herself. And I'm getting this almost like Heath Ledger Joker smile, where I'm just like, go on, keep taking me into darkness. Where are the possibilities for adventure? And Lindsay loves a great adventure, especially when it's in the wide open spaces. And
yes, take me to the prairie. Take me to the prairie.
So how do you guys deal with that, I guess, is the question. Somebody comes in there, and you guys, of course, take a lot of precautions despite creating the verisimilitude of what it's like to be in a mine. How do you kind of make sure that people don't panic? How do you kind of assure them that this is going to be fun, that, yes, there are some similarities to what this world was like, but we are looking out for you? Talk a little bit about the precautions you take.
So that's a good question. A lot of people do, maybe like Lindsay, but they come to a mine tour with an expectation they can't do it, or they're too claustrophobic, or it's too scary. We're always very honest. We tell people, yeah, it obviously is dark. It is, rough footing. You got to watch your step. Occasionally bats, especially in the fall. But we encourage everybody to try it. Yeah, we always tell people, we're walking in. You're not like you're on a train or something where you're kind of dragged in against your will. You're walking in, with a small group of people. You're going to know within the first 4 or 5 minutes whether you like it or don't like it. And if you walk in there and the first 5 minutes are fine, I can pretty much guarantee that you're going to be fine the rest of the time. If you find it fascinating. And a lot of people actually having your own light source compared to having this long, endless chain of lights that gives you that perception of going on forever. But being in control of your own light and having it on your head gives people a lot more reassurance that they have some control and they can kind of see what they want to see, look in dark corners where they want to do with that, but they don't feel as trapped, I guess, that way. But it's surprising. It's rare for people to try it and actually, not do it. We do probably 6,000 tours a year, and I'd say throughout the whole year we have maybe, I don't know, 5 or 6 people don't do that. So it's a pretty small percentage that actually try it and are like, we're not sure we like this, I want to go out, and we take them back out. And we always tell people it's not a hardship, we're not going to care, nobody else is going to care. If you try it, we walk in there, for a couple minutes, you don't want it, we'll take you back out, get you right back down. Nobody's going to fault you for that. We'll refund the money, whatever you want. It's not a big deal, but we'd much rather have everybody try it and experience it. And most people actually find out they're much more apt to, maybe not enjoy it the whole time, but at least tolerate it and get a really cool experience to look back on and be like, I'm glad I did that. I'm glad they kind of encouraged me to try it, so forth. And the same way with longer tours, with rope work and rappelling, we have everybody try it. And, people, if they don't do it, we'll work with them, but let's encourage everybody to do their best, see what they can. And we talk about our staff, too, and I've actually done a few presentations on this at conferences, but we're always trying to kind of push everybody, whether it's the first time in mine or they've been there a lot, so trying to push everybody to say kind of just to the edge of their comfort zone where, they're kind of not quite sure, but it's not terrifying, it's not scary, but still it's kind of a little bit on that edge of being something you're not used to. But when people do that, they enjoy it. They come back with an experience they want to talk about and share with others because it was, unique to them in that way.
I do like that. It does open it up. If I know that,
Oh, I see what you did there. Open it up. I got you.
Yeah, thank you. If I know that I don't have to go all the way, it makes me feel a little better stepping into it. I guess we're talking with Matthew Portfleet with the, you can head to adventureminetours.com or on Instagram, they're Adventure Mining Co. to check them out. Matthew, I'm curious. So I guess the balance, I'll say, and, teaching safety and blasting, how that compares to actually helping people rediscover the lost world. Because there's a balance of, back in the day, they didn't know they didn't know what was safe or wasn't. They just went forward and learned the hard way, basically over and over. And now me hear those stories. I remember studying this kind of thing back, growing up and just being like, well, I would never try that. But if you don't know what could happen, then you would try things, right? So how do you sort of balance the teaching safety and the learning side of it while also opening yourself up to exploring? We don't find out things if we don't go for it. So how do you, I guess, personally balance the being mindful and safe and also wanting to learn more and kind of push yourself, if that makes sense?
Well, a lot of it's just, having the background knowledge, experience. Every mine site is a little bit different, but in our location, as we've done through it, there's a lot of, we're not like a coal mine, there's a lot of explosive gases, these type of things don't really exist in our location. But even that being said, if we ever go in new areas, like we have dewatered part of the mine, we've gained access to lower levels that were previously flooded. When we enter those the first time, especially, we always carry multi-gas meters, check oxygen levels, these type things, to make sure it's safe. And we've never actually found any issues whatsoever. But that's just for us as we were doing development work, exploration work, and so forth, in older parts of the mines. But for the tour routes, those have been well established. They're known routes. We do a lot of this constant checks, like for make sure there's no loose rocks, these type things. We call it barring and scaling. And not much really changes anyways, but it's just a constant check we do a couple times a year to kind of make sure things are as we expect them to be. Yeah, we keep it safety by keeping the guests in very known areas that are known to be safe. And again, where the general public doesn't usually go, areas that we are pushing the limits or boundaries or exploration or developing new routes, then we are a lot more cautious with more safety gear, protocols, these type things, always with partners, never by yourself. That's a huge rule. There's always have, somebody else with you to make sure that you're being safe, and so forth. But then mining in general, I think just from a mine safety training standpoint, especially in the United States or other developed countries like, Australia or European mines, mining's become very safe. In the United States, if you work in an industrial mine site, you're on par with about the average school teacher for injury rates. You're actually safer than most retail sales. So if you choose to work at like Walmart or Target like that, you're actually more apt to have injuries than you are in a underground or a modern mining site in the United States. Which sounds crazy, but if people fall off a ladder at a Target store stocking a shelf, nobody hears about it. But if somebody's trapped in a mine, it becomes national news. So people still have that perception of the danger of mining, but in reality, mining has become a very, very safe industry, very highly regulated. And safer than a lot of other things you would compare it to.
I guess that's true. We overthink the big things, and then I hurt myself on a daily basis doing dumb stuff. So I guess I might as well take. You don't think about it.
Well,
exactly.
and the other thing is to remember, anytime that there is any sort of mining event that happens in the United States or in Canada or over in Australia, it's important to remember too that it's news because it's a rare occurrence. There's a reason why airline crashes are news. If they happened all the time, we would do something about them almost immediately, but they happen rarely, and it's usually a complex series of events. It literally is a lottery ticket at that point. That's what the regulations and safety are like. It's the exact opposite of a lottery ticket, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
But it's a rare occurrence, which is why it's news. If something happens on a daily basis, it would become the noise of the news rather than the featured story or headline.
Yeah, and I don't have statistics, but I'm sure if you covered a news story every single day, somebody fell off a ladder or got hit by a forklift or something at a retail or warehouse, it would be nonstop. You never hear the end of it. It's just that we don't see that as being newsworthy, for better or worse, so we don't cover it. But yeah, it's a very true statement. Absolutely.
Yeah, could you imagine that? Like basically on the local news, a fender bender happened today over at the corner of Fifth and Main Street. Good God Almighty, what's going on? Somebody needs to look into this tragedy.
That would be great if that made news. That we would be in a good place in the world.
That's exactly, absolutely correct. Hey, Bob got a hangnail. News at 11.
Great.
Let me.
And historically, once I add to that, historically mining has been very dangerous and still is in many parts of the world. Places where there is not regulations exist, especially coal mining areas. You still hear horror stories of that, and it is a terrible environment. And historically, it was unsafe. But in the past many decades, especially since the 1960s, 70s, when they got a lot of federal regulations in place, it has changed drastically as far as the injury and fatality rates compared to decades ago or centuries ago.
By the way, Lindsay, you know how we know that it used to be an absolute disaster and a real problem? The Bee Gees wrote a song about it.
Yeah, what's that?
It's called I forget the year, but the great mining accident of whatever year it happens in. They have actually.
They actually did. I thought you were trying to tell a joke.
No, there's no punchline
Not
coming.
trying.
There's an actual Bee Gees song that is about when they were still doing folk music in their harmonies. That's actually about a mining accident over in England. Crazy stuff. Matthew, I was kind of curious in regards to. Do you have age limits on this stuff? And I was kind of interested in the rappelling aspect of it as well, too. Of all the things you have to offer, is there something that is more popular than the rest? And we'll kind of leave the walking tours out of it because that seems to be the gravitational point that most people would start with. But beyond that, with all the offerings you have, what do you find people are most interested in kind of finding out more about?
It's actually changed a lot in the past. This has been 21 years of mine tours for us as the end of this summer here. But I will say historically, when we first started the tours back in 2004, I think it was, we actually had one shorter tour, walking tours, and the walking tours were by far and large the most popular. Maybe it's because it was a newer site. We still offer rappelling, but people were just more apt to try that. But as things have progressed for 20 years, now our longer tours that have the rappelling, have the rope work, or the more involved experience have become more popular and actually outselling the shorter, more benign tours that way. But certainly people really do like that hands-on experience. The rope work and rappelling, some people come there for that. They want the excitement of that. Some people just want to see different parts of the mine. But actually we even offer like a 6-hour long tour, and that has gone from being the on-demand offering several years ago to where it's scheduled a couple times a week now, and usually that schedule is booked up for every single offering when it's offered. And that's kind of has changed in people's demographics or their desires or how they want to experience a site. I think you see that a lot of places, though, across the whole national park system, other places where those more hands-on experiences really are are a driving factor of having people go and do what they want to do. The traditional experience of going to a site and reading signs and learning about it, but not participating, I think is falling on the wayside to things that can give people an interactive experience with that. So yeah, I think the rappelling, those type of things really do have a draw, just that unique aspect of that. I think it's going to keep, we keep pushing the limits a little bit and expanding the tours towards that direction. That seems to be well received by the general public when they visit.
I keep pushing Lindsay over
Yeah,
here.
stop it.
I keep
Stop it.
pushing
Stop
her.
poking the bear. Stop poking the bear. Hey, Matthew, I always want to tie things to music. So, and hey, listen, maybe I'll go down there. I'm a songwriter, Matthew, in Nashville. So maybe I'll go down there and be inspired. I always talk about inspiring places. I think if I can make it down, because it's not the environment that I'm scared of. It's what would happen if the environment collapsed and I got stuck down here. That's what I'm scared of. It's not, I think the environment would be incredible. And that's sort of that's the bummer for me, because it's like, it's same with like scuba diving. I know I'm terrified of it more. I'm terrified what could happen, not what will happen. You know what I mean? But as far as inspiration goes, so if you were going to have a theme song for when you're underground, Matthew, like you have your headphones on, or it just happens to be playing when you're walking through and exploring, would it be more Zen music, or would you be like Metallica, or like down there? What would feel right to listen to you?
Probably something in between. And usually we don't. I don't usually listen to music underground. I don't know why, because it just seems like we're always doing something else. But and I think it'd be something more, not Zen music. It would be more, something much more lively. I'm not sure what it would be. It's a good thought, but.
Probably Taylor Swift, right, Matthew?
Yeah,
You're Swiftie?
sure, that's what it would be.
Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's a good question though. But actually, it's wanting to experience there is the quiet. If you ever do have experience to go there and just sit for a while, when people go to those float chambers for sensory deprivation, the mind's kind of the same way. If you go there and just sit for a while in the darkness, there's almost no sound, or the sound that you hear, like drops of water, which you wouldn't notice, and most time become, all of a sudden the loudest thing around you, and become very, very noticeable. But it's that lack of, I guess that sensory deprivation really is a unique experience. Some people really like that. Some people it kind of freaks them out, but that is a unique aspect of that mind of any underground.
Wow.
Like that.
That's such a good point, by the way, how hard it is actually to achieve pure silence, that the more things you make silence, the louder the things that aren't get, which is really kind of cool if you think about it.
It's very cool. Cool. Yeah. It's cool down there.
I actually worked with worked with a filming crew a couple years ago. They shot a movie underground. But the sound guys working with that, it was actually really interesting talking to them. They had never been in a movie production setting where the baseline noise was that quiet. And then they were actually going crazy, like drops of water. I remember landing on things nearby that you would never even notice, but were really hard with them because they were so loud compared to the baseline of no noise that they were actually struggling with the sound levels, trying to figure out how to do this, because it was a really unique environment for them. But yeah, it is a unique.
That's fascinating. My husband's a sound man. I need to ask him that. And he saves a lot of weird random sounds, including people peeing when they don't know their mic's on. That's a story for another day. Wait, so outside of the song, but also what's the most unexpected thing that you've found underground that would sort of that would wow me, who's not going underground? What's the weirdest thing you found down there?
I'm getting her there.
Well, the weirdest, I don't know. That's we find, this is a joke between us. We find a lot of early pre-1900, but miners, boots or parts of boots, and we always wondered how they got out of the mine when they would leave their boot behind. That was always a question we had.
Yeah.
we find occasionally things like that.
It's like the one shoe. When you see one shoe on the freeway, and you're like, what's happening in your life?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and you find that one boot on the ground, the poor guy walked out barefoot. That'd be pretty, terrible. But the other thing too, as we dewatered some of the lower levels, we actually were in areas that nobody's been in. That mine flooded, the best we can tell, about 1917. Those were the last dates. It appears some of the miners actually were scribing dates in the wall as they were leaving the mine, so it flooded probably shortly thereafter. Those dates are 1917. But going back in there and finding this place where they'd eaten lunch, you find bits of bone really fragments, cool. Or we found even hard-boiled eggshells laying underground there. Stuff that's weird things like that. Just those little details it's not really, I guess, that unusual when you think people are working and eating lunch down there, but actually see that where they could see where they sat. They had little, rocks set up, nice flat rocks to sit on, and that's where they sat there and ate lunch and tossed their scraps off to the side. But stuff like that was really fascinating. It's very, very fascinating to me.
Yeah.
Matthew Portfleet, by the way, is the Director of Mine Safety and Health at Michigan Technological University in Houghton, Michigan. He owns and operates the Adventure Mining Company located in Greenland, Michigan, on the site of the historic 1850s Adventure Copper Mine. Mr. Portfleet also teaches university classes in drilling and blasting, mine safety and designs, and constructs, I love this, bat habitat friendly abandoned mine enclosures. You get
Bat-a-tat.
I wanted to get
Bat-a-tat.
a bat attack.
Yeah.
How do you make it? We got about 40 seconds here. How do you make it bat friendly?
So we have space for the bats to fly through. We have a very open gate or closure that lets the airflow go, so lets the bats fly through. Design doesn't have any sharp edges, so if the bats do happen to, contact when they're flying with their very fragile wings, they don't have any sharp edges or blunt faces to hit. Everything's kind of sloped or angled. The main thing is to keep people out. Bats are very particular with their habitat, especially not being disturbed. So we're keeping people out with very, very heavy gates, but letting the bats fly through unimpeded to go to their desired hibernation grounds up here.
Unimpeded. Celebrate the bats. Welcome the bats. We're talking about getting some bat houses out where we live. By the way,
unimpeded, Lindsay.
Unimpeded. By the way, over in the chat, Marshall said that he thought you were setting up a punchline for the Bee Gees song to be How Deep Is Your Love? That was a good one.
That's pretty good. That's actually excellent. That's pretty excellent work there. And staying alive really applies well, too.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
Were the Bee Gees, were they miners? Did they aspire to mine?
No, but they were folk singers, which, of course, was like all that
Music
Gordon
mining.
Lightfoot stuff.
Yeah, that's music mining
In
is what
the
that is.
event of something happening to me. Go ahead. Sorry.
Matthew Portfleet, thank you so much for making the time. Okay, I'll say this. If I'm ever going to do it, I'm going to do it up there in Michigan with you. If I'm going to mine, if I'm going to explore the mines, it's going to be with you. And Michigan's one of the 4 states I haven't been to in the country. So maybe this will be my
God.
I know, isn't that weird? Anyway, adventureminetours.com. You can head over to Instagram to Adventure Mining Co. Matthew, such a pleasure. I'll think about it. How about that?
Sounds good. Well, look to see you visit in a few years sometime.
Yeah, perfect.
Feel better, Matthew, by the way. Get over that head
thank
cold.
you, by the way. Yeah, so my voice is a little weak sometimes.
You did great. You did great. Compared to sometimes the people we talk to, you're phenomenal.
It
Get
works
out of
for
it.
you. Lean in. Lean in. It works. It sounds great.
Thank you, Matthew.
Yeah, thank you.
Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow.
We Should Write is going to be after this show, a replay of last week's, and then after that, a brand new spanking one as well, too. Excited about that.
Let's talk more about it on the other side of this. How do you feel? Because I actually have a thought, something that I'm going to talk to our guest on We Should Write. That wasn't my thought. About today, I want to get your thoughts on it. So we'll do that when we come back.
Here we go.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
Oh, we achieved liftoff, and then the last well, no, it's not the last live hour. It's the last live hour for Road Gang Radio.
Nice segue.
Right.
Yeah. By the way,
what do you mean by that?
We should write.
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Really quick, one more shout out to our good friend Matthew. His segue from your song question into silence was pretty spectacular.
Masterful, one might say.
Well done. Almost media savvy good. Speaking of media savvy, there is an hour of live media savvy. There's going to be an hour after this show, after an hour of canned media savvy from last week. Lindsay, go on.
Yeah, I never remember. Who was last week? Why can I never remember?
Oh, yeah.
Amy Daughters. Amy
the
Daughters
funny
was, funny.
Glasses.
Amy Daughters was funny. She is somebody which you will hear in an hour, the replay, if you didn't hear it yet, her episode.
Good.
So great. So I love that you texted and you're like, it sounded like two just friends sitting around a campfire. But she ended up 30 years after meeting somebody at camp, ended up per Facebook reconnecting, seeing that her son had cancer. She started writing them just support letters, like randomly sending them to St. Jude Hospital because she knew they were there. Then when she had gone home, knew her husband was an attorney, so like started seeing them in the office. She's like, I knew that I felt sort of stalkerish, but she said something told me just to keep doing it no matter what. And then unfortunately her son, eventually the past friend's son passed away. And so she started leading it even harder. And finally one day she got a letter back from this woman and it sort of changed everything. Amy ended up writing a letter to every single one of her Facebook friends, handwritten, and the connections that came from it. She said she had so many people be like, one guy even said, I had been contemplating taking my life because I didn't have anyone to talk to, and I got your letter. And I know these are true, by the way, because as people ended up signing off for her to post and talk about these letters and put it in the book. People being like, my mom just passed of cancer. I had no one to talk to about it. And then your letter showed up. I feel seen, like it's sort of mind blowing, but you'll hear more in the conversation. She delivers it so lighthearted and like, I understand this is crazy. I did it anyway. And listen, we know a little bit about that around here, Jim. We know it's crazy. We do it anyway.
Well, actually, you think up crazy things, and then I figure out how I can execute them in a really mean fashion. That's what we do.
Yeah, good mean. Mean with good intentions, as Tara said over in the chat. # mean with good intentions. I like it.
Mean with good intentions. I mean what I do with good intentions, and therefore I'm mean.
I like it. Lean, mean, and on the scene.
That's right. That's it. We're going to get there somehow, some way. We're going to fight our way to the other side of the shore. And when we do so, we'll remain 1.5 steps ahead of the sheriff. We are Road Gang Radio, and that is the host of We Should Write, Lindsay Lawler, my co-host on Road Gang Radio.
That's me. In today's episode of We Should Write, Jim, and the thing I want to talk to you about, by the way, we are taking your calls, Jim. If they wanted to call, how would they do that?
615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. Give us a call. We want to take your calls, anything we've discussed today or anything that's on your mind. We don't even care. Call us. We want to hear you because we are here to hear you. We are here to see you. That's what we do. That's what Road Gang Radio is all about. And, so I had John Wolf, who's a Texas country artist, was supposed to be my guest today, and realized they didn't have the right microphone. Anyway, we're rescheduling him. He's going to do it further down the road. But it meant I had to sort of scramble and find somebody because, Jim, we booked the show. Pivot. Because we booked the show months out, as you know. So I was like, crap, what am I going to do? But I never freak out because I know that the right person will end up in the chair that's supposed to. And lo and behold, I was at that Ernest Tubb event in downtown Nashville Monday night when I got the text, hey, we're going to reschedule. And then I looked up and I saw Chris Blair across the way and I was like, I've been meaning to reconnect with you. Are you busy Wednesday? And this is a super busy guy. And he's like, I'll make it work. So he is driving out here to do it. He will be in studio, Dre. So that makes your life easier. Yeah. And then he'll be zooming back down to downtown Nashville. So I'm excited. So Chris Blair, though, here's what I want to talk to you about, Jem, which I think our audience will identify with as well, perhaps. He moved to Nashville. We used to sing together at Tootsie's. He moved to Nashville to be a singer, artist, songwriter. He is a singer, artist, and songwriter. But the dream shifted, and I don't know if the dream consciously shifted or not for him. I'll be curious to see, but the listening room is a legitimate. It's been in different places. It's now in a beautiful venue in downtown, a huge venue in downtown Nashville with amazing sound, and people are there. The name says it all. The people are there to listen. Like it's not like the Bluebird where it's small and you get like shushed if you talk, but you just know it's called the listening room and you're going there to listen. They have full bands as well, but a lot of it is, stories behind the songs and the songwriters, and all the songwriters want to play there because it's it's owned by a songwriter himself. So it's like, okay, I already know that he's got the songwriter's best interest at heart, and the sound will be good and they'll be taken care of, and pays them, he pays them, all those kind of things. And so, and
Bring your tomatoes.
He also, a portion of the ticket sales go back to charitable causes, or you can have a charitable event there, and he will make sure that funds get allocated.
It's set up for joyful success. It has
100%.
been literally constructed to make sure that not only is the experience itself joyful, but what comes out of it is massively joyful as well, too.
Totally.
It's like going birding in Michigan or Wisconsin.
Or mining. And actually what's cool about it, and maybe you and I are going to, and all the Nemo crew around here are going to see this happen and we don't even realize it yet. I don't know. We'll see. Because he, like I said, moved here to be a songwriter, and instead he ended up creating a place for songwriters, including himself. It's like you don't see something happening, do it yourself. And it's, the music business, this could pertain to all industries, but in particular for this conversation, the music business is like, you want to be seen, just create your own platform. That's kind of what I've did in trucking. It's like I don't want to even deal with the record label. They're not seeing me. I'll go do my own thing. Granted, I never tried to go that route because I knew that authority, it doesn't work well on me. And so anyway, Chris Blair, who he created this space that has grown and grown. It's almost 20 years now. They're announcing this week, or they just announced that they will have their 20th anniversary. They're doing it at the Ryman this spring, Jim, and people like Jody Messina and Hardy and all these big songwriters and big names, several that they haven't announced yet. It's going to be one of those kind of things where everyone comes out for it. So I bring this all up to say, when the dream shifts, whether it's, and I don't think when your dream shifts, it's ever really consciously or with intention, because if you move here and be like, I want to be the biggest star in the world, the biggest artist, but then you realize that's like that's a lottery and things start to shift. Chris Blair has created a world where he can do all the things he wants and do it with support and still be a dad and still be a husband and still be a very faithful man. And the balance seems amazing, and it's become something way bigger than he ever intended. So Jim, whatever your biggest dream in the world is, I feel like if you move out of the way, you end up getting an even better dream that's more tailored to you specifically, and not just what it looks like from social media or on TV kind of dream. Does that make sense? Like we get out of the way and the universe ends up being like, okay, I actually know even better what you really want to do. And I'm going to give you an even cooler way that lets you balance life out while also achieving some dreams and goals.
I let that land for a second. I was processing you. I want to make sure that people kind of let the question kind of hit them as well too. And I've had a lot of time to think about that question, not just from you asking it, but it's a question that it goes with a lot of people, no matter what they're pursuing. It could be your own business. Of course, it could be the dream in regards to being a part of the arts. It could be the dream of being an athlete. The dream of being
owning a truck and being your own trucking company.
And that's exactly it. This is the issue at hand. There are two scenarios that we got to talk out. Do you want the one that is genuinely heartbreaking, or the one where you get over yourself and you actually find that the dream shifts?
Both. Go heartbreak first.
Okay, we'll go heartbreak first. So I told you about the World Series was, as I told you, amazing. It was amazing for a whole bunch of reasons. It reminded me.
Who won?
The Dodgers.
Just kidding.
In case you might have missed that. It was an amazing World Series for a bunch of reasons. I thought the coverage was fantastic. I thought the shared culture, the shared values of both the Canadians and the Americans on display with the national anthems and how they chose to present them. I thought that the games themselves were extraordinary. There were 3 games inside of that, well, 4 that were genuine bona fide classics, including Yamamoto's Complete Game, and of course the 2 extra inning games that just where the world hinged on the fate of what was happening. I told you that the coverage was spectacular as well. I thought that the two people that called the games, particularly John Smoltz, you might not like him, but he always has something relevant to say. It's not just patter. He doesn't just fill stuff up. But even when they're doing what baseball announcers do, is you talk about different stuff in the middle innings, because just the middle innings, the game is not yet fully come to fruition. And he had made the comment about genius that I told you about, the idea of genius.
Say it again, it's so good.
Genius is discovering, it's discovering what your purpose is and then pursuing that purpose with singular purpose, which I thought was just marvelous. The idea is the genius is when you figure out what you're supposed to be doing and you do it. As the Avid brothers say in A Head Full of Doubt, decide who to be and go be it. The heartbreaking version of what you're talking about, and it is one, I won't lie to you, that I have wrestled with in my life. It's one thing to actually figure out that it's not what you're supposed to be doing, to realize that you can't make the race to the wall and catch the ball over your shoulder when somebody hits a line drive that you have misplayed because of where the coaches put you in the field, that you can't make the catch that Pajaz made towards the end of that game.
Or can't or not supposed to.
That you are not.
Well, can't when it pertains to sports.
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing
but
is.
But not supposed to for other people.
But the thing is, though, this is where it gets really hinky. This is where there's a fine line between the good and the bad. Okay. It's because the second one is where you figure out, oh, I love this. I'm just not supposed to be doing this inside of that. I love this particular world. I want to be a part of it. I think I'm supposed to be here in this role. Oh, wait, I'm not supposed to be in that role. What I'm supposed to be doing is creating the space for other singer-songwriters while still getting to exercise my chops. That's fantastic. I'm not supposed to be an actor. I'm supposed to be a director. I'm not supposed to be an owner-operator. I'm supposed to have a 5 million mile career for this wonderful fleet that has given me bonuses and is going to allow me to retire a millionaire. That's fantastic.
I'm not supposed to be Taylor Swift playing the same stage every night. But I am supposed to be working in connection and writing and performing in some capacity.
I think the killer, the bad one, and now we've unpacked the good one. That's the good one. The bad one is denied. The bad one is the game is rigged. The bad one is when everybody says, what happened to them, man? I mean, they're so talented. And on one occasion, it always happens, you get it on one or two occasions where you just don't get your shot, where you're not allowed. I've always told you I had an uncle who lost so many close elections for governor and mayor, and somebody once asked him, man, you must have regrets out the wazoo, and he goes, nope, I don't have a single regret about any election I was involved in. He said, I made my choices, I made my stand, I took my shot, and the voters said no. And somebody said, do you have any regrets? He said, yep, 1962. He said, I didn't run, and I should have run, and I am haunted by that decision and how that decision got made.
Jane Jazrawi, I love saying her name, but I have to focus on it, kind of made that point actually this morning. She said it really quickly and it landed for me. She said, try things, and sorry to cut you off, Jim, but then you can expand on this. She said, try things, even if you fail, try them and do them. And I started thinking about that in this regard to what you're saying. It's like, if you knew you were going to fail, would you do it anyway? Well, if you decide, yes, this probably will fail, it's the balance of, I'm going to try it, may or may not fail, but I'm going to learn something from it. That was her point. You will learn from it, whether you fail or not. So if you go and like, I don't even care if it's going to fail, I'm going to learn something and it'll get me closer to what that I'm supposed to do, as opposed, and this isn't like, you still want to go into it confidently, and it's not like low expectations, but it's like, it'll probably fail, but it'll lead me to what I'm supposed to do. Right?
Right. Here's the problem. That's right. That's it. Here's the problem, is when you know what to do, you know exactly how to get there, but you don't have the resources or the means to make the move, and the game has been rigged against you. And worse than that, there is active sabotage going on inside. I don't mean like people like coming by and throwing bombs into your apartment or trying to run you down in the street or that kind of nonsense, or even doing really active, ugly stuff. I'm talking about where you realize if you would just have a little faith and help me out here, I could get to the finish line. If you would just do that. And by the way, I'm not talking cryptically here, guys. I'm talking about moments in time where people have missed opportunities because they didn't have a champion, because they never got a chance to find out if they really could do it. And that's like the whole thing about the movie Tin Cup with Kevin Costner. He actually gets to find out what would happen if he got to play in a U.S. Open. He gets to play in a U.S. Open, and he finds out that he's good enough. And that's enough for him. He's able to kind of call it a day and move on.
No, I could have, yeah.
Yeah. There's a great moment in that, Lindsay, when he sinks the putt on the second round of that golf tournament. This is amazing. He sinks a putt in the second round of the golf tournament, and they actually have Jim Nantz, the real announcer who would do it. He goes, he said the owner of the lowest score in PGA history is not Nicklaus, Palmer, or Woods. It's a Texas range pro by the name of Roy McIlroy, and they show him on the course, and he just breaks down into tears because he knows that he could. It's Terry Malloy from On the Waterfront. I could have been a contender. I could have had class, and it's knowing that those things could have been yours that haunts people and doesn't allow them to shift the dream. I know it's a long way of answering that thing, but it's a compelling question that I think that people who shift the dream when they find out, wow, I like doing this thing over here more than the other thing that I was chasing, or they get a shot at the title. They're not good enough, but they realize I still want to make a difference. Back to Costner, because he's not good enough to play in the major leagues in in Bull Durham. But he asked Susan Sarandon, "Do you think I'd be good enough to become a manager in the show?" Meaning the major leagues. And we instantly know at the end of the movie, he shifted the dream, and he's going to get there. And that's the thing.
I like that moment.
Did I get a shot? Did I get a shot? I didn't get a shot, and I didn't get a shot either because I didn't try to get a shot or because people denied me from getting the shot. And that's the thing that haunts people. That thought every single American male, and now women who have been given access to more emotional and financial opportunities, can watch On the Waterfront. And when he tells his brother, he says, "It wasn't your night." He said, "It wasn't your night." He goes, "Not my night. I could have taken him in 5. I held him up for 4 rounds before I threw the fight." He said, "I could have been a contender. I could have had class. I could have been somebody instead of a bum, which is what I am." And I think that's the one that haunts people. But I think what you're talking about and what your friend will be talking about is amazing, because you feel like, nope, I love this. This is where I'm supposed to be. It goes back to Smoltz's genius. I'm supposed to be here. This is the moment, and I'm supposed to do this. Whether it's small or big, it doesn't matter, because it feels big inside of you, if that makes any sense. When you find out what you're supposed to be doing and it makes you happy, it makes you feel bigger, and you can feel it on people when they walk into a room. There you go. Sorry. Opened up a can of worms there. I appreciate it.
Don't be sorry, because that's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm feeling really empowered personally by it now. I would love anybody listening to comment over in the chat or call about it as it pertains to you. How would you identify with this? I mean, I guess you could make the case that it's similar to somebody who's been a company driver for a long time and finally takes that leap to become an owner operator, and just thought, or even somebody that was like, I drive a truck in order to pursue this other passion on the side. It turns out the truck driving became the passion, and didn't see that coming, because driving the truck gives you freedom, lets you see the country, gives you a stable, quote unquote, stable job. And then the passion ends up becoming what you get to do on the side, like when the roles sort of reverse. And that could happen in trucking.
Happens with trainers, by the way, really quickly. Sorry, it happens with trainers, Lindsay, where we have people who they like trucking, they enjoy trucking, they got to know trucking. Man, they got over to a training program, they became an instructor at some really great certified program, CVTA or NAPFTDS, and they were like, "Oh my God, this is what I'm supposed to be doing. This is
because
amazing."
They're giving, because that's the purpose. Like, I'm sorry to be when you find your purpose, but I think that if you find something that you love and that thing also helps somebody else or inspires somebody else, then that's the secret sauce of life. And so for a trucking trainer, you're changing somebody's life by giving them skills, therefore a career for life. You just set somebody up for life, them and their family.
Oh,
and then on and then on and then on. And that's got to feel cool. It's like when I went to that chiropractic massage the other day, that guy, oh my gosh. This guy over at Mason Chiropractic is what it's called in Franklin, Tennessee, by the way. Like, massive shout out, because in one hour, I walked away feeling like I've just dealt with this pain for years, and I'm like, oh, I guess this is what life's going to be. He was like, oh no, we can fix it. And he got excited every time he'd be like, oh, you just did so great. I'm like, I'm not doing anything. I'm laying here. He's like, yes, but you just released so much. And that's how it's connected to your brain. And he was so excited. And you could tell that guy was like, he loves what he does. He's amazing at what he does. And also he's freeing people and making people feel better, which changes them to go live their life better. And I just was like, oh my God, this guy's the greatest. I will give him Christmas jellies forever. I don't know what a Christmas jelly is, but I'm going to give it to him because that's something. It's like, I do this well. I love it. And it also helps someone. Boom. If you have anything in your life that makes you happy and also somebody else around you gets to prevail because of it or finds some joy because of it.
I love that word, by the way. I love that word. Not win, not triumph, prevail.
Prevail.
Because, by the way, that's the William Faulkner, when he gave his Nobel Prize winning speech, actually said, because the last line of The Sound and the Fury is they endured, which means that the story goes on. It's a single paragraph. And, of course, Faulkner, who writes paragraphs that go on into the ether, 3-page paragraphs, simply wrote the words, they endure. When he wins the Nobel Prize, he says, I often have been said that my most hopeful ending, of course, is the end of The Sound and the Fury, where I say that they endured. He said, it is my belief, however, that mankind will not only endure, he will prevail. I just love that word, prevail. They prevailed. The idea that, because prevail, I don't know what it means. For me, prevail means that you were up against it, that you were underneath it, and you somehow came up on top, that I prevailed, that I got beyond it. Victory's terrific, but prevail sounds like you fell while you were running in the race and got up with the bleeding leg and raced past everybody.
Ooh, I like that. That's what I feel like.
The black stallion, where they realized at the beginning of the last race that his leg is split.
Did it anyway, but I did it anyway.
And in the words of the movie Major League, they win the whole trucking thing. And
I like the idea of it too, because it feels like I finished something I continued on something because I had to and I wanted to. Like, I had to and I wanted to, both. That's not stuff, I'm not just finishing something because it's like, oh, I gotta finish this. It's like, I have to finish this for my livelihood. And also, I really want to. Like, I enjoy it. I like doing it. And just on a personal level, I think for me, like moving to both when I lived in LA and Nashville, it's like I never had a specific dream. I use Taylor Swift all the time by the example just because she's the biggest performer in the world as far as touring goes. But when it comes down to it, I've talked to you about this. It's like, I thought that was probably my dream in the back of my head. And then I start thinking about what that would mean. And it means you'd have to do the same thing all day, every night, like repeatedly. And there's not a lot of balance in it. And I started thinking about it. I'm like, why did I never try? Like, think about this, Jim. Moved to LA and moved to Nashville to essentially pursue music and performer. I'm a great performer. I know it. I love it. I feel it in my bones. However, why did I never try to get a record deal? Never tried once. Never even tried to get a meeting. Why did I never try to do certain things that you should do if you want to go that path? I never even tried. So something in the back of my mind must have been like, that's, like something deeper in me knew, or, the great I am, the God that is knew maybe that wasn't my path. And I don't mean this in a like, I never got it because I never tried. I just mean there was obviously something bigger, greater waiting for me. And I don't think I've fully found it yet, but I know what I'm doing right now, just talking, whether anybody's listening or not. It brings me a lot of joy. And if one person's listening, which there's several people listening right now. If you're still here, you must feel connected to what we're doing and connected to me and Dre and Jim and Road Gang and Nemo. So like, we'll just keep doing it. And I used to hate the idea of being like, why bother? Because there's only a couple people at the show. Why bother? There's only a couple people listening. But those couple people over the course of time turn into more couple people, et cetera, et cetera. So just like keep going, whatever it is you're doing.
Keep going.
I only have one truck. Well, that truck in 10 years could turn into 2. Who knows? And think of the things you get to see and learn along the way, getting to whatever's becoming. So keep going.
I want to, when we come back on the other side, because we talked about the dark side with the addiction thing, right? We talked about the addiction, about it taking away from you the things that you love. I have been recently hearing a number of people who are highly successful talking about a life out of balance, and they don't mean it negatively. And it is and I'll set this up so that we can come back and talk about some other stuff on the other side, whatever's kind of percolating in your mind, whatever's percolating in Dre's mind, whatever our friends out there on the chat and on the phone lines listening on iHeart and Odyssey, every place you guys tune in, whether it's Facebook or, by the way, if you're listening on your favorite podcast platform, you can write comments over there. We do go check out who's actually paying attention over there as well, too. The places where you can give comments, always give comments. Our good friend Touchdown Turtle Tara Garris actually assembles them for Breaker Back Talk. But I've heard this. A number of presidents, ex-presidents spoke about this at length. A number of successful businessmen, businesswomen, artists, and all this stuff. Here's the pitch, and then Dre will bring up the music when we begin to have to hit the break. At some point, when you decide, as John Smoltz talked about, this is where I'm supposed to be, and now it's my job to get good at it. Once you know, oh my God, this is it. I don't want to do anything else. In order to discover if you, in fact, are supposed to do that, everybody talks about the need for balance, that life has to have balance. But I listened to a masterful discussion about this where the person who was telling the story said, at some point, you have to make the active decision to go out of balance. You have to make the active decision to say to your family and your friends and the people you love, I love you, but I got to step out of this for a second because I've got to pour every last thing. And I noticed something over the last couple of years that there's a lot of people who claim to want stuff, Lindsay. They say, oh my God, it's everything to me. But what they really mean is it's if I could figure out a way to balance my family life and this is the thing I want to do. That's not the thing you're supposed to do. If you find the thing you're supposed to do, you have to go to the people that you love and ask them to make an understanding and a space for the fact that you're about to leave the atmosphere, that you're about to head out of balance. It's like, well, where's your family life? Sorry, not now. There is no plan B. Now we're in David Malloy's country. If you can dig where I'm coming from. And I think it's worth unpacking that I've got to go hit the road for a long time and go make some money to get a balance back at home. This will never be right until I get this part right. There will be no balance. That's it. We'll talk about it on the other side. Love you.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org. You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service, and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
Seize that day and live your life, because we are live from the Fastport Studios, also known as Degas House, with Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler.
So the Beatles are in Hamburg, Germany. So the Doors head out to the Mojave Desert. So Forrest Lucas sells his formula out of the back of his car. We can go on for a while. Garages across the country. Have friends getting a garage band going. Have friends putting together an app they think is going to change the world. There's a lot of people out there who are headed off into that frontier, that undiscovered country called unbalance. Heading into a place where they lose their balance and throw themselves headlong into the passion of having discovered the place that they want to be is the only place that they want to be. And like John Smoltz said, figuring out what their purpose is and doing everything to ensure that's who they are going to be moving forward. It's the last thing I kind of touched on in regards to this conversation we're having this morning. You can join us. You can join me and Lindsay Lawler at 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. And if you were listening before, I want to expand on this as it pertains to our audience and really focus in, because I think a lot of truck drivers, this is my personal opinion.
Lindsay's personal opinion.
Thank you. Don't give themselves enough credit, or sometimes give themselves credit in the wrong places, so to speak. But I think certainly the outside world doesn't give trucking enough credit and I think as we continue to really empower drivers and make them be seen as the ultimate entrepreneurs, whether you drive for a company or owner operator, I think the more truckers realize how much they do and what all actually goes into this job, and then the more people outside of it realize that's actually really the most important part B. Because if you're like, I know I'm great, I know I felt this. I'm like, I know I'm great, but no one else sees it, so who cares? I've felt that a lot. You have helped me through that, Jim, because you see me better than maybe anybody I know, and it has helped me start leaning into my own superpowers. And I think the same goes through truck drivers. If other people start realizing it, because here's the deal, truckers are some of the smartest entrepreneurs in the country, and nobody talks about it. They manage logistics and fuel strategy and finances and time management and
call Dean Croak right now. He'll back everything up Lindsay is saying right now.
And maintenance and mechanical troubleshooting. They basically, are an MBA on 18 wheels, and no one talks about it. And half the world still thinks they're just drivers. But these folks are literally CEOs of a 6-figure moving business. And that's why anything that, apps or anybody that's going to help you take all the other stuff out of it and just focus on what you do. And when I say just focus on what you do, I don't mean just driving. It's also the 19 other things that happen while you're driving. So, honestly, truckers could run most Fortune 500 companies, I believe, better than the people currently doing it. And we just don't give them a chance. And so therefore trucking, a lot of drivers have gotten the mentality, I'll just do what I do. Well, I'll be quiet over here. Why bother? I understand why bother so well. And it's been part of my detriment, but I don't have a regret around it either. It's been part of my detriment, maybe why I didn't start doing some of the things I wanted to do earlier in life, but who cares? I learned so much through it, and I'll never doubt it again. But as it pertains to truckers, and let me know if you agree with this, any driver listening now, once they start to realize that not only most of the drivers have confidence in themselves, especially the ones that have been doing it a long time. You'd have to. They have a lot of confidence in themselves. It's the people outside that they don't maybe agree with that or realize that or even think about it. It's not, I think it's passively too that people outside of the industry, it's not, they don't think about it on an everyday basis. If you realized what all these drivers do and then started speaking about that, the drivers would be more empowered. And I think that's for anybody. So it goes back to what we were talking about earlier. It's like, I need to believe in myself and see what I do well, but then I also need one other person that sees it, not just like your parents, like, oh yeah, my daughter's great. Somebody that's like, no, I see it, and I also want to help you get to that, even if it's just by showing you that I know you can and pulling out. It's why a lot of group like the what are those Chip and Joanna Gaines. As the story goes, they're the Magnolia Homes people on HGTV.
Right.
Apparently, as the story goes with them, he was in construction and trying to flip houses, and she was doing some design, but they just weren't being able, it just wasn't happening for him. And whether this is true or not, I love it. If it's not true, it should be. And they basically compiled a group of people that they trusted and respected, not just like besties, but people that were successful in the world and they trusted. And they took them out to, like, say, a cabin for the weekend. We're like, would you just come along? We will feed you and drink you and provide you a good time. And I just want to get a meeting of the minds. And we sit around, and for a couple days, you just tell us what we're good at, what you think we're good at. And we start whiteboarding and throwing it on the wall. And by the time we leave here 2 days later, we will have the roadmap for what we're going to do next. And such was born Magnolia Homes. And they became the flippers and designers and multi-millionaire moguls that they are now. And so yeah, like if you're sitting there being like, what should I do next? Get a couple people around you and just say, what do I do well? And also start listening. When people tell you do something well, like, oh, you're so good at that. Take that to heart. Write it down every time you hear that, because we should write.
Right.
Keep writing it down when you hear that. And if you hear it multiple times, are the things that start to keep showing up when people say, you're really good at, keep doing that.
It lands. It can make a difference. And by the way, this is one of those things where people say don't listen to the negative. Sometimes you should listen to the negative. But when you hear people say listen to the positive, what Lindsay's talking about, and I'm spot on correct, which is if a lot of people are telling you something and it is complimentary, you might kind of want to go with it.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to take my own advice, by the way.
And listen to this. And I'm not going to, I won't get into his name, but John Barrymore, who is famous at the time of his existence, but then famous because he is, literally the Drew Barrymore comes from that family line, an incredible theatrical family. He was a struggling young actor who could not break through, and he was doing what they call the train and whistle stop shows all around the country, doing these kind of light, bad comedies. And he was a Shakespearean actor, and he was brilliant. And he was in one of those terrible shows again, just heartbroken that his career couldn't get going. Everybody else just seemed to be kind of on the move. And the critic of the Boston newspaper, when he was in Boston, happened to stop in and waited for him after the show was over with. And the rest of the actors came out, and this man was waiting. And he said, and Barrymore comes out, and he recognized him. And he's like, oh, no, he's going to be one of these guys who's going to tell me everything that's wrong with me. He's just going to cut into me. And the critic went, John Barrymore, what are you doing here? He goes, what do you mean? He goes, you are way too talented. He said, I tell you what, if you will give me a percentage of your earnings, and only a percentage of your earnings, I won't expect a salary, I will actually act as your publicist and your manager, only for 1 year. I can't do this the rest of my life. He said, but I'm going to show you the world that you're missing. I'm going to show you what you're missing. And he used all of his expertise as a publicist and as a promoter, and he got Barrymore the gigs he was looking for and created the world he wanted to have for him, and he put him out there. And sometimes when people come by your sandbox and offer you a chance to play in a bigger sandbox or help you build your sandbox, don't keep waiting for the person you wanted to show up. Take the help where it's offered. Is such a crucial thing, too, because we often spend our time chasing after people who don't want us and rejecting the love and often a great deal of help from people who do. And Lindsay recently had an experience, I will not talk about it on the air, Lindsay, I promise, where you found out that a whole lot of people didn't communicate properly with each other, and a long friendship was ended because nobody bothered to talk to anybody else. And you should always make sure the people who are there to support you and make your dreams come true, that they are the relationships you cultivate and not the ones that you're looking over their shoulder to see who next can get you to the next place. I let that kind of land like a thud, but I mean, in many ways.
Thud, like the bird that hit my window this morning.
Well, exactly.
Oh.
And the phone lines are open, by the way, as we said on the chat at 615-292-6366. We know a number of you are out there still chatting, still making the miracle happen. We know people are out there listening. We'd love to hear from you. But we can talk about this all morning, Lindsay. I mean, I feel like the space that was given to us, and by the way, we've talked to Ian's publicist. We're going to make an effort to reschedule him. Apologies for that. It's a really wonderful book. Hope we get a chance to talk to him at some point. And really quickly, before we kind of pivot back into this conversation, if you want to hear a bunch bunch of people that are actualized. I would recommend highly listening to federal judge turned novelist Thomas Cullen on his new book, Charlie Mann. It is a great conversation about a guy who actually has had a remarkable legal career, a remarkable career on the bench, and now has written an incredibly popular young adult novel. I would recommend you go find Dexter Patterson's interview that Lindsay and I did with him about finding joy in the Great Lakes. You think that's a guy, Lindsay, who is doing exactly what his purpose-driven life is? He invented his own job. He invented his own job.
That's what's amazing.
You know, I mean, that's what it kind of comes down to.
The barbecue guy from yesterday. He was an architect.
Yeah.
And he threw that in. It was an architect that liked barbecue. Architect, great. That's a lot of work. But that's so much work. That's like all consuming. And life, I don't believe life is supposed to be that hard. And he liked barbecue so much that he ended up one day being like, wait, I can actually work in barbecue. He's now the editor of a barbecue magazine. And he's now made his own job where he travels and eats barbecue all around Texas and then writes about it.
Lindsay.
Come on.
Lindsay. I'm going to say his name and you're going to say his nickname. Louis Pugh.
Pew, 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 pew.
Army veteran, farmer, cattle farmer, truck driver, owner-operator. In a million years, he and I were in the over in Grain Valley together. And he was taking me to go get a hamburger with Angel. And in a million years, it never would occur to him 20, 25, 30 years ago that he actually would be speaking in front of the Senate. It never occurred to him that he'd be walking down the hallway and get doors open for him by powerful people on the Hill. None of that was what he thought was going to play itself out when he first started driving a truck. It's people who leave themselves open to the possibilities of what could be rather than what they've been denied. And I want to make it really clear, the thing I talked about on the other side in the last half hour, I wasn't bemoaning that. I was talking about that really getting in your way. That's the hardest one to get out of the way, when you didn't get a shot at the thing, when you never even got a shot or a chance at it. But you got to learn to move on from that too. But I mean, and all of this content, by the way, is available here. If you want to hear Louis talk about this stuff, if you want to hear Dexter, if you want to hear the Judge Cullen, it's all there for the taking. And that's, in many ways, we talk to a lot of people on this show, both in the truck driving sphere and in all other places, who actually, if you listen to them, all the journalists. Look at what Scott Shea has done. Scott Shea was the Catholic Channel's producer, and he is now a trusted and celebrated journalist and historian in the rock and roll sphere. I mean, it's all there for the taking if you simply leave yourself open to what your potential and possible purpose are.
Our guest tomorrow, one of our guests tomorrow, she
unbelievable
has found a way to talk about making your own job. She got rid of her home and everything, got rid of her house, everything she owns, like 4 years ago, and now just travels the world. She lives rent-free and travels the world as an international pet sitter, international woman of mystery. So people just hire her to be like, I live in Paris, I want to go on vacation, come stay at my house. But she's certified, she's accredited, she's got a whole business where she gets to travel the world and then stay rent-free and also takes care of your pets. So again, something she loves to do. She loves pets. She loves travel. And she is also helping other people because it's a big deal, whether it's your pets or your children. Like, I'm trying to think of something to do for my birthday. My birthday is December 4th, a week after yours, Jim. But I'm much younger.
Actually, Lindsay, straight up, you're almost a decade younger than me.
I know, thankfully. And I will always be younger than you. That is one thing I pride myself in.
Continue, please.
Yes, absolutely. So I'm like, I want to do something that, I don't know. I just want to be gone on my birthday. I have to work on my birthday and the day after, but then I want to leave and go somewhere for the weekend. But my point bringing that up is that I was like, well, maybe Seamus and Freya should come with me, or maybe just Seamus. But you know what? You can't relax when you've got a 6-year-old around. A, but she'll be 7 by that point. But B, if Seamus came with me, I would not relax the whole weekend because I'd be like checking in with my parents or friend or whoever was keeping Freya. So I was like, I want to go alone because the only way I'll be relaxed is if I know Seamus has got my dog and my daughter. You know, he's the only one that I don't have to check in on with those things. You know what I mean? And so I'm like, just the idea of somebody handling things for you so that you can actually check out is incredible. And that's what she's made a living doing. There's so many deep, I can't wait to talk to her because it's anybody who has found a way to enjoy their life and get paid for it is just so incredible.
You know what you should do, and it's even better because I won't be in town. You should come here, do a show from here, and then just enjoy New Orleans, and then stay at the Degas house. He'd put you up in a heartbeat. I'd be gone the next day. Because I leave on the 5th, but it's worth thinking about. I mean, it's worth thinking about.
And I want it to be some sort of personal development. What I do, go do some like weird woo woo.
Well, that's why I was
vibey
suggesting
stuff because I love that, but also like write and just have some. This is a nice time.
And get lost in New Orleans.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, actually, here's the irony, Lindsay. The reason I'm suggesting it is that I'm not going to be here. That I would leave the day after your birthday
because we'd end up just sitting around shooting the Shasta.
Oh no, we would go do a lot of stuff. Trust me, and Bentley would still be in town. We would go do stuff, but I would make sure that didn't happen. It wouldn't just be like blah 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 blah. We should do something. Never mind. The other thing is, another guest from tomorrow, Lindsay, Brian Roth is the president and one of 3 co-founders of Geocaching HQ, a company that supports the global game of geocaching. He does that for a living. He basically runs a company that supports geocaching, which, by the way, is a blast and a half. You know who loves geocaching, right?
Claire, explain to it real quick, because I know what geocaching is, but if somebody had asked me to articulate it, I wouldn't do it well. How would you articulate what geocaching is?
It is a targeted scavenger hunt. It is. I mean, you're basically using coordinates. You're using the latitude and longitudinal coordinates to find little things. Often, like it'll be sometimes as small as a little tube. Sometimes it'll be in like what you call a prescription drug pill, that kind of plastic little container. And you take out a sheet of paper and you sign your name that you've been there. But often
it's not about the thing; it's about getting to the thing in order to get to the next thing, right?
Yeah, and there's all kinds of different versions and often what's cool is they'll often have hints in the next thing for what the next thing is, but there'll often be clues. So they'll put you in the general vicinity, and then there'll be like some kind of crazy poem that makes you realize they're talking about the statue, or they're talking about the clock tower. And it's kind of like National Treasure.
I could get into that, actually.
It's amazing. And by the way, Claire and I did it on bikes one time. It can be amazing. I mean, it's basically Pokemon for adults. I mean, in many ways, you don't have a phone app for it, although some things actually have apps for it as well. So, I mean, I can't wait to dig into this stuff. I'm really looking forward to it. It just looks like a blast and a half. But these are all people who are doing their thing, man. They're doing their thing, but it goes back to that. You do get what I'm talking about heading out of balance, right? About the Beatles playing six days a week, 2 shows a day. About the Doors, 3 months in the Mojave Desert, and Forrest Lucas in the back of his car, pulling out that oil and selling it. That's all I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
If I came to New Orleans for the weekend, I want to go to like a fun one of these not fun.
Christmas in the Oaks, dude.
I want to go to the energy healer, and I like weird stuff like that.
All right, I tell you what. We have a mutual friend who has started a little bit of a walking tradition when they aren't baking a ton of cupcakes or muffins. Why don't you put us on the case and we'll see if we can find some great cosmic woo-woos. They got a whole bunch of them.
If I'm going to be alone, I'm not one of these people that wants to go do cosmic woo-woo stuff in a group. I want to be alone for cosmic woo-woo, but I love cosmic woo-woo. Speaking of cosmic woo-woo, our own Lindsay's Chaotic Cosmic Connections coming at you soon. I have an email that you're going to get today, Jim, by the way.
I'm so excited. That's my sitar impersonation.
Yeah, do it again.
That's it.
It'll be you keep doing that, and then I'll tell you underneath, because it's basically going to be me telling you your forecast, but it's my forecast.
I'm going to set it up. You ready?
Okay.
Lindsay's Cosmic Connection.
And I'm going to be like, hey, Leo, today you're giving main character energy, but in a please pay attention to me, but also don't weigh. Your job is to pick one. Drama or peace, you can't have both. We've tried it and it doesn't work.
This has been Lindsay's Cosmic Connection.
It's going to put people in their place is what I'm trying to say, while also being like sarcastic around you. It's like calling out what sign are you, Dre?
I'm a Virgo.
Of course you are.
Yeah,
by the way, everybody always
time.
does that. Everybody does that to everybody. What's your sign?
You are.
I'm a Cancer. Of course you are. I'm a Leo, sign of the untamed lion. No, I'm not. I'm a Sagittarian like Lindsay.
Oh, I got a whole thing with someone one time, and I was just like, look, man, sometimes people really be knowing it, but then other times it's just an excuse for a girl not to talk to a guy. Because I was talking to a group of my friends, and I said I was a Capricorn. They're like, oh my God, it makes so much sense. I was like, no, I'm a Virgo.
Yeah, exactly.
Got you.
Exactly. Or what you tell them is, I just don't get along with Virgos. What do you get along with? Sagittarians. Well, let me show you my ID. Actually, I'm a Sagittarian.
Yeah.
This is the dawning of the age of Sagittarian.
Go on, Lindsay.
I love my mother-in-law was a astrologer, and Seamus always said he hated it growing up because his mom was an astrologer and his mom's best friend was. And so he'd like come home and then he'd be like, oh, I'm sad today. And they're like, well, that's because the moon is orbiting Uranus. And he's like, no, it's because Janet broke up with me, damn it. It's because Janet broke up with me and I'm sad. So he hated it so much. And he would do anything like to get away from the woo and the astrology. And so he married a girl that was so different. That's like Texas conservative, Christian. He married me and thought that'll do it. And then cut to, he'd come in when his mom was still with us. He'd come in and she and I'd be on the phone for 2 hours, like having woo deep dives. And he's like, what has happened? I've married my mom.
Full circle.
Yes. But he also like secretly loved it. But what I do love, because there is anything, whether you take like the personality test, the IQ test, astrology, they're all the same thing.
Failed it.
They're all the same thing, just coming from a different aspect of it, like it's basically what makes you tick. And there are things that we all have in common. And yes, astrology, you could look at it and be like, well, that could be for anybody.
A big steaming pile of harsh Shasta.
Yeah, and we're gonna make fun of that, make light of it. Because listen, yes, I can be a Sagittarius, but also what comes into play is how was I raised? Where was I raised? What do I do for a living? All these other things also pop into it and play a part in it, and that's when it becomes like a mishmash. So our astrology read, our Lindsay's chaotic cosmic connection, that's a work in progress name, I don't know, report is gonna make light of all that. It's
Lindsay's cosmic connection.
There's actually a store here in Nashville called Cosmic Connections that I love, so I don't know if I can call it that, but unless I get them to partner with me.
Exactly.
I'm giving you authority to do such a thing. I'm giving you authority. We got time for one call. We got a call, Lindsay. Somebody's on the scene. Who is it?
Who sent you? What's your sign?
What you're all about?
It's Trucker Bosan.
Trucker Bosan. Hey, baby, what's your sign?
Yeah, honey.
I am a Leo.
You are a Leo.
You're such a Leo.
Do you like attention, but don't want to admit it?
I try to avoid attention as much as possible.
Yeah, but also when people don't,
nice.
don't see you, then you're like, oh, why didn't you see me?
But he called the show.
I like the fact that he doesn't like the tension. That's really good. That's well done.
You can't. Hey, please pay attention to me, but also don't. You can't have. It's drama or peace. Which do you want?
I want peace.
Perfect. Good.
Yeah, man.
Welcome.
I'm not
Welcome,
a fan
Leo.
of drama.
More drama for me.
I am not a fan of drama. That's why I avoid the "it is what it is" people. Because those are the kind of people, they've accepted mediocrity as the norm and failure. And it's like, they're not going to help you in your spiritual journey or your advancement, personally or financially or anything else. So
what a great
avoid
point.
those people.
What a great point. It is what it is the why bother. Yeah, this is just what happened. No, fix it. It's not is what it is. If you don't like it, I love that. That's a great point, Trucker Bosan.
The only time
I've said it is what it is before or been around other people who did and gone with it, but you're making me realize right now that's not okay.
Yeah.
It is what it is. F that.
It's only okay in one situation, and I'm totally in agreement with both of y'all, everybody here. I'm in agreement. I just want to make that really clear. The only time it's acceptable is when you took your shot and you're now standing in the midst of a smoldering wreck of a situation where everything has gone wrong and failure is now on top of you. It's okay to go, you know what, it is what it is. We'll try something next. But you can only use it when you've taken your best shot. And
It's a positive.
The world has collapsed around you, and it's like, you know what? It's just money. We'll go make some more.
It is what it is. Trucker, it is what it is. You probably called with a actual something to say.
Make your point.
Maybe not.
Oh, no.
Perfect.
Got the move done last weekend. Everything's good. Penny Lane's got the house all situated. Almost.
It is what it is.
It is what it is, yeah.
But it's all good.
Penny Lane is in my... Okay, so you moved.
That's a
So
good
you
song.
just moved. What was the first thing that you got set in the house when you just moved as a freshly moved into a home person? What was the first thing that you're like, I've got, the first thing I have to do is put my toothbrush in the case or whatever? What was the first thing you had to do to make you feel settled?
Well, the first thing I did was set up the Keurig in the kitchen.
I like it.
I like what you stand for.
I like it.
I
push
had to
people
have I had to have my coffee.
Yeah, you know that Lindsay pushes her daughter out of the way to get to the Keurig. Throws her out cars and pushes her out of the way.
Actually, can I say this? My husband, what I noticed the other day, he is an amazing husband, an amazing father. But I noticed that I'll come in first thing, I'll go in the kitchen and immediately like make Freya's eggs or make her lunch. He makes his coffee. I don't get my coffee till she's gone from the house. He gets it first thing, and I'm like, putting yourself first. But also, he knows that he'll be grumpy if he doesn't have it. So I get it. But it was just an interesting looking at how we do it differently. Like, I'm not okay until I know like her stuff is handled for the morning. I can't relax until I've done it. But it was interesting to watch like how people prioritize what their first thing they do. You know what I mean?
I prioritize money. Thank you, Marshall.
I like money.
Well,
Thank you, Marshall.
Go on.
I used to actually, make Penny her coffee in the morning while she was getting ready, so she'd come out of the bedroom and be ready. But now with the issue she had with her throat, she's only drinking like 1 cup a day. And I never know if she feels like a full cup or a half a cup. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to let you do it.
That's fair.
Because I don't want to make you a 12-ounce cup and then you end up drinking half of it. And,
It is what it is. Yeah.
It is what it is, man. It is what it is. And on that note, we have to end our adventures here on Road Gang Radio, and we couldn't have ended it with a better friend. Well, we got a couple of great friends, but you're right up there, pal. We love you.
We love you, Trent. We see you. We love you. Keep doing what you do because you see us. I love it. This is a win-win relationship. Have the best day.
And people are going to see We Should Ride on the other side of my truck here in about another 2 weeks.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Nemo Nation continues its expansive power. We're coming at you everywhere. Road Gang Radio is on the move. We Should Ride grows by leaps and bounds.
That's so cool. Thank you, Trucker B. TB in the house. Also, Marshall Platter, hey, thank you for that donation. It does not go directly to us, but it does go to keeping us on the air and promoting us so more people can see us and be a part of this. We love you guys. Thank you for being here for us. Stay tuned. We Should Write a replay and then the new one coming up next. The name of the game is Road Gang.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires, Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Well, hey there. It's Lindsay Lawler, y'all, and welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm your host, Lindsay Lawler. I'm a songwriter, a performer, and a longtime radio voice. I'm also a storyteller and a proud advocate for the incredible men and women of the trucking industry. And let me tell you, they've got stories. Okay, so We Should Write is where sarcasm meets soul. It's equal parts vulnerability and absurdity. We talk to songwriters, authors, and creatives of all kinds about how putting pen to paper help them heal, grow, and work their stuff out. Because let's be honest, writing is cheaper than therapy and way more, dare I say, honest. So take a breath. Now, let's get it out. Let's get into it because we should write, right? Right, we should write. It's important. I am practicing what I preach. I haven't been writing in a long time and I've started writing again and it's flowing. So I'm telling you, it works when you work it. Welcome back to the show. I am so excited about this episode. It's like when you say, no, this is my favorite child. No, this is my favorite child. Guys, this is my favorite child today. I can already feel it. And Amy, even on the earlier radio show today, I was telling people that I guarantee this show is going to change their life. This specific episode is going to change someone's life. And I think that is you. You. Okay. So, hi, Amy.
Hi. Super excited to be here. Thank you for having me.
Oh my God, I'm so happy you're here. Okay, here's the deal, guys. This episode feels really special. It feels like a circle closing and a new one opening in a way, because my guest is someone whose story brings us right back to something we forget far too easily, I think, the profound power of the real human connection. And I'm genuinely so excited to welcome Amy Daughters. She's a keynote speaker, a former sports journalist, author of multiple books, including the one we're talking about today, which is Dear Dana, That Time I Went Crazy and Wrote All 580 of My Facebook Friends a Handwritten Letter. It's a long title, but she's writing, so it's writing. She had to write it long. And Amy didn't set out to start a movement, guys, but it's what happened. She simply wrote one letter to a woman she hadn't seen since summer camp. And from that one note came purpose and reconnection and unexpected life-changing ripples. And her journey reminds us that purpose doesn't always arrive with fireworks. Sometimes it arrives quietly through these small inspired acts that end up changing everything, which is what we're going to talk about today. And selfishly, this book transported me straight back to summer camp, cabins, counselors, crushes, letters home, these in-between spaces of life. And it cracked open something sweet and nostalgic for me that I didn't even know was tucked in away and wanting to come out, by the way. So I'm excited about that. I've been counting down to this conversation. My guarantee for you listening, someone today, maybe you'll walk away changed because of this conversation. Please make welcome to We Should Write, my new friend, soon to be yours, Amy Daughters. Hi, friend.
Hi, Lindsay. And what a great intro. I mean, are you kidding me? I mean, I don't even know what to say now. It's great. So thank you so much for having me on. And what a kickoff to the conversation.
Well, we should write.
Right?
Right, good. You got that. You got the assignment.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Woo, that was it. I didn't think I could do it.
You did so good. Okay, Amy, I always start the show. We take a deep breath together. It's a moment for you and I to reset, and maybe even more importantly, for somebody out there listening to reset. We have a lot of over-the-road truck drivers that listen to this show who are making America happen out on the roads and maybe don't take enough time for their themselves. So whether you're in your truck, if you're at your desk, if you're in your car, wherever you are, just take a moment to breathe with me on the count of 3, and then we're going to dive in. So 1, 2, 3. I always back up so you don't hear the allergies and the seasonal stuff going on in me, but it feels good. All right, so Amy, after that breath, in this moment, right now, if you're going to take out your gratitude journal and write down, what in this moment, Amy Daughters, are you grateful for?
Well, I'm grateful for so much. I'm in this empty nest situation with my husband, and I thought, I work from home, so it was weird when they left. But I realized, wait a second, I like this person I'm married to, so this is working out pretty good. Like all those years, they don't tell you it's going to be great at the end if you still like each other, and so we're having great fun. And I'm also super grateful that this little topic of letter writing, people want to talk about it, and people like you see the value in it, and a book that is 2 or 3 years old that somebody still wants to talk to me about it. And I realize that's unusual. And I'm super grateful to be whether it was God or the universe who gave me this to talk about. I'm grateful that I have an opportunity like this today on such a great program to share this story.
Awesome. I love it. It's it reminds us that writing's never going out of style, especially the handwritten letter. So Amy, a lack of a better term, will you give us, because this conversation is not even necessarily about promoting you or your work or what you have going on. It's about promoting connection. Obviously, as a byproduct, we will promote everything you have going on. And the conversation isn't even about the 580 letters you wrote. It's about the life that had to be lived in order to get to that project, which changed everything. So with that being said, I loved reading this book. I think everybody should. But can you give us the again, at lack of a better term, the Cliff's Note version that just gets us up to speed as to what we're going to dive deeper about today? The camp, how you met Dana, and how it got us to the 580 letters.
Right, right. And I think that's very well said because, I'm a small businesswoman. Of course, I want to sell books, but the bigger thing for me is the reason I want to be on your program is I want to talk about human connection and what happened to me because of this story. And that has very little to do with the book. It has how it transformed pivoted the entire trajectory of my life. So basically, Lindsay, I like to start the story off by saying I was minding my own business because I was. I was minding my own business and I was not planning to do anything magical or meaningful. I get on Facebook one day and I think, what happened to my friend Dana from Camp Olympia in Trinity, Texas in 1986? 35 years ago, we had zero communication between that moment on Facebook and 30 something years ago. And we were both loud and had big personalities. So I guess that's why she resonated with me. But we spent 6 weeks together. That was it. But her name would always pop up every once in a while. So I'm on Facebook. Voila. Her name comes up again. I type it in and there she is, Dana. And I was like, wait a second, this is great. So I friend request her because it doesn't really mean anything. I mean, I don't have to do anything. And she accepts, so I assume she borderline remembers me. And right away I figure out she has overachieved in the children department. This girl has 5 children. Like she has knocked it out of the park. And so 5 kids, 4 girls, 1 boy. He's the youngest. His name is Parker. And right away I scroll for a while and right away I realize that Parker has cancer. And it's serious enough that he's at St. Jude in Memphis, Tennessee. So I'm like, oh man, this kid's fighting for his life, And so as a human being, as a mom, just a person, I was like, of course that resonates with you as the worst case scenario. And I say nothing. She asked for prayers. That's kind of my thing. So I start praying, but I never hit like, I never comment on anything because I feel like that's disingenuous. Like she doesn't even really remember. I'm the loud girl from Tetherball, at summer.
Yeah, I'm not going to the kid has cancer post that I've never talked to for 30 years. That would be strange.
Right. And why am I going to say supporting you? I mean, I can't say anything. I just am totally the background girl on this. So he goes back home somewhere in Louisiana. It goes into remission. And I'm like, man, I feel relief. This is great. Kind of goes on the back burner for me. And then later that same year, her posts start to change. Dana's posts start to change. And I'm like, something's wrong. And then she posts this long, honest post. And it's like, we're going back to Memphis. The cancer's back. And I'm like, man, this is just, awful. And so I start praying again. I sit down at my desk to write the next morning. We should write, right? And so I sit down to do just that. And then it was like a lightning bolt hit me in the head. I'm like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to start sending Dana and Parker supportive notes to the Ronald McDonald House in Memphis. And I hadn't written anyone a note in 25 years. So it's not like I was like, I write people letters. Here's what I'm going to do. This is a genius idea. No, it wasn't that. And I still had no direct contact with this woman. Like she doesn't even, I'm sure she remembers maybe accepting my friendship request, but I was so committed to this idea. I think it was God. You can call it the universe, you can call it whatever, but I was like, I'm going to do it. So it was December, so I had Christmas card stuff, I had stamps, unusual. So I start putting her in my writing schedule, and I write her every Sunday and mail it on Monday. And of course, I don't hear anything back from her. I mean, she's helping her kid fight cancer, but I write for like 10 to 12 weeks. And the whole time I'm doing it, I'm like, you're crazy. This is nuts, And so then one Sunday morning, 10 to 14 weeks later, I get up and she posts it. And there's no words for any of this and has nothing to do with me. But Parker passes away from cancer at only 15 years old. It's just total devastation. I clearly has nothing to do with me, but I feel like I kind of felt called to the letter writing things. So what should I do? I send a condolence card and I'm like, you're not going to just leave her hanging, right? I mean, think about that. You've supported her, say you were supporting her. So I can't stop writing. But I'm like, I don't know where she lives and I can't message her and say, what's your address? And so I'm like, okay. So I'm crazy. So I'll stalk her husband's attorneys. He's an attorney, so I'll get his address because that makes a lot of sense, And so I just start sending these weekly letters there because that made a lot of sense, or it didn't. And I thought it was crazy the whole time I was doing it. So I continued to write her. 4 or 5 months of writing. And I'd be lying if I didn't say I didn't think you should stop because you're crazy. I go out to my mailbox on my birthday, and there's a 10-page handwritten letter from this woman. And in it, she talks about her grief. On my birthday. And she talks about her grief. She talks about her life. And at the end, she says, you know what? I wasn't planning on writing any of that, but I feel better for saying all that. And so this kicks off, Lindsay, 2 years of me and this stranger writing each other weekly in the U.S. mail, and our thoughts cross, and like we don't feel like we have to respond to any specific thing because there's no immediate response. I don't even know if she's reading. She doesn't even know if I'm reading what she wrote. But we end up trusting each other. We said stuff like, I've never told anybody this before. I know I can tell you, stranger, at the other end of a letter. Like, who even does that? That's nutso, But we shared on this letter that was so intimate that we wound up caring about each other. And it made me look at everything differently. And really one of the most magical parts was I knew she believed in some kind of God or like some version of God because she had asked for the prayers, but I didn't know how she voted. I didn't know what she believed in specifically. I didn't know her socioeconomic level. I didn't know her stance on any issue. I just knew that I cared about her almost like a sister because of all this sharing in the handwritten letter. So about 6 to 8 months into writing back and forth with her, I was like, you know what? If all this good can happen from random girl from Louisiana that I stalked, like what else is in this list of people? Like what about the other hundreds of people that I'm supposed to know on this list of Facebook friends? So I'm like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get some stationery and I'm going to put everybody's names in a little box and I'm going to get a journal. I'm going to try to write all these people a handwritten letter. And so and I was thinking I'll go like letter 25 and I'll probably peace out because that's ridiculous. Like 600 letters, that's dumb. But then when I got to like letter 25, I was like, you know what? This is probably the most important thing I'm ever going to do in my life. So it took me 18 months and it blew up my heart, my life, my perspective. It took me 18 months and I wrote 580 handwritten letters. And now I'm officially the girl who can't shut up about handwritten letters and notes.
Well, if anybody can attest to why it's important, it's you. And I love this. Always happens, Amy. It wasn't your intention to do something, and your intentions were good. I believe intention is everything. Your intentions were, I'm being called to do this, and I don't know why, but I have a profound longing, yearning connection to this, and I'm just going to do it. You weren't like, I hope I become an author and speak on this and change the world. But you have done that. And this is why I think this conversation on two levels, Amy, is very important. A, because I think we listen to these inspiring podcasts and you hear people that have done these big, profound things and you're like, oh, that's amazing. That's inspiring. Well, I wouldn't do all that. That's a lot of work. I couldn't do that. And that's not what this is. This was you. It was one letter that led to another. It wasn't in the beginning like, oh my God, I'm going to take on this huge project. It was like, I just need to connect to this person. So that's point number one here, that we can change the world by just doing one small thing. We can change our own world, both inside and out, by doing the small things. It's not the big, profound things. It's the small things. The other reason this conversation is really important is because this is all clearly divinely led in my humble opinion, because you just followed the breadcrumbs and it was like, this feels good. It's, I think we making decisions or based on something that feels good or bad, love over fear, and desperation, panic over like, this just feels good, I want to do it. And you just followed the nudges and here we are sitting today. So those are 2 points that I think are attainable for anybody listening, for anybody in the entire world, and that's why it's important. Okay, we have to talk about camp here because this is where it all began. And I love the notion that you share on your website that you would much rather go back in time than to see the future. This hit me. I agree. I didn't realize it until I read it that I agree. But I time traveled back to camp after reading your book or while reading your book. And the cabins, the crushes, the late night bunks, the writing letters home to my parents, and then the summers when I came home writing to the friends that I had met. And so if you can paint, I don't know if anyone listening, whether you went to camp, if you didn't go to camp, I'd love for Amy to paint a picture. We both went to camp in Texas. What camp did you go to? Oh, Olympia, right. You're Olympia. I went to T-Bar-M. Paint a picture of what that is, because you talk about in the book how it's like this relationship microwave, and it forces connection real fast and furious, and then it's gone, and then it's taken away from you. It's a very strange, jarring, sort of bipolar thing, but it's also epic. Kind of explain your camp experience, and because it's what brought us here today.
Right, and I think it's like a bubble of, it's like this bubble of society, where you're enclosed in this, this other world for several weeks. But like you said from the book, a relational microwave, because you're forced to live with people in close proximity for, 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 1 week, 6 weeks, whatever the term is, but it forces you to depend on people because you're removed from the whole other world that you were doing before this, and I think this is probably even more powerful now than it was in the 70s and 80s. But for me, I was somebody who struggled, like so many people, struggled with self-confidence, struggled with where I fit in. But at camp, I almost felt celebrated. Since I was just dipping in and dipping out, it's almost like they see the best parts of you and celebrate that because they don't have to put up with you for more than 3 or 6 weeks, But I always felt so celebrated and so myself, and those connections always seemed so deep because they were forged so quickly in this common experience. And a really bad comparison, they talk about people who go through, wars together, they're in the trenches together. But I think being a camp counselor is kind of like that, not in a bad way, like where you experience bad things, but it's this otherworldly experience that you only experience with your camp friends. And it makes those camp friends, something different because you experience this that no one else, other camp people did, but you experienced it together. And that sticks with you for the rest of your life. And, a great example of that, when I wrote the 580 letters, I kept track of how I knew the person because a lot of people, I had assumed I met them somewhere else, but the camp people I was rock solid on. And that was the highest percentage of people. Like that was the biggest group for me to write letters to. And it was like 40% of the list were people I met at Camp Olympia.
Wow. Well, and the other thing about camp, and I like talking about this because people that didn't go to camp may not send their kids to camp. But if you're hearing this and you didn't go to camp, as long as you find one that you trust, I believe in it wholeheartedly. It is one of the biggest foundations of my whole life. I, again, didn't remember it wholeheartedly until reading your book. But I'm going to play a song here in a minute that will sort of explain my camp experience. But it's also, to your point of being in the trenches, like you're removed, especially as a teenager or sometimes even younger, you're removed from your everyday life experience. You have people checking on you, counselors, but they're not your parents. You can kind of do whatever you want within the confines of this place. And it's a time to safely explore who you want to be and who you want to connect with, I feel like.
Oh, 100%. I grew up going to the same elementary school, junior high school, and high school. And Camp Olympia gave me an opportunity to redefine myself. I mean, I wasn't that girl who everyone knew with the bowl cut from second grade. I was the girl at camp.
Hot.
Yeah, so hot. I mean, the jealousy factor I've had to deal with it my whole life, and it's really, worked me over. But no, and I think that what you said is you re-explore who you are in the confines of a totally different place where you're outside of even your family, and that's scary to parents. I sent both my kids to camp, the same camp, and it is a chance for you to find yourself in a way you can't do in your regular life.
So I have to play this song, and the camp I went to, it was a Christian sports camp, which seems very specific, but and it was in New Braunfels, Texas. And first of all, there's a completely random side note that just popped in my head. The type of people you meet. There was this one girl, Amy, in my I don't remember her name, but now I want to try to find her. She would, and this is when we're like 10, 12 years old. Every night before she went to bed, she'd put on a full face of makeup and do her hair. This is in the bunk at camp. And we asked her one day, we're like, why do you do that? She goes, well, in case I die in my sleep, I want to look good. This was like a 12-year-old.
Wow.
I need to know what that person is doing with their life today. I need to know the psyche behind that. I will never
100%.
forget her. Crazy, right?
Yeah.
But anyway, Dre will play me a clip of this song. It's a Michael W. Smith song. It's a spiritual song. But they would play it at the last day of camp every year.
Oh, I know the song.
You know what I'm gonna play, don't you?
Yeah. Do you want me to say it, or I'm gonna just let that song play?
What's your guess?
Friends are friends forever.
Yes.
Camp people unite.
Why did they do? It was gut wrenching.
Oh, cry like a little baby by the tetherball poles. I mean, wrap yourself up in the punch machine and bawl.
Yes, and it's quite a silly song, but silly. Yet, if it made us cry that much, it's such a basic. Friends are friends forever. If the Lord's the Lord of them, it's a very basic concept, and yet I remember it. 30 years later, sitting here. 30 plus years sitting here, remember what it did to my soul, because they'd play the first piano note. We'd cry, hug, sob. It sounded like this, and then we'll go deeper. Trey, hit me with a little tear jerker sappiness. Back.
Oh my God!
Do you feel it?
So many floods of memories. But why did I think when he said, the last more than a lifetime? I think about the girl with the makeup now, and I wasn't even at that camp or with that girl, but she was hanging on to that verse. She was like, the lifetime's not going to stop. And she put her makeup on. She was going. She was going.
It was crazy.
Going home. Yeah,
going home. Well, okay. Let's talk about letter writing, because obviously, specifically as it pertains to camp. Because obviously we didn't have social media back then, but it was so important. It was so profound. Did you write letters to people like after, when you got back, friends that you'd made there, or letters back home?
Oh, absolutely. And, my mom would write me. I still have a lot of letters. And I think that's a common thread. People who wrote letters, they save a lot of the letters. But, the Camp Olympia yearbook in the back, and this is almost unbelievable now in the world of let's all protect ourselves. There was a back part where they listed all the counselors and the pictures with their addresses where you could write them.
Wow. Can't do that today.
Different world.
So here's what I want to talk about as it pertains to, because you're also a writer by trade. You're a freelance writer. You're an author. You were a freelance writer that became an author. There's three. You kind of write in three different ways, which we'll talk about later. It's personally, professionally, and then also for this project that you did. But let's back up. Talk a little bit about, this is just kind of hitting me right now, the idea of when we wrote letters at that age, say in our teenage years, back to parents or to friends or whatever, and then also how we would handle it now today. There's something that happens where we kind of choose, whether it's consciously or not, what we want to include in these letters. And I wonder, do you remember, recall anything about what you would put in a letter? It's like, what am I going to tell my parents? Only the good stuff, also the bad? Is it a mix of it too? How do I want to present myself when I get to choose whatever goes in this letter? Because that was the only form of communication you would have back home or to the friends later. So what do you think now, sitting as a professional writer and a personal writer, what does it say to you about what we choose to how we choose to expose ourselves or put us out there? Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah. And that's a great question, because I have talked to so many people about this topic and I've never been asked that question. And it's fascinating. I would say as a camper, I was so enamored with Camp Olympia and it was so much a part of my identity. I'm assuming those letters would have been super positive because they would have been plugs for please send me back and pay the money,
Sure.
And it would have been a reflection on the absolute joy I had at being there. I've read some of the letters, and I did say that I missed my brother and my sister, and I think that's a reflection on not a perfect home life, but a home life where I felt drawn to be back. I think that the question of what information you choose to include in a letter and what you don't is super interesting. It makes me think of social media, what we choose to share and don't share.
Right.
But the difference is the letter's in an envelope, and presumably only your mother or the addressee is going to read the letter. So what do you choose to say? And I think that's motivated a lot of the same ways. What do you want people to take away from the experience you're having? And also what is the context of your relationship? How open can you be with that other person? So I think it speaks to how what that relationship means to you personally is how you're going to share in the letter, in this private letter.
Yeah, it sets the scene. Because you said that too. You were sending all these letters to Dana, hoping, I hope you're the only one who sees it. I don't know. Who
right.
knows?
No. Right. And I would think the tone of those letters that we wrote in college and high school or camp would be a reflection not only on our experience, where we're at, our emotional state that we're in at the time, but also it would be a reflection on the relationship with this recipient and how much we trusted them. And I could see a deep letter coming to someone, like, let's say we were friends. I would have told you different stuff than I would have told my mother or my father.
Right. Isn't that interesting? And then you kind of got to play the game of who knows what, which is a crazy thing. And, it's also just the honesty level, which we'll have to take a quick break in a minute. We'll come back. But the honesty level, you say in the book that it was, being honest is better than being cliche. And the idea of like just saying, yeah, this sucks what you're going through. I'm here, as opposed to the toxic positivity of like, everything happens for a reason, or I fall victim to that and I'm trying to get better.
Right.
But that had to have landed big with you throughout these.
Oh yeah, and that's something that Dana taught me. I mean, frankly, is that I don't think I understood that as profoundly as I did. And I think for me, it was also knowing when she started to share in the letters, I realized I didn't have the words. I mean, in the light of her loss, and I think God gave me not a perspective, but he gave me such a heart for that family that I was like, I know I can't say anything, but it sucks. I can't say anything, there's no words for that, but you can show up over and over again. And that's the bigger lesson. And that was totally spirit driven. I agree with what you said. My humble opinion, it was the same. It was driven by God, not by me. But that was it. I could just show up over and over again with this crazy quest. And that was going to mean more than I could have ever imagined to them.
And if you whoever's listening today, learn nothing else or take away nothing else from Amy, I know that you have a lot of takeaways, I'm sure, today. But that is the one thing. Just show up. Just keep showing up. Not obnoxiously, just a, hey, I'm here vibe. That's what people, that's why so many people don't reach out, because they don't know what to say. In a time of tragedy, there's nothing anyone can say that will help. So who cares? Throw that out the window. Get rid of that. I'm here is right. The probably biggest takeaway.
Right, you can just sit next to him, because the truth is, like you just said, there are no words. There are no words. There is nothing that's going to make it better, but the presence of another human being, and mine was in a form of a letter, so it wasn't even physical at all, And I thought the whole time I'm shooting these letters off, thinking it's doing no good. You're nutso. But when she started writing me back, and she would say stuff like, "You have no idea what the letters mean. We wait for the letters every week." I was just blown away by that, because I was assuming that I was crazy and I was sending these letters because I felt like I had to, and they had deep meaning for those people, and I had not the right words. I didn't have anything, but it just meant something, that somebody was going to show up over and over again.
And she said to you, "You're making a difference, Amy. You're making a difference. Keep going. That's all you need to know. You are making a difference, Amy." We're talking with Amy Daughters. We're going to take a quick break and come right back. And if you're listening right now, if you're still listening, if we still have you, you're making a difference. By listening, by showing up for yourself and for others, you're making a difference, period. This is We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. Hey, Amy, we should write.
Yeah, right?
Right. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. This is the quickest break you've ever heard, I promise. Take us away, Dre.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Welcome back to We Should Write with Lindsay Lawler, a show about the healing power of writing. Let's dive back in, shall we? Because we should write, right?
Right. Hey, Amy, we should write.
Right.
We have an echo going on, Dre. Right?
We do.
just like to tell
That's
everybody
right.
about the technical stuff. It keeps us real around here. This is
That's right.
real. This is raw, man. This ain't no AI podcast.
So raw.
Raw. So rhyme.
So raw. I will tell you, I just got a text from a camp friend who said, friends are friends forever. I am all up in my feels.
Oh my gosh, I love it. What's that person's name?
Patty Lanning, a shout out to my BFF from Tetherball, Pat the Cat. Yep.
Patty and friends. Oh my gosh. It's still as bad as it is. It's so good. I mean, it's good. It's not bad. It's like, it's heartfelt. It's endearing. I need to get Michael W. Smith on the show just to tell him how much
Oh
he
my gosh.
changed my
Yeah.
life.
Him and Amy
my gosh.
Grant, you could do we could have a cry fest.
Oh my God. We're going to. They live down the street in Franklin. We're going to make that happen. Okay. So speaking of Michael W. Smith and Amy Grant, I want to talk about prayer. I think this is an important place to go now. Because, you write in your book that if you had a spiritual gift, perhaps it might be prayer. And I am very, very careful to not say I'm praying for you if I'm not actually praying for you. Thoughts and prayers, there's nothing worse than that. I actually won't tell somebody I prayed for them until I've actually already done it. And I think that's real important because I think the minute we say it, we're not going to do it or we've already done it. It's one of the two. And so anyway, I want to ask you if you think this, it's almost like prayer here is sort of the same thing as you sending those letters off to Dana and not knowing if she was listening. Because that's kind of prayer. We're just talking. I say prayer is talking and meditation is listening. So prayer is just speaking it out, hoping God is listening. He is. He, she, we, they, whatever, universe, whatever you call it, hoping there's a higher force listening and then waiting to see what happens. That's kind of also what the letters were. So with that in mind, knowing that this show is about a healing power of writing, knowing that Dana herself sat down and just wrote 10 pages, she didn't have any intention about what she was going to write. She just sat down and it flowed out because you had given her a safe space. With all that said, do you think that prayer is sort of a kind of silent journaling in a way? Can it be, if journaling is powerful to get some stuff out, to clear space so that we can receive some clarity, could prayer be seen as a form of silent journaling?
Oh, I think that's absolutely true. On one level, it's that, we're giving those things to God and realizing that, or recognizing that, God is the one running the show. But absolutely, it's like writing a letter because Dana and I talk about this all the time, that it's, letter writing is a catharsis, and she always says, Dear Dana, she calls me Dear Diary. I call her Dear Dana because we shared on such a level that it's a catharsis. And I think prayer is very similar because you're basically just, saying, verbalizing, whether internally or out loud, what's in your heart, what's on your heart. And it gives you a different perspective on it when you get it out of your system. And that's the exact same thing as what journaling does.
I love it because that's I want people, this show isn't about convincing people to become professional writers. It's if that happens as a byproduct, great, but it's about convincing people or encouraging people rather, not convincing, encouraging people just to sit down and write anything. Have no care or cause for what comes out. Just see what comes out, because I firmly believe you'll find a version of yourself. You'll find a nugget in there that will lead to the next thing, that will lead to the next thing. And that's what this project did. It led to these 580 letters, but most importantly, the letters to Dana. So I have to know, and then I'm going to have you read a passage from anything in a minute, because I want to hear what you've chosen to inspire her. But I have to know, what was the moment after, let's fast forward the relationship, you and Dana start connecting, you write these 580 letters, and now you've got 581 people, including Dana, that you have to say, can I put you in a book and show this for everybody? Did you have to tell all these 580 people you were going to do that?
Well, that's a great question. And when, we got the book pretty much in shape, the manuscript in shape, and I got a publisher, and they were like, what you have to do is, whether you use the person's name or not in those 52 letters that I kind of, highlight these short chapters, they said every one of those people has to sign a release to say, your words are going to be in my book. So that was
even if you don't use their name, the real name.
Right.
Either way.
Right. Either way. And they said it's just better that way. That way we, don't know. And I obviously came up with a letter of communication or an email or however, and then they each had to sign. And it was really an easier task than I thought it was going to be. I had a couple people ask legitimate questions and ask for a chapter. That was fine, but that's how that was handled. And the cool thing about that, though, Lindsay, is that those people were so excited they were going to be in the book, first of all. And then it was another connecting point to this human being, this individual human being who I'd made this connection with in this non-intrusive, letters don't ask for anything back, but I'd made this connection. So making the reconnection was really sweet, because those people, the 52 that are in the book, I feel a close connection to them. But then funny story is, so I had to get Dana to sign off too.
Yeah,
Dana,
sure.
Dana being the Dana that I now know and love with the big personality, she wanted to be the last one to go. So she waited. The publisher kept saying, we're going to have to get Dana's signature. I'm like, I know, but she wants to be last, and she wants to have a photo taken of herself while she does it, because that's Dana. And so we waited till I had everyone else done. And then we were at the Peabody Hotel in Memphis, Tennessee for the St. Jude Marathon weekend. And that's where we had reunited. We were back there, and her and I sat in the same area where we had physically reunited, and she signed the release, which was brave too, because that's a highly personal story for Jim and Dana Rivera, obviously. And they were all in on the book, which is, incredible. And that made things not easier for me, because I had a hard time about writing about her loss of Parker. But that support, made the whole thing possible, basically.
Well, this book changed their life in certain ways. I would assume, just from the positive attention. I mean that in a good way, the positive attention. I have to mention, because we have people commenting over in the chat, and Gina is over here on the chat and says that she says, I love sending happy mail. No one ever expects anything good in the mail. It's true. No one expects anything good in the mail anymore. She said, it brings me such joy knowing the glee my friends get when they see something encouraging waiting for them in the box. That is so true. It's very rare I get anything, but I have one friend, my friend Kristen. Every once in a while, I'll just get a card that she finds a funny card that made her think of me, and just writes, I'm thinking of you, hope everything's going well, whatever. And it really does shift my day. So is this something you continue to do and send letters to people to this day?
Yeah, and I thought I would get to letter 580, and I was exhausted by letter 580, and I'd be like, peace out, bye Facebook, bye letters. But you know what, you can't, it is such a way to spread hope, and it's almost like adrenaline for me. I still write someone a note, and I think it's really important to keep the word letter in the conversation, but also make a designation that it does not have to be a letter to make this kind of powerful impact on another human being's heart work. It can be a note. It can be 2 sentences. You don't have to be a writer. The only thing you need to participate in this little human, this little tool we all have in our human toolkits, you don't have to be a writer. All you have to do is have 73 cents and a human heart. That's it. That's all you need.
I didn't know how much the stamp was, by the way. There's a really funny bit. Nate Bargatze, my favorite comedian, he does a bit on stamps, and he's like, nobody knows how much. The only people that know how much stamps are old people, like really old people, and they are so adamant about it. He's like, they'll be like, did you hear the price of stamps went up? And And you think that it went up $40, and he's like, it
Right.
went 12 cents, and you're like, what is that? Is that a big deal? I don't even know. I don't know how much stamps are. It's a good conversation to bring up, though. So, okay, we're gonna have you read a passage from something here in a second. But so, professional writing versus personal writing versus handwritten letters. 3 very different things. That's a one-on-one connection. That's a something for you, or that's a something for the masses, etc. You've been a freelance writer. You've written publicly. You've written intimately. How do you maintain those 3 layers? And did the professional side push the personal, or did the personal push the professional, vice versa?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think they both pushed each other, and I think that I really feel like the letter writing enhanced the other side, like the mass amount of letters that I wrote, because I found another writing voice unintentionally. That's not why I was doing it, but I found another voice that, and I like to say that my writing style on all 3 approaches is humor mixed with hope, and I think that's such and I'm not speaking to my own effectiveness, but I found that to be so effective in the letters. And I think that now shines through more in my professional work. And it also gave me a lot of confidence because the letters had such impact. And that was really a lot about it being a letter and the impact, like you talked about, finding something in your mailbox that was meant just for you. But I think I found a lot of confidence in my own voice through writing the letters, which that's something I would have never expected in a million years.
Wow. So did you see, when you look at those letters, do you see a progression of how you changed?
Oh yeah, and you can totally see, because I saved a copy. I since I'd written Dana so much at that point, I couldn't remember what I'd said to her. So I intentionally made a copy of every letter that I wrote in the Facebook project, not because I was going to write a book on it, because I felt like if they communicated back with me, which they did, I had like a 75% reply rate, I wasn't going to remember what I said. And so I kept them all for that reason. But when I read back through them, when I read back through them to write the book, you see this progression of this person who figures out the absolute off-the-chain power that this has, and the healing power, and the power and the gratitude it gave me by looking at each of these people as an individual person. So letter 1 kind of is awkward, and like when you're first writing and it kicks around a little bit. And by letter 580, it's like I'm a reflective being who is full of emotion. It's like our Friends Forever just came on, and I'm in the background, like with a Disney princess wand, dancing around in the writing, because that's what it became. And I really found the best version of myself. The best version of the writing part of myself was in these letters. That's why it was so transformative for me.
But wait, how did you not write the same thing over and over to each person?
Great question.
Because you didn't know these people well.
But here's, as a means to an end, the first paragraph was always the same. I'm crazy. I'm nuts. Here's my friend Dana and Parker. I'm writing you a letter. This is awkward, and I know it. But then I was like, I have 2 pages. What am I going to do? So I go look at their profile for 6 minutes, and let's say you and I went to Camp T-Bar M together in New Braunfels. I'd be like, I go look at your page. I was like, oh my God, I kind of knew what you were doing, but Lindsay, you're killing it. I'm so proud of you. Like, you are absolutely, this radio show, the things you're doing, you are unbelievably inspiring. I'm so proud to be your friend. And then flip the page over. I still got stuff to say. And I'd be like, Lindsay, I didn't know that your mom, and I'm just making stuff up. Your mom was battling cancer. I'm praying for you. I support you, so I get the chance of that. And then at the end, it was the best part, because it was always like, so Lindsay, what was she like at camp? Oh, she was the girl at tetherball when Neil broke up with me at the dance. She talked me down. I was like, Lindsay, I never got to say thank you for that. So I thank you for that. And so even if it was not a close connection, just by doing those steps, and I speak about this in my speaking, and rehumanizing Lindsay and adding personal value back to her, it was easy to write you a meaningful letter.
Wow, this is amazing. Also, my dad just texted me and said stamps are 78 cents. See, old people know how much stamps are.
And they went up. Don't tell my husband.
It went up. Thank you, Dad. That's amazing. Amy, this is why this is so profound. All any of us want in this world, whether you admit it or not, is to feel seen. And that's what you did. Out of the blue, you made people feel seen that may or may not have remembered you, vice versa. All of a sudden, they're feeling so seen. That is huge.
and they saw, seen, valued, appreciated, and they felt like they were picked out individually. Even though I was clear about I was writing everyone, they felt individually special because we do not individually connect that way anymore in an intentional way that took some kind of sacrifice. And I'm not blowing smoke up my own butt here. This happened as a means to an end. I uncovered this without meaning to. This power we all have to make another person feel that way, and it is absolutely, and that's why the floodgates opened of goodness when people wrote me back, because it made them feel seen, what you just said.
And how guilty if you don't write back, by the way. You'd be like, oh, she did that great thing for me. Shoot, I probably got to write it. I got to write her back. 75% rate is pretty good. Okay, I'd love for you to read something. What I asked you prior to the show, so I'm not sure if this is from the book or somewhere else, but tell us what you're going to read and why. More importantly, why you chose this.
Well, I think this fits in good because I especially like what you said at the beginning of the conversation. But this is from the book Dear Dana. And it kind of talks about, and it doesn't talk about letter writing. It talks about how we all have these urges to do something. We have these little voices inside our head. And, and taking the step to boldly step out and just believe our own crap for just like 55 seconds. And then what can happen? And that's what this quote is about. And the key is to not stop listening to that little voice in our heads, to continue to press on boldly in those ways that feel completely right, regardless of any lack of feedback. Maybe changing the world is all about not expecting to, but never, ever giving up on trying to.
God, this is it. This is the message. With no, I didn't set. And I'm talking to myself, by the way, because especially being, in entertainment or any industry where we're like, I do want to make a difference, but I want to do it for myself and others, but I need it to be big and bold like tomorrow. I would like, it comes back to the why bother thing. It's like, why would I even do something unless it's going to make a massive impact? Well, no, you've already shot yourself in the foot. Don't give somebody a gift because you want a thank you note. It's that kind of thing as well. And so the fact that it was the little thing, again, that passage is beautiful and goes back to the beginning of the show. This is how you make a difference in the world. Not specifically what Amy did, but by just looking around. How can I make, it's really cheesy, how can I lift someone else up? Because it really does lift yourself up. It reminds me of the Friends episode when it says there's I don't know, are you a Friends watcher?
Yes.
Of course you are. Where it's like, Phoebe's trying to find an act that doesn't make you feel good. And it's like, there's no good deed goes I don't know, I forget the quote, but anyway. And so she's like, I finally found a good deed. I let a bee sting me and I was not happy about it. And like, by the way, that bee died afterward. And so they're just trying to find, what can I do? She's like, what can I do to feel good, to make somebody else feel good? It's already, the intention is wrong if you're trying to do it for any specific reason. So anyway, I went all over the map on that, but I love this book so much. The messages that I'm getting over here are so great. People feel it as well, so I love it. And I want to play a clip of a song. I ask you to send me a song. I just picked a lyric from it. So if it's not a lyric that inspires you, you can let me know. But this song, I hadn't heard of this band or this song, so thank you for turning me on to it. Why does this song? Music is obviously powerful. Back to writing. Why does this song do something for your soul? And like, when would for you be the opportune time that you would visually want to be a part of this song or put it on?
Yeah, well, I think I could listen to this song every day because I think it talks about what the essence of being a human being is. Like, it all comes down to this message. And it reminds me that we, the way we approach each other, the way we interact with each other, that it matters more profoundly than most anything else that we do, and that's really the difference maker, and whether our avenue is note writing or whatever it is we do, it all comes down to this is what it all comes down to. And it gives me such hope, though, that, by practicing that we don't only make a difference to our own culture, but the culture of our own lives. Very inspiring.
I love it. All right. This is Alternate Routes, and the song picked by Sweet Amy. It's called what's it called again?
Nothing More.
Nothing More by Alternate Routes. Hit it, Dre. you're a hero in this story, Amy. I know you wouldn't say that about yourself, but I also believe you feel it, and that's not a brag. That's you know you made a difference in Dana's life and she in yours. You feel that, I assume, right?
Oh, yeah. And I tell people all the time that, it's really easy to look at the story and say, oh, look what Amy did for Dana. But what God gave me in Dana is the best friend I've ever had. So everything that me and my family might have done for Dana and her family has been returned 100-fold. So,
and it all is because the reconnection because of social media. So we only have a couple minutes left, but I do want to talk about social media here. And how it gets a bad rap in a lot of ways and gets a good rap in other ways. And so I want to talk about how we can use it to our benefit, but maybe pivot it a little more to from a writing perspective. And so, social media has changed, and you've talked about this, social media has changed our daily routine. And I never thought about it that way. I thought about it, consuming our lives and changing the way we show up or pretend to show up, facing forward, of course. And that it takes up too much time in our life and scrolling and the energy suck. I thought, of course, all those things. But I hadn't thought about it, how it changes our daily routine, how we start our days, how we end our days, and how we shape our calendar, or how perhaps the things on our calendar don't happen because of social media. So all that being said, if you can use, we used to write on people's, it was called the wall. It was literally the writing on the wall. And we would say a lot of things that you would just post there for everybody. What if you could, all that you wanted to say, put it in a letter, and it's not for everybody. It's for that one-on-one connection. Leave us with your thoughts on, let's talk about social media as a positive, to use it for, just to reiterate, use it for the connection piece, and then move offline to enhance that relationship and that connection.
Right. And that's a great question, observation. I wouldn't be talking to you right now if it wasn't for social media. I wouldn't be having this conversation with you. Dana wouldn't be my best friend if it wasn't for Facebook. So I tell people that all the time. Is social media dangerous? Absolutely. But is it the worst thing ever? No, it's not. It is a great jump off point for real relationship, because it gives us a connecting point with people that we otherwise wouldn't have. It gives us a chance to see our friends from summer camp C in quotation marks, but it gives us a chance to take that and do something more with it. Now, whether that's letter writing or note writing, or whether it's something else, I think that the key is to not look at it as the be all end all, but a point that you can jump off and do something else with.
So with all these letters, you wrote Dana, and then you wrote 580 more people, several, a good chunk of which are highlighted in the book. Outside of Dana, what's the one relationship that shocked you the most, or that you were like, I can't, that person, you see that somebody was like Dana, who clearly needed an outlet, that all of a sudden she had a 10-page letter she didn't know she needed to write. What's the other biggest connection where you see it was the biggest life change or a shift for either or both of you?
Yeah, I think, and this happened with several different people, but, and this is so obvious, but it is profoundly, it just reminds us that, and the lesson I got over and over again is, wait a second, these people are living lives as real and messy and tragic and triumphant as my own life. But there were several people I wrote who straight up looked like they were living on a yacht and drinking champagne. And I was like, what have I done wrong over here? Because comparison is the most dangerous part of social media. But in each of those cases, it was almost like God was like, okay, I'm going to use this person. This person is going to write you a letter that is going to move you. Like words like, I was looking for a friend to reach out for me. I have been desperate. I was just diagnosed with this. I lost my mother. I was looking for someone to really be my friend. I was running out of gas until I got your letter. And it was like, wait a second. These people's lives is just as messed up and awesome as mine is. Only I'm not taking the time. We're not taking the time to see them like that. And I was throwing out lifelines, and I wasn't even knowing it. I wasn't knowing it. And that's what we can do for each other. We don't have to do it 600 times. I believe God gave me that story because it's a jump off point. It gets me in the front door, but we can do that with 5 people and make a difference. Just be deliberate about reaching out to people that we care about and giving them, not asking them even if they're okay, but give them an open window in which to share out of.
It's awesome. All right, Amy. So somebody, as we wrap up here, people are listening, probably going, "This story's great. This is all great. I'm inspired. Great." And then they're going to turn it off and go about their day and not do anything about it, because it's also like, that's great. I still don't know what to do. What advice can you give, speaking of jumping off points, for somebody listening now that maybe doesn't know where to start in their own connection? What is the simplest, easiest way, in your opinion, that people can lean into what we're talking about today?
Right. And specifically about note writing, and I'll again say note writing, I would say, and it's going to make you feel vulnerable if you actually do that. That's the part that I wrote a note today to somebody who'd lost their father, a camp friend, believe it or not. And I've done this so many times, and I get how it works. And I still sit down and be like, oh my God, he's going to think I'm crazy. So you're going to have to jump over that hurdle. But think of someone who you've had on your heart that you thought of. Someone, and usually when I speak about note writing, people think about something, write 2 sentences to that person and mail it. That's it. That's all you have to do. And just commit you're going to do it by the end of the week and see what happens. Not just for the other person, but what happens to you. That's as simple as it gets. It's that easy. Go to Target and get the smallest card you can and just write 2 sentences, love your name, and then see what happens.
I love that. And I love that on your website, amydaughters.com, you even have a physical address where people can send you a handwritten letter as well if they want. Start with Amy. If you don't know, if she just said that and no one came to mind, send Amy Daughters a letter. You can go to amydaughters.com. If you have no one to write Amy, because I guarantee she will write you back.
I will 100% write you back, and you will have no idea the joy I will feel when I get your letter in my mailbox. And I mean that so sincerely.
I love it. amydaughters.com, the book Dear Dana. That time I went crazy and wrote 580 of my Facebook friends a handwritten letter. You can get it wherever you buy your books. You can find it on her website. Of course, it's over at Amazon. Yes, it is available on Audible to listen to as well. If you're driving down the road and want to find a way to get down the road a little faster, you can listen to it as well. Amy, this has been such a joy and such a pleasure. You've inspired me, and I know so many other people, including my dog, barking in the background. She's writing a note right now. You just changed my dog's life. She's connecting with the rescue where we got her. Amy, thank you for being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
It was a pleasure. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Hey, we should write.
Right?
Right. This has been We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. My guest is Amy Daughters. Head on to amydaughters.com. The show is executive produced by me, technically produced by Phone Master Dre, and brought to you by the good people of RadioNemo. Stay tuned next week. My guest will be John Wolf, that Texas country artist. We're going to talk to a man. I'm going to pull his feelings out, y'all. We should write.
Right?
Y'all be safe.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Well, hey there, it's Lindsay Lawler, y'all, and welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm your host, Lindsay Lawler. I'm a songwriter, a performer, and a longtime radio voice. I'm also a storyteller and a proud advocate for the incredible men and women of the trucking industry. And let me tell you, they've got stories. Okay, so We Should Write is where sarcasm meets soul. It's equal parts vulnerability and absurdity. We talk to songwriters, authors, and creatives of all kinds about how putting pen to paper help them heal, grow, and work their stuff out. Because let's be honest, writing is cheaper than therapy and way more, dare I say, honest. So take a breath. Now, let's get it out. Let's get into it because we should write, right? Right, we should write. You guys, welcome back to a live episode. You just heard the replay with Amy Daughters. Wow, what a freaking powerful story and inspiration and conversation that was. And we'll be having our new episode today, which is live. Will live everywhere as a podcast tomorrow, everywhere you stream your podcast. And then we'll also get the replay next week before our next one. Actually, Dre, by the way, my conversation next week, I'm a little nervous about it because she's like, I think she's 20 years old. And if I'm being honest, I'm sort of quick to, it's my way. She's an author at 20 years old of already like 3 books. I'm quick to slough off people that I'm like, well, they're young. What do they know? Well, she knows more than me. So I'm going to open up my world to young people next week. But speaking of 20, a girl who's 20, I'm here today with somebody who I've known for almost 20 years.
Yeah.
Who is, has some big news about what he's also been doing for 20 years that is so exciting. And if you do the math, if I've known him for 20 years, that means we've both been in Nashville long enough to see it shapeshift about 10 times over. And Chris Blair, guys, he is a singer, he's a songwriter, he's a dreamer, he's an entrepreneur, he's a philanthropist, he's a podcast host, he's a husband, he's a dad, he's a pilot, he's an amateur chef. Didn't know that about you, but wish we could test that on the radio. And he's a dang good friend to those who know him well, and one I hope to reconnect with even deeper because of this show today. And all of that, folks, means that he's either incredibly well-rounded or just really bad at saying no.
Yeah, a little bit of both, baby. Yeah,
a little bit of both. But the through line of it all is the Listening Room Cafe, his baby, his legacy, and in many ways the heartbeat of Nashville's songwriting community. Since its start nearly 2 decades ago, the Listening Room has grown from a local hangout to, I'm going to say, a sacred space, because it really is a sacred space, and where songs get born, where hearts get healed, and where tourists accidentally stumble into church without even realizing it. Chris has not only built a venue, but he's built a vessel for music and meaning. And now, 20 years later, that vessel is sailing all the way to the Ryman Auditorium for its 20th anniversary show that's going to be one for the books. And we're going to talk more about that today. So today, we're going to talk about the evolution of a dream, how sometimes you set out to be one thing and life gently, or not so gently, reroutes you toward the thing that you were actually always meant to do. We'll talk about songwriting, about shifting dreams, about loss and faith and legacy, and how God sometimes hands you a vision so big that it takes a couple decades to even understand it. So, ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome to the show my friend, soon to be yours, Chris Blair. Hi, friend.
Hi. Oh my gosh, what an introduction. That was incredible. Thank you.
Well, it's about you. I couldn't have written it if you didn't live the life to inspire it.
Well, thank you so much.
I'm really happy you're here. And I say this episode is sort of divinely led, as are they all, of course. But you weren't supposed to be my guest today, and you were also one of the busiest people I know. So the fact that I ran into you Monday night at an event right when my other guest had to reschedule, and I was like, putting you on the spot, but can you be here today? And you're like fitting this in between multiple meetings. So thank you. This is incredible.
You know, it is. I do have a problem of not saying no.
Mm-hmm.
However, yeah, it was crazy just running into you, and it was so good to see you. We haven't seen each other in a while. And it's just a testament to your friendship too. It's been over 20 years, by the way, because I moved to Nashville in 2003. And I think it was like 2004, 2005 that we were playing Tootsies together.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I moved here in 2006. So, and you were like one of the first people I met.
So it would have been, I guess, right then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever that number is, which is crazy. Yeah. We're going to talk about that because a lot has changed. It's honestly funny to run into you actually, because when I saw you on the street on Broadway at the Ernest Tubbs shop reopening the other night, a lot flooded through, and you and I are in remarkably different places than we were back then, both for very personal and professional reasons.
Yep.
Thank you, Jesus. So we're going to dive into that. Before we go off the rails, I always like to start the show with a deep breath. This is as much for me and you as it is for everybody listening, whether in your office, whether you're in your truck right now, wherever you are. It's a deep breath quickly. This is for Dre too, because he has a tough job. So on the count of 3, everyone listening, including me and Chris and Dre, we're all going to breathe together. I'll try to do it away from the mic so you don't hear my allergies. But everybody, here we go. On the count of 3, let's take a breath. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Doesn't that feel good?
Feels great.
So in this moment, Chris, if you're going to take out your gratitude journal, I like to start by asking people in this moment, what are you grateful for?
My relationship with God. I would not be here if it weren't for that. Everybody always talks about all these wonderful, beautiful things about the listening room and me and all of that, and I'm grateful for that. But there were some really dark and hard times, and it's it's his glory that I'm where I am. So,
Boom. Full stop. Well, then the other side of that coin, what is heavy on you right now?
How much time do we have?
I know, exactly. Besides the obvious weights of the world.
It's normal life stuff. It's having a 7 and 8 year old that are wild as ever, and they don't know a stranger. So you got to watch them nonstop. It's the businesses, the challenges that we go through. But those are just everyday challenges that, some are heavier days than others, but at the end of the day, I have a lot to be grateful for and a lot to celebrate. So
yeah, you do. We're going to talk about one of those big celebrations coming up. So let's back up to that 20 plus, whenever that was, time ago, because we're going to, again, this show is not trying to convince people to become songwriters or authors.
Yeah.
If you do, if that's a byproduct, that's awesome. But what the show is really about is writing through the hard times. Writing as therapy. You can also do therapy. I encourage that as well. But this is like for your own, and this might sometimes for people is the first step to go into therapy. It's like, oh gosh, I didn't realize I had to say that. So let's go back 20 years ago, and you were at a very, very different time of life. Talk a little bit about the moment you show up here in Nashville. What was sort of like your heart at the time? What was the dream? Because the dream turned out to be different. So what was the dream the day you got to Nashville? And can you remember what that feeling was like?
yeah, I remember it very well. I was in an old Ford Ranger truck, and I slept in my truck. I moved here to be an artist, and I wanted to be the next Garth Brooks. That was he was kind of my inspiration. How I really got into country music in the first place. I grew up not listening to country at all. I listened to I grew up in with rock, and and then all of a sudden this guy comes out with a big belt buckle and a big cowboy hat, and he's singing songs that were Billy Joel. I was like, this isn't what is this? I love it. But yeah, when I moved here, it was to chase that artist dream. And that's when I was playing Tootsie's 5 nights a week, and sharing stages with you and other friends, and a lot of fun memories. But yeah, totally different part of my life. There's also a lot of things that I was back then that I'm not proud of. Yeah. And I think it was just growing up and going through that wild stage, and I had a good wild stage.
Same. We had some of it together
Yes,
down there
we
on
did.
Broadway.
Yep.
For people that don't understand that, talk a little bit about that, because the life and what you've created. You're now married with children and have a successful business and still get to have music through it. But like the chasing the dream part, explain to people because there's a darkness about Broadway.
Yeah.
And people that don't do it for a living don't know that or don't feel it. It's very, very sad. And what I remember so well, Chris, is because especially you'd finish your own show and then you'd have friends playing, so you'd go see them. And there's obviously a lot of drinking involved. And whether you want to or not, it just sort of happens. And I actually found out about myself much later in my life, somewhat recently, that like I actually am more introverted than I give myself credit for. But like I forced the social, forced the fun, because you just thought that's what you're supposed to do. So just that feeling, it's different for everybody. But what was that feeling that sort of perpetuates the darkness of being down there and feeling like you can't miss out on anything, that it has to be a part of it, but it really does force you into some dark places?
Yeah, I mean, it has changed a lot. When I was playing Tootsie's, I would drive my truck into the back alley and park right there and walk onto the stage,
Yeah.
So, it has grown a lot, but what Broadway is today is the same way that it was 20 years ago. Maybe just a little bit more, because everything's gone vertical and there's more floors, but yeah, I mean, it is a time that I am grateful that I had, because I learned a lot. But there's also a lot of regrets from back then too, because you're forced into these situations where maybe forced is the wrong word, but you choose to be in these situations because you're down there and it is what everybody's doing. And, you know, I grew up, I didn't drink in high school.
I didn't either.
You know, like I didn't start partying or anything like that until I went to college. And when I went to college, I turned it on hard. But, you know, that kind of flowed into, you know, those days of being on Broadway and chasing the artist thing. You know, it was, if I wasn't performing, I was out at other people's shows. I was in Midtown hanging out with a bunch of other songwriters, and you didn't go to those without several drinks in your hand. And, yeah, it's
the one industry where drinking on the job is encouraged.
Which
is weird.
Yes. If you're not, then it's like you're an outsider.
Yeah. No wonder people become alcoholics. Like it is. I learned that too. Just standing on the stage at Tootsie's when people will buy you drinks, but sometimes in lieu of the tip, and you're like, please just give me the money.
Yeah.
By the way, and you learn to like. I started drinking whiskey because I didn't like the taste of it, and I'm like, oh, I'll drink it slower, and then I developed a taste for it, of course, and then I drank a lot of it, and it sort of it perpetuates it. And like to your point, it's people are like, if you're not drinking, you're not part of the fun. You can't be fun, and we have to reprogram all that. Okay, so with this shift, and there's so much that happens in between, and obviously to your story, but I'm curious to you, you know, when the dream shifted into building a home for others' dreams, and the real question in that is, of course, was there a moment where you kind of let the artist side go, or are you just now realizing, oh, I can still do what I love and do it for others? Like, when is there a moment where it shifted and you kind of let it go?
Yeah, I don't remember, like, it wasn't so clear that it's like on this day I woke up and I had this thought. I think it was more of an evolution of, you know, I would play Tootsie's every Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday from 6 to 10. I also had a full-time job. So I would stay up and party. And
where were you working? You worked during the day?
I was a banker. So
I forget this part.
So I would put on a suit and tie and go work at a bank. And, you know, get off work, drive straight to Tootsie's and play. And on the weekends, I was either out on the road with my band, you know, or I would be out partying with, you know, other songwriter friends. So I think it was, you know, it was this moment where I wrote one song before I moved to Nashville. I've been singing and performing since I was 6 years old, but I was always doing other people's music.
Right.
And even though I'd written a song at 13, you know, it was my cousin drowned, and I wrote this song called "Living in a World of Grace." That was just
13.
That was the only way that I knew how to express my emotions of losing my cousin, who was a year older than me and a very good friend. And so I wrote this song on piano, and you know, it was a horrible song. But emotionally, like it healed me, right? It got me through those times. But that's the only song I'd written.
What's the line from that song?
Do you remember it at all? No, I'd have to like remember the music and find it way back in the cobwebs. But you know, it was.
Did you sit down though and say, I'm going to write this to heal, or was it just like because at 13, I'm curious if you had the wherewithal to know what that was going to do for you.
Yeah, no, I didn't. It was just, I didn't know how to express my thoughts, and music was my go-to for everything back then. Still is today. And, so it was just one of those things that I just started playing around with different things on the piano, and the words came out, and, you know, it was healing in a way, but yeah, moving here, you know, I was playing a bunch of cover songs, you know, doing whatever the crowd wanted to hear to get tips, and, you know, and then going out on the road on the weekends, still playing, you know, cover songs. And I started hanging out with other songwriters and started kind of playing around with writing. and fell in love with it. Then I started playing writers rounds, and I think it was a combination of I loved chasing lyrics and creating a song. And I loved being on stage and being on the road in different cities every single day too. But it's a grind. I mean, I never got to the point where I had a bus. I never had semi trucks carrying my gear. It was a 12-passenger van with a cargo trailer that I was driving. So, and yeah, it was just this crossroads of like, do I want to go out and be out on the road 250 days a year, sleeping in crappy motels, or do I want to write songs and almost have counseling every day with so yeah, it was kind of that shift of and also there there's a lot of great talent in Nashville. So coming from St. Louis, where I was opening up for every major act that came through, and felt like I had good enough talent to move to Nashville, and then getting to Nashville and realizing like, yeah, I'm good, but compared to everybody else that is around me, I'm not that good. And so
that's big to. Not many people can say that though. Not many people can say that. I'll just put it that way. And you are good. But it just shows you how much talent is here.
There's
to your point.
so much talent.
Yeah.
And it was just, it was like, man, so I started playing writers rounds around town. And that's really where the dream started to kind of build inside of me, is like, we're in Music City. There's all these different places that people can go share their talent of songwriting. But every place I played, and there's some really iconic places in Nashville with incredible names, and I love them. They all are great for what they do. I can only speak for me personally. When I would go play places like that, to me, it felt like they're making money and making a living off of songwriters, and they're not paying them. I didn't like that.
Mm-hmm.
They had 30, 40-year-old sound systems that didn't sound good. I didn't like that. And their idea of food was, what's the cheapest kind of thing that we can drop in a vat of hot oil? And, so my dad was an entrepreneur. He had restaurants growing up. So I grew up kind of around that. And it was my love of music of like, we're in Music City. Why don't we have something that is around the song first, and that we pay, like we charge a ticket, but that goes to the people that are playing. And for years, early on when I started the listening room, like it was a struggle. And I was the bartender, the cook, the sound engineer, the booking manager. I did it all because I couldn't afford to pay people, because I refused to take the money that I felt like the writers deserved. And people kept coming up to me and saying, you could make a lot more money in this business if you just did it the way everybody else does. And I was like, well,
and that would go against the whole reason I did it in the first place.
That's not what we're doing. So yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's you. That's how you know that this is something that's meant to be, and that is your goal for the rest of your life. They say, like, Robert Kraft of with the Patriots or whoever, it's like or actually my sister she worked in marketing for Pizza Hut. And they made all of their executives go back and like flip the dough, drive the car. Like you have to go back and do all those things so that you know what you're talking about. So the fact that you have done all those things, and most importantly to me as a songwriter as well, I want to play at a place owned by a songwriter who knows what I need, anticipates my needs and what's important to me. And you've done that and you've created that. And it's sort of mind blowing that people don't know, especially when they go downtown, they don't know that that they're tipping all this money to the bartenders, and sometimes forgetting about the people that are the whole reason they're there. Yep. No, they do not tip share with the bartenders and the musicians downtown.
It's like if we're in the time of year where this is going to start happening, and I hate this time of year because, especially in Nashville, if there's a chance for flurries, it can look like it does outside right now. If there's a chance for flurries, everybody gets scared and nobody wants to come. I mean, we have people cancel all the time. The way I look at it is like, if our artists cancel a show, we're not open. So that tells you, like, people don't come because of the food at the listening room, the drinks at the listening room, the service at the listening room. We do our best to make
all great.
all of those good, but they are coming because of the artists that are on stage.
Mm-hmm.
And I love, like, we share the stories behind the songs with the people that come. And so why would I not pay the artists? They are the business. They are what it was built on. So that's the way I always looked at it from day one, is like, I've played all these places around town and didn't get paid. And it's like, that's the part that stuck out to me. That's just like, this isn't fair. And if the business works by doing it the right way, then cool. If it doesn't, then that's fine too. But I'm not going to not pay them what they deserve.
And actually, by the way, quick side, but over in the chat, Jim says he loves the expression chasing lyrics. You said that too, and that stood out to me. And then another guy, Trucker Boson, says that feeling when you think you have your A game and then you get exposed to the pros and realize you've got a C game, but acknowledging that is it's like, I'm great. Oh wait, maybe I'm not. That's huge what you just said, and I think it's so. I mean, I say when I am governor of when I am mayor of Nashville, I would like, why is there not a parking lot for musicians that play downtown? Like all these things that they're not supported. So amen to you for seeing that. And so with that in mind, because you just explained it beautifully, your intention behind why it started. And I think you and I are probably the same, because you say Garth Brooks, I reference like a Taylor Swift or whoever that's doing that. I finally came to the realization one day. I was like, I don't want to do the same thing every night. Like, that's not in me. I want that balance of all. There's too many things I want to do and see and experience and be a part of. And listen, I'm not trying to be like, well, I didn't want it, so I didn't get. I chose to not become Taylor Swift. That's not my point. It didn't happen for me. But I think subconsciously, and looking back, and probably same with you, that it's not what I was destined for.
Yeah.
It just took me a lot longer to figure that out. And I have to think about, why did I want that? Why did I want to be the biggest? It's because I wanted to be known and seen and feel important and VIP. Well, that's already the wrong intention. If that's why you want it, it should be. If that was what I was meant to do, or you would have been like, I just want it for the love of performing and giving back to people every night. And that wasn't necessarily what it was. So with that being said, do you think that dreams evolve based on our truest intentions? Like that maybe when one door closes, it's actually divine redirection.
Mm-hmm. I do. I think it took me a long time to figure that out as well, but
I figured it out right now, just as I said it out loud, by the way. So welcome to the party.
Yeah. It's, when I think back of like, all of those unanswered prayers, I think that you have a choice in those situations where you can say, man, I just must not be loved enough. This one's not being answered. What did I do wrong?
Mm-hmm.
All of those things. But, if, and trust me, like, this is easy for me to say now, but back then when it was happening, I was on the other side of this fence. It is my relationship with the Lord, and my walk in life right now is completely different than it was even 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But now, there's letdowns, there's heartbreak, there's tough times. And it's just that prayer with open arms of like, okay, what is it that you need me to do then? And I feel like the more that I lean into that, the older that I get, the more that things get shifted and another door is open at some point where I'm like, oh, this is why that happened 4 years ago, and it's, I will keep doing what I love every day until I'm not supposed to. And I know that he'll tell me when that's the time.
He'll tell you, and sometimes abruptly. And which actually we will dive into that in a moment, because we lost a great songwriter in town, someone that you know very well. And I want to talk about in a minute and play a song from him. But I'm curious why, before we take the break, why you? Why do you think God chose you, Chris Blair, to build the listening room? Because it really is, and I know you know this, but I'm going to say it to you as a quote unquote outsider here. Like, it is. There's a lot of venues in town, but that one, it's it will be the legendary. It is one of the legendary, now iconic places in Nashville that actually supports artists. Why you, Chris Blair?
First of all, it's not me.
Fair.
It is.
Why through you?
It is the songwriters. It is the staff. I have a great team around me on both internal employees and all of the songwriters that play. That is what built the listening room. Why through me? I don't know. Especially when I look back at, where I was in my life, 2006 through 11, 12, something like that. I wasn't walking that walk. So I don't know. I think maybe some of these answers I won't know until later in life, but I'm honored and I'm blessed, and I just try to, carry that torch and do the right thing by giving back. And, the more that we're blessed as a company and my family, the more that we give back. So, I think that's what we're called to do.
Boom. We're talking with Chris Blair, and my computer's about to come undone. There we go. Talking with Chris Blair, who is he's the owner, the founder of the Listening Room Cafe in Nashville, which is iconic. If you come to Nashville and you're like, what should I do when I go to Nashville? Look no further. This is what you do. And it combines, it's not the Bluebird Cafe. The Bluebird is its own thing. You're not going to get it's bigger, which is helpful but people do go. What you're supposed to do with the listening room is listen, like it's in the name, but it's also it's a much lighter energy. I wonder if that's too because it is newer. Like the Bluebird has been there even longer, and there's some dark hard times that have moved through those walls. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And listening room just has a more like vibrant. Yeah, it's like the younger sister that's surpassing the older brother kind of thing, sort of. Which is very cool, but you can head on over to the Listening Room. And the Listening Room is celebrating 20 years. Before we take this break, go ahead and tell them whatever you can announce, whatever you're able to announce.
It's
so
out
far.
today.
It's out today.
It was announced today, this morning. So yeah, we're celebrating 20 years, next year. So March 3rd, 2026, we are going to be at the historic and amazing Ryman Auditorium.
Good Lord. The OG Grand Ole Opry, in case you don't know, everybody.
And it's going to be just an epic night. This is talking about how the listening room was built with all of the writers. I sent one text to Hardy, Mitchell Tenpenny, Jody Messina, and several other people that I can't even announce yet. But this is a testament to them as well. I mean, all of them were an immediate response back. Yes, I'm in.
Wow.
And then just a whole lot of great songwriters with tons of special guests. So it is out right now. Go to listeningroomcafe.com/20. And tickets are on sale.
Oh my God. So exciting. I will be there.
Yes.
I will be buying my tickets as soon as we get off air today. I cannot wait. If you want to figure out, and what's the date?
March 3rd.
March 3rd.
Tuesday, March 3rd.
If you want to figure out, hey, I've never been to Nashville or want to come back, that would be something to plan around. Like, that will be iconic. We're going to take a quick break and then come back. I'm here with Chris Blair, a dear friend, a talent who has a big heart. He's also a philanthropist in town. And we're going to dive a little deeper into how writing has helped him, and also how writing of one of his good friends helped this entire community and the world, whether they knew it or not. It's We Should Write. Hey, Chris, we should write.
We should write, right?
Right. We'll be right back. It's a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Welcome back to We Should Write with Lindsay Lawler, a show about the healing power of writing. Let's dive back in, shall we? Because we should write, right?
Hey, Chris, we should write.
Right?
Right. My guest is Chris Blair, who is a singer, a songwriter, and an entrepreneur, philanthropist, and owner and founder of the Listening Room Cafe. Okay, so when we talk about songwriters in town, and nobody knows songwriters in town better than you. You're one of them. You're not only the president, you're also a member, basically, which is pretty cool. You're also not losing. That's a hair clip for men, wasn't that? Hair clip for men.
Sure. Yeah.
You have wonderful hair, by the way.
Well, thank you.
You don't need that at all. You don't need Rogaine. Or hair clip for men, or whatever it is. So we've talked about this person on our show. I'm going to tell you why writing, why writing, pouring your heart and soul into creation is so important. An incredible man, I can say that, I've never met him, but I know from the outpouring that I saw through it, you knew him well. A songwriter in town named Brett James was killed in a plane crash a couple months ago. I had never, he and I also went to the same church, and I had seen him on stage. Like I knew of his songs, but I just remember, I didn't know, I'd never put two and two together. Until after he passed, I was like, oh, that's who was on stage at my church. It's weird because in my church, they never say the names. Carrie Underwood gets up on stage too. No one talks about it because you were there for that reason to perform. Now, the songs that Brett James wrote, you may not know who he is, but you know his music. You know the songs he's written hit after hit after hit. And when we go back and listen to things, even if it's posthumously when we lose somebody, and you're like, why is this connect? Why did it hit me so much when I heard Brett had passed? Like all of a sudden I started diving in, and I felt like so connected to this person because of the heart and soul he poured into his music, of course, you know. So I'm curious to you, because he was one of your dear friends, what made Brett's writing so universally connective, because there was a very quiet power in his words. What is it about Brett James's writing that you think spoke universally to us all?
We talked about writing together several times. We never wrote together. So I never got to experience the magic in the room, but he was a very, very dear friend of mine. And, from everybody that I knew and that had written with him a lot, and just how he was in life in general, he didn't ever walk into a room feeling like he was bigger than anybody else. He would write with Carrie often.
Underwood.
Kenny Chesney was one of his very dear friends, and he would go, spend time with him. There's those moments where, he's in a room with people like that. And then, he had his own publishing company, and he would put his arms around newer writers to town, and they were the same people as a Carrie, a Kenny, it just, and he had a way of looking at life. He was the life of the party. He was, I loved hanging out with him. In social settings like that, especially, intimate type of things, because he would be the life of the party and be fun and all that. But then he could be a complete introvert in different settings and just kind of stand back in the back of the room and listen and watch. And, I think he was always just loading up his database of song ideas, and and he loved the Lord, he loved life, and he loved his family, and he had a special way to take all of those things and pour it onto a piece of paper and write a song that could be just so simple, yet one of those songs that you're like, man, I mean, I don't know how many times I told him I hated him because he wrote these songs. I was like, bro, like, man, like just a simple idea that nobody else could put together like he could.
You said earlier when you were talking about this kind of life you've created and you'll continue to do it and level up and do it with all love in your heart until you don't anymore, until God calls you home. Brett had just gotten married recently, had a beautiful family, top of the world in game and music and happy. And again, this is me. I don't know him. So this is what I can tell from just like deep diving into trying to learn about this epic, wonderful human and hopefully that we can all carry on that spirit. But I know you're obviously sad and mad about it, but you understand that it was for whatever reason, part of the plan, part of his plan. Why do you think, in your humble opinion, that it was time for Brett to go? Have you toiled with that?
I can't answer that. I don't know. I mean, this is one of those moments where, I don't think I'll ever understand that until I'm sitting around a fire with him, with a guitar in my hand, on the other side of earth. I mean, it's, I don't know. I think that's why it shook Nashville so much and was a testament to who he was. I mean, Lindsay, I almost didn't even get into the ceremony of life for him. I mean, it was, we were very close. And I mean, the outpouring of people that came, was like incredible. Carrie performed at his funeral. Kenny was there. Rivers Rutherford. I mean, it was just Krista Stefano. I mean, it was like I don't know. Why did it happen? He was also a great pilot. I share that love of flying with him. And true confession, I haven't been in the cockpit since he passed.
I was going to ask,
I haven't been able to fly. And I mean, I don't know. I don't know why it happened, and I'm mad about it. I miss him. I have his the flyer from his celebration of life pinned up on my mirror at home that I look at every morning. I mean, it's just it's been a hard loss as a friend, as a brother, and more importantly, the songs that he wrote that will live on forever as our soundtrack of life. But it's I don't think I'll ever understand it.
Since you said soundtrack of life, I just want to read something real quick, if you don't mind, because it feels, I can't, when people make, death, someone else's death about them, it's really strange, but I'm not at all doing this, but he showed up in my dreams. Again, I've never met this person, but he showed up in my dreams for several days after he passed. And for me, I have to in that moment be like, okay, what's going on? What am I supposed to learn from this that he taught us with his love while he was here on earth, you know? And so I just started like digging into his music, and I'm like, well, I'm supposed to learn something. Clearly it's simple. I'm just supposed to learn something from his love and his walk on the earth. And so since you said the soundtrack of our life, he really was that. And this came to me like in a flash. So I wrote it, and I just want to read it to you since you're a friend of his, because it was like it was titles of his songs that were like flowing through, and I'm like, this is how we're supposed to live, perhaps moving forward. But anyway, I didn't know Brett James personally, so perhaps it's strange that I can't stop thinking about him. It's odd when someone you don't know shows up in your dreams, but there he's been the past 2 nights. He would sing from time to time at my church, and that was always a special morning, and we had mutual friends. He was a giant in the Nashville community, and I certainly know his music. If you've ever listened to the radio, you do too. And please, this is not about me, yet I'm prompted to write because, well, I believe we should write. But most importantly, because I believe it is important people know about a man whose talent and spirit permeated throughout the lives of people that didn't even know his name. Brett James reminded us to let Jesus take the wheel, but still go out last night. He told us that who I am is blessed. He was a respected role model for many men, teaching that to be the man I want to be, then the truth is if you are man enough, don't be Mr. Know-It-All. Just say, baby, you're right. He reminded us to chill out and not take ourselves so seriously all the time, because a summer day always turns into summer nights, and if you're lucky, leads to a summer of love. I don't know what it was you were drinking all these years, sir, but because of your music, now I'm changed, and now I'm stronger. There must be something in the water. Perhaps now more than ever, his message is of utmost importance. He seemed to live by faith, hope, and purpose. After all, it's America, and we are walking in the footsteps of our fathers. And personally, I want to live side by side with my brothers and sisters as a true believer, where love wins. So farewell for now, kind sir. Whether by your music, your spirit, or your physical presence, it's been a pleasure knowing you. And I just, he changed so many people and didn't even know them, and vice versa. And it's, to me, again, comes back to the power of We Should Write. And with that, I asked you if you would pick a song that's important to you out of anything in the world, whether it's something you've written or something somebody else has written, and just to show Chris Blair's heart. He picked somebody else's song, not even his own. And so I want to play a clip here, Dre, if you will, of True Believer by the late, great. I'm sure that's hard to listen to, but also reminds you he'll still be with you, right?
Yeah, it is. It gets emotional. I listen to that and his songs still a lot. That song has been truly one of, if not my favorite songs for years and years and years. He invited Brittany, my wife, and I to, he's written all these iconic songs that everybody knows on the radio. I mean, like, just go Google Brett James, and I mean, he is. You mentioned
Jesus
several
take the
of
wheel.
them. Yeah,
People say that as a joke these days.
Yeah, I mean, it's his songs are brilliant. But he had such a great voice, as you just heard, and was an artist himself. And years and years ago, he did an album release party at City Winery that he invited us to, and it was an album that he was able to put together that was his songs and his kind of music, not country. Although all of his stuff had a little bit of flair to that, but that's the first time that I heard that song. And that's where my mind goes every time I hear it. I see him where his band, kind of went off and he played that song acoustically, and it had since then, got to talk to him about the story behind it. And, he didn't go in wanting to write that song that day, or knowing that he was going to be writing a song for his daughter, Claire. It just, it kind of started coming out, and he sent her a message that day and was like, "Hey, baby girl, I'm writing this song for you." And talked about how, all of his kids were on his mind when he wrote it, but it just kind of poured out. And, as a dad, I think that's why it touched me so much. And, I'm never going to slay a dragon. I'm not going to bring the devil to his knees. But I want to be there for my wife and my kids and the same way that Brett was. And, I danced with Emerson, who's now 13, when she was 5-6 years old, we were dancing, in the family room to this song. And, it's a great one.
It's on the We Should Write Spotify playlist. If anyone's looking for it, you can find it there. Just search Brett James and listen. It's a good one to drive and cry to. I'll tell you that, speaking from experience.
By the way, it was rum and Diet Coke. In your message, just a little bit. I don't know what you were drinking, sir.
Oh.
His drink was rum and Diet Coke.
Noted. I've been looking for a new drink. It seemed to work well for him, so maybe I'll pick it up. That's funny. Rum takes me back to college, which is in some ways good, some ways bad. That's funny. So since he's mentioned your beautiful kids, and Brittany, you have such a beautiful family.
Thank you.
And it's cool to see you know you as a dad on this side, especially knowing you not as a dad.
Yeah,
it's really cool.
Knowing that wild side.
Yeah, it actually makes
Who is this guy?
It makes you a better dad knowing that you're relatable. But as a dad and a creative, how do you, and I'm asking as a mom who needs help and advice, how do you help your kids process emotions through, art or conversation or faith? Do you consciously work on that? How you just help them get through emotion and lean in. And I'm asking because I know we're in a different generation too, where, and this is not a slam on anyone's parents that are our age and older, but I don't think generations before us really felt comfortable or knew how to talk to their kids about emotions sometimes. And as somebody who is creative and has a heart and a faith and is a writer, I'd be curious how, going into how emotional your kids are and how you kind of walk with them through that.
Yeah, I try to figure that out every day. And it seems to always change.
So you don't have an answer for me, I guess.
All three of my kids are completely different. So it is very hard. It's not just, okay, this works in our house for everything. Emerson, my oldest, has always been the easy angel that just, if I said to do anything, it's, she just, still to this day, it breaks her heart to let me down. So she's just always been the easy one. Now she's also 13 now, and that's starting to shift.
She's about to let you down for the next 10 years.
Yeah, we're starting to see that teenage attitude come out, and I'm like, what is wrong with you? But, and then Jackson, he is me. He is a creative. He is very in tune with his emotions. He's very analytical. He wants to know why for everything. For him, it's got to be a different approach that's very patient. If you push him too hard, he will have just an emotional breakdown. And then
and that's you?
Well, I mean, the emotional, analytical, why part of it, right? Lindsay, he has taken toys apart in his room, and then will call me in there and be like, Dad, if I made this toy, I wouldn't have done it this way because I think this would have worked better. And, I'm
He's 8.
Wow, bro, you're right. So, but because of that, yeah, he's just he struggles a little bit in school. That's been a challenge. And it's because he is a perfectionist. And if he can't figure something out right away, he just wants to give up. Well, I'm not supposed to do this. And yeah, he's 8. He'll grow out of that. But, it's a more delicate approach with that. And then, Reagan, my youngest, is, she is the athlete of the family. She is a tomboy. She doesn't know a stranger. And she also needs a ton of attention. She's that typical, young child, kind of syndrome where it's
I get it.
Yeah. So it's everything we do for Emerson or Jackson is she's immediately following with well, watch me do it, whatever.
Daddy, watch me.
Always competition with her and Jackson, especially. But, it's hard. I think the biggest lesson that I have to remind myself every day is that every day is different, and all we can do is pour into them the best way that we know how, and teach them, and take the time. You know, I wear a hat a lot of times that says keep showing up, and it's a reminder to me of like, you know, life is busy. There's, especially me as an entrepreneur, and you know, you're in the same boat. Like there's always 1,000 things going on in my head, and I'm not great at it. I still struggle with it, but it's to keep showing up for them and taking the time to, like, you know what, those emails, those phone calls, those whatever, they're going to be there later, and take the little bit of time that you have. Because I think that especially nowadays, everybody lives in this digital world, and I don't want my kids to remember their dad as like someone that was always working. I want them to remember that for the good reasons, to teach the work ethic, and like not have that thought of entitlement or whatever. But I want them to not think of me as like the dad that always had his cell phone in his hand, which I struggle with because work never stops. So that's the biggest thing, is just trying to take that time to keep showing up and put things down and have that family time like, you know, we had growing up when we didn't have cell phones. We didn't have all these other distractions. So,
well, the fact that you even have the awareness of that is big. I love that you said, I remember that the good parts of seeing you work, that I'm working hard because you're doing it for them ultimately, for you, and for you to be happy. If daddy ain't happy, nobody's happy. But before we talk about a little more about the Ryman show, because I want to know what the feeling of that night is and what you want people to take away. You have the through the charitable program. Is it Sound Good, Do Good?
Sound Good, Do Good.
Sound Good, Do Good. Tell people what that is real briefly, because this is yet one more way where if you're coming to Nashville and you want to know where to send your money, send it to the listening room, because not only does it support the artists, it supports charities and communities out there. So give them a little overview of that.
Yeah, this was, I'll try to make this a short story because I know we're running out of time, but this is a much longer story. It was an accident of how this happened. So of course it was. You know, I was struggling in the early days. I had a partner when I first started the listening room, and in 2009 I bought him out, and you know, took everything I had to get him out of the business and be able to do it the way that I wanted to do it. And because of that, I got into really, really tough times financially. And there were a couple songwriters that figured out that I was about to lose everything. I mean, I think I had like 3 or 4 months of rent saved up. I hadn't taken a paycheck in months. And they put together what was the first annual TLR Appreciation Day, and it became the last annual. But you know, it was a big celebration. Brian White, Bridget Tatum, Danny Myrick all helped kind of put
These are
that
big
together.
songwriters in Nashville, by the way.
And I was on stage. I put my band back together, and I was on stage, and I was playing a song that I wrote called "Why Don't You Fall." And the premise of that is, you know, through the hard times, why don't you fall into his hands? Let him carry you through those dark times, right? And I'm looking at a sold out room that is all there to help raise money for us. And most of those people didn't know. They just thought this was a great show on a Saturday afternoon, right? Yeah. But this was also 2 weeks after the Nashville flood in 2010. And I'm on stage singing this song.
I was there, by the way.
Yes, you were. And I was realizing that, you know, Nashville had lost everything. And I stopped in the middle of that song. I became very emotional. And I looked over, and we had partnered up with Hands on Nashville to give a quote unquote portion of the proceeds back. It was going to be very small because I needed the money.
Yeah.
And, and I looked over and I said, guys, I can't do this. I can't take a dime of the money today because Nashville's lost their homes. They've lost everything, like lost family members, you know, and, basically became vulnerable and said, you know, everything that we make today goes to Hands on Nashville to help our community. Wow. And if we are meant to keep going, we will. And if not, then at least I go out on a high note that we did something good. Wow. And that was a Saturday. Lindsay, I showed up the next Monday and was still the bartender, the janitor, the cook, the dishwasher, everything. And that was the turning point where people just started to show up. And I made a promise to myself at that point and said, if this is meant to be, God, then I will do this every single month that we're in business. And we have every single month since 2010, we have done a show called Sound Good, Do Good, where we bring in incredible writers, artists, whatever. We team up with a local nonprofit, a national nonprofit. Sometimes we found, kids, just families that kids are going through cancer treatments at Vandy and they don't have the money to pay the bills, and we pick them. It's just, I love it. It's just a way that, I mentioned earlier, the bigger that we get, the more that we can do, and that will never stop.
Wow, that's incredible. That's a reminder. It hit me in church on Sunday. He was talking about giving back, and he said, if you think about it this way, God gives us everything.
Yeah.
And just ask for a little back. It's like, I'll give you everything, but I need you to give a little back. And that's what you're doing. And little becomes big. All right, we just have a couple minutes left. So 2 minutes, as Dre's saying to me, which I make 3. That's how I do. He gives me 2, and I say, I see you're 2, and I raise you 3. The Ryman event, you can go to the Listening Room Cafe to find out more about that. Tickets are on sale now. listeningroomcafe.com/20. The number or the word?
The word.
The word, okay. I will be getting mine as soon. If you want to hang out with me, go buy your tickets. If you don't want to hang out with me, go buy your tickets. And so what do you hope that people feel that night?
We are taking 20 years of the Listening Room, and we're going to just celebrate as big as we can. I want people to walk out of there just feeling like they just got connected to the stories behind the songs and had like an incredible emotional ride of the greatest songs that they've ever heard, with some really fun surprise guests that we're going to have that will pop out and play some songs. I mean, we've got artists that are just coming out of the woodworks to be a part and celebrate that night. So it's going to be awesome. And I will be doing good to get through it with no emotion, but yeah, it's going to be awesome.
And final question to you, my friend. I can't believe our time is almost up, and you have to leave like right after this because you're doing me a solid for even being here. Since this is We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing, again, leave us with the person listening out there that's not trying to do this for a living, but just needs some maybe help with their soul. For you personally, Chris Blair, what has writing done for you personally, even if no one ever hears it?
Kind of like that first song that I wrote at 13. It is a way that you can express emotion when you can't find the words verbally. And to me, it's, everybody can write. And, it's, you may not have a Grammy Award winning song that everybody knows, but I think to take that time and to put pen to paper and pour out your emotion is a way of release. It's a way of, talking to others when you can't. And you can go back and read it. I think journaling is a great way to deal with that too. So, I mean, there's so many ways, but yeah, I love writing, whether it's a book, a song, or whatever. And I think that it is a magical way to heal whatever thoughts are going on in your mind.
I think he said it. I think he nailed it. If you get out, listen, a bar napkin or the app on your phone, start writing, because Chris, we should write.
Right.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I love you dearly, and I've missed you. Let's
love you too. I
now.
know. Yes, we need to.
This has been We Should Write. It's executive produced by, me, Lindsay Lawler. It's technically produced by my boy over there, Phone Master Dre, Sexy Jesus. And it's brought to you by the good people of RadioNemo. Head on over to RadioNemo.com to hear all the previous episodes, hear who's coming up next, and keep writing, keep listening. Next week's guest, it's an author. She's young. She's going to teach us all something about being a better young adult, maybe something like that. Guys, We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. Keep driving, keep listening, keep writing. Love you, Chris. We should write.
Yeah, we should write, right?
See y'all next week.
See you.